coming.
Slowing down this lead they've already accumulated in, I mean, only 6 rounds. They're up by 4 now. And Aldron's gonna go down. They don't know that Noodle's there. Noodle almost finding a kill. He does find. Oh my goodness! Noodle finds 3. Good night to 3 members of Akuma Esports. Put it in the highlight reel.
Last player standing.
My question is why the 1v1s?
Having 5 guys with absolutely flooding that site. The stage wall coming through for the retake and Doobie grabbing those picks. The stage walls don't really matter too much for the whole entire team.
Ooh, of these Exalt players, and there you go, Doobie. Doubling down for his round there, 10 playing to the top tier performance we know. 1 versus 1.
Okay. Wow, a great play on the time there by Black.
And success fragment goes out way deep into short. The paranoia comes and it's a whiff, but with this situation now for Mel J, there's a lot of ground to cover, not a lot of time, and 2 members of Penguin Polo Patrol to post up, and Mel J getting cheeky with a nice peek, doesn't know where the last one is. Does he make the better of this? Oh my god. Wow. What a dance around that smoke, and it's almost light work for Mel J, and that just sets us apart by 1 mediocre round ahead. I'm just loving the retakes from
and a stopper with the ghost. He's going to take it and make something happen. Oh, lazy. What was that? That hot peak so quick. And going to get the second.
Oh my god.
Exodia, please.
Ran like a book, my guy. I mean, that was one of the quickest.
Ghost here, the last 12 HP. He's had his fun for this round, but oh, that was so close!
Just be the next one to get taken down. Oh my god.
They're gonna sneak that in. That's something told to sit right away there, down to the 1-on-1. It's so fun. Take it off blast and blast. Is not living able to get each other.
The map is also where really flying kick his butt.
This is a really good push though. It's like your bottom tick for gold now. We choose it at the right time.
And everything just kind of
they just the last minute, but
they definitely love
Darren responding onto Uni. That's a big pick onto your duelist. Playing the long game. Darren. Not the best crosshair placed with the pre-aim. This could be it, my friend. Illuminate in a 3v1. Cyclone got a peek. They hear him on short. He gets the diffuser. It's a half.
are they gonna get it?
Tell me.
0.94 seconds.
Orbital. That could have gone easily belly side up. Good discipline and patience, but man, what a game.
There's gonna be a huge instrument in this.
The delay here is phenomenal though. There might be enough lazy shots. It's not enough because the post-block scenario.
Oh well, and yeah, I've said it before last week. Ooh, meanwhile, hello, Demon. Up close and personal. Riken getting better of that Marshall. So with the advantage now towards the side of Team Artisan, there's no reason to be panicky here. They're going to let Last Resistance do what they want to do, run that clock down, minute 10, and that's ample opportunity. But again, with this advantage, Team Artisan are pretty good in round 2.
It does seem like Demon saw one person and is deciding to continue to hold that angle. Whoa, that was a surprising shot to get onto Senti there, but then follows it up with a nice shot into Edgy. I mean, you'd never guess that that was a problem to go ahead with that Marshall, the ace for Demon there.
To combine 2 post-block pieces of util, Snavite and the fragment, so rude. Just so rude, and that's rude as well. That Viper's bit.
Oh, yeah. Making sure that it is so much more difficult for the attackers to get onto this site. Is forced back out of that pool floating will go down. Whoa! The no-scope at point-blank range to take down Eno. I mean, some other kills coming out too, but that's the one that we were able to see as they all...
No, he went downstairs. But the issue is, it's a 1 versus 2, and he's gonna have to try to stick this bomb. Oh, he's gonna stick it. Are they gonna believe it? Are they gonna pick it?
No way!
This is not how it goes!
Defenders win.
Oh No! 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 They had the man advantage. They had the health advantage. They had. Goes down 1 for 1.
Oh my goodness, no.
Navi 1 for 2. Hold on. It's a full flash. Oh, Navi! Give him the ace. Give him the ace.
Right here.
10 seconds left.
Once Ginny tries to break this door, he will know exactly where he is. But Novi playing a passive, but he still gets that ace. As it was only a 2v1 situation, and Novi being at 30 health, he had to play that a little bit more passive. Might or may not work. I'm looking forward to seeing how the
Well, it all starts with whether or not anybody wants to take their corner, and I don't think they want to do it because ISO's up 3, and well, that really just spells the entirety of the round, honestly.
Which is a drastically different angle.
This time, Helios is the one in the halls, leaving Ming to go do other activities. Meanwhile, Dash is doing a great job so far holding it down. Jay is on the board one more time. Quick shift, 5 HP in a dream. Nope. Not making out there. Zodi giving the better of the counterpart. Ooh, Jay! Galactical transition with that nice shot onto Uni. Gets another one onto Obi and the dash, and now Bladestorm. Do we get the dash in the sky? 1.
Oh,
we can expect more.
ace.
Let's go.
Oh, he man! No,
Jay.
no, no! They're gonna go for it. Jay!
Let's.
Definitely will fun side time there, Jay. And you're going to do it side time and time again. It's all definitely already grabbing that stick on the last shot, knowing that you're going to be able to survive that and stick it. But if he gets shut down with it already at half, I mean, that's going to be enough for Norcal fairly quickly there. Norcal finds himself a 3-6. He's going to have something to say about that.
You're talking aggression. We're seeing the defenders are just a turret in front of your better. It's going to be Norcal. This is looking flawless.
That it is, man. I mean,
Slowing down this lead they've already accumulated in, I mean, only 6 rounds. They're up by 4 now. And Aldron's gonna go down. They don't know Noodle's there. Noodle almost finding a kill. He does find. Oh my goodness! Noodle finds 3. Good night to 3 members of Akuma Esports. Put it in the highlight reel.
Last player standing.
My question is why the 1v1s?
having 5 guys absolutely flooding that site. The stage wall coming through for the retake, and Doobie grabbing those picks. Those stage walls don't really matter too much for the whole entire team.
Ooh, of these exalt players, and there you go, Doobie doubling down for his round there, 10 playing to the top tier performance we know. That is one.
Okay. Wow, a great play on the time there by Black.
And success fragment goes out way deep into short. The paranoia comes and it's a whiff, but with this situation now for Mel J, there's a lot of ground to cover, not a lot of time, and 2 members of Penguin Polo Patrol to post up. And Mel J getting cheeky with a nice peek, doesn't know where the last one is. Does he make the better of this? Oh my god.
Wow.
What a dance around that smoke, and it's almost light work for Mel J, and that just sets us apart by 1 mediocre round ahead. I'm just loving the retakes from.
Ooh, lazy. What was that? That one piece. So quick. They're gonna get the second.
Oh my
At all.
god.
Exodia, please.
Ran like a book, my guy. I mean, that was one of the quickest 4 people.
Just a ghost here. The last 12 HP. He's had his fun for this round, but tricky discipline. Oh, that was so close.
Just be the next one to get kicked out. Oh my god.
They're gonna sneak that in. Told to sit right away there, down to the 1-on-1. It's over. They're gonna blast and blast. He's not gonna be able to get it done. The
Maps is also where really applying kick his butt.
This is really good push though. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Norcal. We choose at the right time.
And and everything just kind of.
Leave it to the last minute, like keep your edge.
They definitely love finding time to time again. Big right here for Blast. And if you're gonna flip side.
Darren responding onto Uni. That's a big pick onto your duelist. Playing the long game. Darren. Oh. Best crosshair placed with the pre-aim. This could be it, my friend. Illuminate in a 3v1. Zyklone got a peek. They hear him on short. He gets the diffuser. It's a half.
Oh, are they gonna get it?
Don't tell me.
Oh, 0.94 seconds.
Oh. Orbital. That could have gone easily belly side up. Good discipline and patience, but man, what a game.
The delay here is phenomenal, though. It is wiping enough lazy shots. It's not enough because the post-blast is
Oh well, and yeah, I've said it before last week. Ooh, meanwhile, hello, Demon. Up close and personal. Riken getting better of that, Marshall. So with the advantage now towards the side of Team Artisan, there's no reason to be panicky here. They're going to let Last Resistance do what they want to do, run that clock down, minute 10, and that's ample opportunity. But again, with this advantage, Team Artisan must be feeling pretty good in that.
It does seem like Demon saw one person and is deciding to continue to hold that angle. Whoa, that was a surprising shot to get onto Senti there, but then follows it up with a nice shot into Edgy. I mean, you'd never guess that that was a problem to go ahead with that Marshall, the ace for Demon there.
To combine two post-block piece of util, stay by and the fragment, so rude. Just so rude, and that's rude as well. That Viper's bit.
Oh, yeah. Making sure that it is so much more difficult for the attackers to get onto this site is forced back out of that. Cool floating will go down. Whoa. The no-scope at point-blank range to take down Eno. I mean, some other kills coming out too, but that's the one that we were able to see as they all...
No, he went downstairs. But the issue is, it's a 1 versus 2, and he's gonna have to try to stick this bomb. Oh, he's gonna stick it. Are they gonna believe it? Are they gonna pick it?
No way!
This is not how it goes!
No!
Defenders win.
Oh no! 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 They had the man advantage. They had the health advantage. They had. Goes down 1 for 1. Oh, Navi 1 for 2. Hold on. That's a full flash. Oh, Navi! Give him the ace. Give him the ace.
10 seconds left.
Once Ginny tries to break this door, he will know exactly where he is. But Novi playing a passive, but he still gets that ace. As it was only a 2v1 situation, and Novi being at 30 health, he had to play that a little bit more passive. Might or may not work. I'm looking forward to seeing how what he's going to do with Iso.
Well, it all starts with whether or not anybody wants to attack their corner, and I don't think they want to. Because Iso's on 3, and well, that really just spelled the entirety of the round on it.
Which is a drastically different angle.
This time, Helios is the one in the halls, leaving Ming to go do other activities. Meanwhile, Dash is doing a great job so far holding it down. Jay is on the board one more time. Quick shift, 5 HP in a dream. Nope. Not making out there. Zodi giving the better of the counterpart. Ooh, Jay! Galactical transition with that nice shot onto Uni. Gets another one onto Obi and the dash. And now, Lakestorm, do we get the dash in the sky? 1.
Oh,
do you expect more?
ace.
Let's go.
Oh, he man! No,
Jay.
no, they're gonna go for it. Jay!
Let's.
They definitely love finding side time again. Big right here for Blast. And if you're gonna flip side time and time again, it's all eventually. It's already grabbing that stick on the last shot, knowing that you're gonna be able to survive that and stick it. As Tippy gets shut down with it already at half, I mean, that's going to be enough for NorCal fairly quickly there. NorCal finds himself a 3-6 lead.
The rest corner.
He's going to have something to say about that.
And you're talking about aggression, we're seeing it. The defenders, this is the turret. Chronic on Meta is going to be NorCal, and it's looking flawless.
And that it is, man. I mean,
slowing down this lead they've already accumulated in, I mean, only 6 rounds. They're up by 4 now. And Aldron's gonna go down. They don't know Noodle's there. Noodle almost finding a kill. He does find. Oh my goodness! Noodle finds 3. Good night to 3 members of Akuma Esports. Put it in the highlight reel.
Last player standing.
My question is why the 1v1s?
Having 5 guys with absolute blood in that site, the stage wall coming through for the retake, and Doobie grabbing those picks. Those stage walls don't really matter too much for the whole entire team.
Ooh, of these exalted players, and there you go, Doobie doubling down for his round there, 10 playing to the top tier performance we know. That is one.
Okay. Wow, a great play on the time there by Black.
And success fragment goes out way deep into short. The paranoia comes and it's a whiff, but with this situation now for MLJ, there's a lot of ground to cover, not a lot of time, and 2 members of Penguin Polo Patrol to post up, and MLJ getting cheeky with a nice peek, doesn't know where the last one is. Does he make the better of this? Oh my god. Wow. What a dance around that smoke, and it's almost light work for MLJ, and that just sets us apart by 1 mediocre round ahead. I'm just loving the retakes from.
What was that? So quick.
Oh my
It's all.
god.
Exodia, please.
Ran like a thug. Oh my god. I mean, that was one of the quickest score.
Left, and it's the ghost here for Blast, 12 HP. I think he's had his fun for this round, but they can discipline. Oh, that was so close!
Just be the next one to get ticked out. Oh my god.
They're going to sneak that in. That's told to sit right away there, down to the 1-on-1. It's so much. They could have blasted Blast. Is not going to be able to get it done. The third
Map is also where to really apply kick his butt.
This is a really good push though. I'm really liking what I'm doing. We tuned at the right time.
And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass.
And everything just kind of
Have a twist in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went the hours, we barely got breath. So I get the rum and we didn't bring
Darren responding onto Uni. That's a big pick onto your duelist. Playing the long game. Darren. Not the best crosshair place with the pre-aim. This could be it, my friend. Illumina in a 3v1. Zyklone got a peek. They hear him on short. He gets the diffuser. It's a half.
Are they gonna get it?
Tell me.
Oh, 0.94 seconds.
Oh. Orbital. That could have gone easily belly side up. Good discipline and patience, but man, what a game.
It's amazing. It's phenomenal though.
Oh well, and yeah, I've said it before last week. Ooh, meanwhile, hello, Demon, up close and personal. Riken getting the better of that Marshall. So with the advantage now towards the side of Team Artisan, there's no reason to be panicky here. They're going to let Last Resistance do what they want to do, run that clock down, minute 10, and that's ample opportunity. But again, with this advantage, Team Artisan must be feeling pretty good in round 2.
It does seem like Demon saw one person and is deciding to continue to hold that angle. Whoa, that was a surprising shot to get onto Senti there, but then follows it up with a nice shot into Edgy. I mean, you'd never guess that that was a problem to go ahead with that Marshall, the ace for Demon there.
To combine 2 post-pot pieces of util, stay by and the fragment, so rude. Just so rude, and that's rude as
Really
well.
is.
That Viper's bit.
Oh, yeah. Making sure that it is so much more difficult for the attackers to get onto this site is forced back out of that. Cool Floaty will go down. Whoa. The no-scope at point-blank range to take down Eno. I mean, some other kills coming out too, but that's the one that we were able to see as they all...
No, he went downstairs. But the issue is, it's a 1 versus 2, and he's gonna have to try to stick this bomb. Oh, he's gonna stick it. Are they gonna believe it? Are they gonna pick it?
No way!
This is not how it goes!
No! Oh!
Defenders win.
Oh no! No!
I'm looking forward to seeing what 4 people can do with ISO posted up.
Well, it all starts with whether or not anybody wants to check their corner, and I don't think they want to do that because ISOs are on 3, and well, that really just spells the entirety of the round.
Owl Drone's gonna go down. They don't know Noodle's there. Noodle almost finding a kill. He does find. Oh my goodness! Noodle finds. Put it in the highlight reel.
Last player standing.
This situation now from LJ. There's a lot of ground to cover, not a lot of time, and 2 members of Penguin Polo Patrol to post up. And LJ getting cheeky with a nice peek, doesn't know where the last one is. Does he make the better of this? Oh my God, what a dance around that smoke, and it's almost light work from LJ, and that just sets us apart by 1 mediocre round ahead.
It seems like Demon saw one person and is deciding to continue to hold that angle. Whoa, that was a surprising shot to get onto Senti there, but then follows it up with a nice shot into Edgy. I mean, you'd never guess that that was a problem to go ahead with that Marshall.
Not making out there. Zodi giving the better of the counterpart. Ooh, Jay! Galactical transition. That nice shot onto Uni. Gets another one onto Obi and the dash. And now, Lakestorm, do we get the dash in the sky? 1.
Oh,
we can expect more.
ace.
Let's go.
Oh, hey man! No,
Jay.
no, they're gonna go for it. Jay!
That's Crosshair placed with the pre-aim. This could be it, my friend. Illuminate in a 3v1. Cyclone got a peek. They hear him on short. He gets the diffuser. It's a half.
Oh, are they gonna
Don't
get it?
tell me.
Oh, 0.94 seconds!
Oh. Orbital. That could have gone easily belly side up. Good discipline and patience, but man, what a game. Ladies and gentlemen, gents and Johns, welcome. It is 4:20. We are 22 floors high here in Innovation Square. For the first time in a hot minute and a half, we're no longer coming to you from the desk at our comfort of our homes, but I am Strive, joined to by the fantastic Mick. And if y'all could see the view outside, it is a sunny and gorgeous day in Rochester. Mick, how you doing? How's everything?
Dude, I am feeling
outstanding,
man. Like,
Tell me.
There's no one what exactly it's taken to get to this stage thus far.
Oh my
We've
God.
had so much of a build-up. We've had so much promotion going on. And don't worry, that's not going anywhere. We still want you to show up as much as possible. But, I mean, just to know that everything. I mean, we got players. We got people just sitting outside doing what they need to do.
Yes, sir.
PlayStation 5s, Xboxes, PCs, whatever it comes down to. But still, at the same time, we are holding this right here, right now, with some outstanding teams at the same time. Like,
Yes, sir.
I mean, everything adding up. It's just an outstanding experience thus far.
Yeah, it's amazing. And, you know, for those that have joined us for the GLG journey here for the past 1.5, 2 years that we've been on desk, bringing this from the comfort of our homes, producing, working long hours and making it happen. Now, here we are, thanks to the hard work of the, entire team here, production, observers, admins, Ben, of course, who's brought GLG to life and made it what it is today here in this purple room that we're in. This is the production office. So for the day that one day our beautiful viewers can come out to Rochester and check us out, this is where the magic's going to happen. And we're going to hopefully bring you more and more live casts. And like Mick said, outside, consoles out the wazoo, PCs. We have a staff room in the back there. Tons of people hanging out to join us for the live event. And map number 1, y'all know the drill. I say this all the time and I can see it in front of me, but look down below. We're going to map number 1 very soon. Misfits Black versus Chapter 4 Academy, going to the lovely land of Haven. But first, Mick, I think we got to talk about some of our lovely supporting people that have brought this event to be. I want to go ahead and, first of all, right away, Librex Fulfillment have done a fantastic doing. If you guys have any fulfillment needs for your e-commerce and whatever else you're looking to do, Librex is the place to go. They are one of the primary sponsors here this evening. To back it up, of course, bringing you the best feed ever on the highest quality internet here in the lounge as well. Greenlight Networks.
Of course.
We have the sauciest of saucy network connections here that's able to bring you this high quality stream. And of course, community gaming, as always, y'all know the drill. They make the magic happen. And they help provide opportunities for, up-and-coming tournament organizers and event planners. But, of course, that goes across a variety of platforms, too. So big up to CG as well.
Yeah, and even then, also, I mean, we got peripherals in front of us, man. We can't sit there and not talk about MSI.
No.
We can't not talk about HyperX.
No, sir.
There's no way we can go ahead. Even then, they set their supplies on the peripherals for the Gaming Lounge, actually. So, I mean, obviously, if you're a friend of them, you go ahead, you give it a shot out here. We can get whatever need be for the time being. But, I mean, overall, we sit there, we talk about the magic, we talk about what exactly we got to provide, and even then talking about these teams and these maps and whatever. I wanted to go ahead and precursor what exactly got going on here today.
Sure.
Obviously, we know the 2 teams. We got Misfits Black, we got Chapter 4 Academy. We got 2 really good squads lined up. Misfits Black, that's That's the name that stands out to me. That is out freaking standing that they're even here today competing. And obviously, I want them to go extremely far. But to go ahead and precursor that and talk about what exactly what they could provide, you and I have a little bit of a bet going on for the day. It's a celebration party. So, you know, as me from down south, I like to sit there and have my sweet tea. I like to enjoy it. I like to flourish in it as much as possible. So, me and Stripe both have ourselves a collective of sweet tea to fill up our cups for the moment. And we're also going to have ourselves a little bit of a bet. We're going to take, you know, bets back and forth. It's going to start off, you know, making yourself a selection. Obviously, the other side, being there's only 2 of us here, we can't really go for majority view. So the other side's going to get kind of stuck with whatever needs be, and we're going to alternate in the meantime. So even then, whoever loses on each map, we're going to have to sit there, take a pretty big gulp of that, and hopefully we have ourselves a pretty good night here to go ahead and, you know, wrap everything up, or at least go ahead and continue the night as long as possible. But even then, I'll go ahead. Talking about these teams, knowing what we got, knowing the players, knowing the map, I'll give you the honors of the first pick to go ahead and be the decider, to be either the man to give grace or take me to the chopping block here today for this first one.
All right, let's make it easy. We've talked about it, and you touched on the team already. I have a really good sticky, iffy feeling about Misfits Black here, Chief, to take it home for the first one. So let's go ahead and start off with that one for the evening, mostly because I don't want to dig ourselves too far in the grave with too much sweet tea to get us going. You got to pace yourself. Too much sugar definitely doesn't do you good.
It most definitely does not.
You got to be reasonable with yourself. So I'm going to say Misfits for the first year, Chief, to take us through. It is Haven, the 3-map, comfort place for a lot of agents or a lot of teams. And it's an interesting first pick to come out on Haven. It's a change from Mick and I. You'll see us on the desk together more than often talking about, to be quite frank with you, Ascent. It feels like, but now going to Haven, I'm looking forward to this matchup, man.
Yeah, I most definitely am as well. I mean, over time, seeing what these teams had to provide, Haven, even then with the controller changes that came through, I want to say pretty long ago. I mean, even then we can talk about more changes with Jet. That's coming up here soon. We're not even going to get
it's a whole different event on itself.
It definitely is. But I mean, all things considered, you got to sit there and look at the map of Haven with these controller changes. The impact of smokes. We've seen a lot more different agents coming out into the freaks, and even then, I mean, Breach, I feel like it's been a huge hot topic here recently.
Absolutely.
I mean, so looking at what he can provide, knowing even there towards C-Long that stun is completely free. You have all that space to clear out from it, and knowing that it's a 50-50, they're going to hold that close.
Totally.
They're not going to line up towards Long, and if they do, that's going to be already held by the rest of your team. Even then, you're going to be splitting towards Garage to back it up. So knowing what's provided from Breach and his kit, and knowing that these smokes are now so much stronger, Brimstone with that stim can get you all the way down C-Long, can get you onto his side in like less than no time. It just stacks up so much. So honestly, I'm excited to see what exactly with 3 maps, with their 3 sites, what they can do, and what exactly Misfits that you went ahead and kind of cashed in on, what they can do, especially considering that they were part of this Game Changers event here fairly recently, and they faced some huge top dogs in that as well. So they have a lot of practice on their hands.
Yeah, and as we hop into the good old-fashioned agent selection here, I want you guys to keep it in the back of your minds as always. Misfit has selected Haven. This is their map. So, getting into it, not only have we tossed out that good old prediction in the books about Misfits being the go-forward team on this matchup, they've got Haven in their backs of the pocket, and we're hopping to that selection as well. Looking pretty good. Misfits is starting on the attacker side as well, so keep that in mind. And the picks are coming out, Chief, and Chow's hovering on that Neon, which is throwing up a heavy number of question marks on my head. We talked about this off desk here before we got on here, Nick. Like, Neon as a whole, we said not necessarily brought too much to the forefront of picks, but again, very strong, has a lot of viability, and, gives me a lot of entrance opportunity, especially like up, let's say, Long C on Haven, for example.
And even then, I mean, we sit there talking about Neon. That's actually been an impact in the game here recently. I mean, I know everybody's watching VCT Masters. Everybody's keeping their eyes on it. Obviously, one of our big NA prospects, the ones that's still in there, is going to be the likes of Optic. And we've seen Victor excel on Neon. So she's not a joke character by any means. She can go ahead and completely run a map if you give your player that backup, if you give that initiation, those flashes behind, because she's going to leave that in the dirt. I mean, it's not some kind of question to say, am I probably going to overthrow this flash? Is it going to go ahead and get in their eyes?
Totally.
This girl is straight sprinting down on the site. That's not going to be a concern. But even then, talk about the rest of the team. I talked about Breach, and what do you know? He's showing up on both sides of the field. And even then, Vermina obviously running the chamber there because he's such an impact player that you can't leave him back.
No, for sure. And I mean, the rhyme and reason here is all calculated across the board. The picks are good. That Sky, Chamber, Omen, Breach, and Jet on the one end. The Jet, Sky, Breach, Omen, and Chamber on the opposing end. And if you guys can put 1-1 together, that is a mirror matchup on Haven, a little bit mixed up in order, but all is good in the hood. So for a map number 1, Misfits Black starting off here on that attack side, mirror matchup on Haven. We got 3 sites to deal with and a fantastic one ahead. Let's see how these guys set up on the first pistol round and what kind of precedence Misfits can set getting into round number 1 here.
And even then talking about round number 1 and what's to provide, you can't really get too much of a feel. You can get an idea of where this utility is probably going to go down. You can already see 2 of these trademarks coming out from Chamber right there, one towards top mid, right there over towards Garage as well to keep that coverage towards the center of the map to make sure that nobody's really being blindsided because of how many avenues are there. You to make sure you check all your corners, and even then, if you don't have one to check, you have something there to at least stand in your place. So, I mean, Chamber being a really good version for that. And even then, on round one, opting for no armor, buying the 5 headhunter shots and those 2 trademarks, that's a lot of investment thus far. So I want to see exactly whether or not it could pay off because Becco's already going ahead, looking to swing out towards A. Can't really find anybody. That's because Misfits is looking like they're moving right down towards B in the middle.
Yeah, so far prodding around minute 20 on the clock here. A lot of opportunity for Misfits to kind of feel out the land of the, the lay of the law, see what the defenders are up to, what C4 wants to place up here in terms of protecting their sites. They're playing that single A setup, looking for a bit of a more rotate type activity. Of course, that is Chamber, does have the rendezvous and is now picking them up to migrate back, slowly shifting away, knowing that majority of the focus here is towards that grass area. Bit of a guiding light going out from that defensive squad as well, and I believe we may have heard that guiding light ping saying that there are some members present, but still, with 59 on the clock here, Mick, the attackers grouping up, just looking for some opportunity and have actually shifted much of that defense over to the left side of the map, which is good for them if they choose to hit on this A.
Yeah, this would be massive right now because you can already see Becco looking to back up, knowing being a little bit more reserved, and honestly, that breach right off the get-go. You sit there, you get that call, and it's still somewhat of a fake. It's a perfect play here by Misfits. You go ahead, you give a little bit of util after going ahead and being absent out of the game for so long. Completely quiet. No answers whatsoever, no kind of hints of where they're going to be playing. You say, all right, let's throw a little bit over there towards A. Now we rotate all the way across the map. Every single MRC bombs down, and that just makes that much more blood to come out as Fluorescent and grabs the first pick.
Yeah, massive job here coming out of the back end, and so far so good here with that spike planted completely. We're looking pretty healthy here. They got a good amount of positioning, 5 versus 4 scenario. Fault line comes through. Fluorescent is a bit tagged up here. The entire team in sight, not choosing to play the passive way, and I like it. Holding down, locking up C, but wait a minute. Yukine, Quartz, and Click Shift coming around the bend, pick up 3 kills in a flurry, and it's Landy with the 1-2-3 combination to wipe up shop. So these attackers deciding to hold that sight down like a lock and key, not falling away too long, which I think on a pistol round is definitely the way to play it. Really good job here for Misfits on round 1.
Yeah, and even then, Slandy, I mean, already going ahead and getting that 3K. That we talk about momentum on so many different occasions here when it comes around to Valorant. I mean, just there, and your initiator, more importantly, going ahead and getting those 3 kills, you get a taste of blood. You start enjoying it. You're saying, look, I got my sweet tea right here. I would love to sit there and get a couple sips of that and then go ahead and keep on following through with it. But, I mean, you got to still pace yourself, and we're seeing that come out. We see the Spectres come in. We don't see any Vandals or Phantoms coming out just yet. We don't see a Force, really, but we do see a Bulldog, interestingly enough, out of, South, looking to go ahead, get a little bit more aggression, get that full armor to back it up, but still lacking a little bit of credits behind it. But looking at the likes of side, I mean, looking at the Academy, they're looking to just play slow, play aggressive at least towards that A main area, and possibly able to go ahead and find one in the meantime, and there it is, Click Shift with it.
Love that push here. That's a good way to come out from round number 2. You're kind of down and beat a little bit. You want to get some aggression. The 1 pick is good. Going to give that defensive side a little bit more room to breathe with, but they don't want to back off the gas pedal here. Pushing right down. Fluorescent from the back end is able to wipe up shop on that push coming out. So that's really good to equalize. Takes us back to a 3 versus 3 minute on the clock here. Becco with the cheeky angle. Is he good for a follow-up here, knowing that Chow is around the bend, is prodding, poking, does have that bulldog, and does do the deed. So in this case here, Mick, so far the firepower is looking good, but you got to appreciate the fact of how many guns the defense is able to take off here on round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, already looking so good. I mean, Click Shift obviously having to look for 2 more of these gals to take down, and there goes one of them, Fluorescent, almost immediately. I mean, you grab that right click, and the problem is, this isn't some kind of a huge lineup where you're saying, all right, 100 health, 150 health in the armor. Chow is literally sitting on 4 right now. Yep. Meanwhile, Click Shift has a whole 100 to deal with, and now a Spectre pickup as well. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a classic, whether or not it's even just spit coming out of the man's mouth, it is going to be enough to find this kill, but instead, Chow able to find that little bit of a closure on the inside, able to go ahead and make a swing on window, find the head of Click Shift, and make a very, very clean second round here, at least for that last player standing, but still a lot on the line here when you sit there and consider that 4 of those guns were ripped out in the meantime. Yeah. That is a huge problem.
It is, man. Economically speaking, that is a lot of weaponry pulled away for a round number 2. And, I have to go ahead and give big ups there to Chapter 4. Getting aggressive with that opening pick and following it up and taking it to that deep in the round in terms of the numbers of agents that got taken out, highly, highly commendable. So now getting into that round number 3 situation, you look at the overall scenario, it's looking fantastic for the side of Chapter 4. They have the full buys, albeit they've really dug deep in their wallets. We even have Click Shift back on that big old operator, so that's got to do the deed, and it does. Mega pick right down short there to connect onto Fluorescent, and with that falling way back to safety, and rightfully so, not wanting to stick his nose out and any further, knowing he's got that comfort pick.
Yeah, a really big start there, and even then going ahead and picking off Fluorescent, that's going to be your duelist out the game. More importantly, you have yourself an initiator, so you still have Scott to fall back on. You still have right there towards the back Slandy, one of your biggest slayers right now, but still carrying off from that first round, not really looking for it anywhere else or trying to work off the map and have those Spectre impacts earlier. Right now, it all comes down to whether or not we can see these tricky plays come through, and honestly, honestly, the push into Garage, I don't know how much that's really going to pay off because we can already see Dyslexic has a read towards Garage. He get a double kill off it as well. Jeez. Makes the swing out and can see a third, but Slandy going ahead and finding that pick. But these guys are in some trouble because Slandy is keeping it alive and well with the 3K, but just needs 2 more to close it out and only has 16 health to play with.
That's a problem and a half. I mean, we do have Seekers on the board, but in a 2v1 with very low HP and unfortunate for Sky, self-heals is not an option. So at this point, it's going to be A, a problem to get anywhere near sight, B, recover the spike, and C, to even get to the chance to plant it with 16 hit points in a dream. Click Shift is already here. They've migrated, go for the jiggle, and Click Shift with the op is going to go ahead and continue to farm that money. A farm jet is a happy jet, I believe, and that means more operator buys and more opportunities, especially with Blade Storms down the line too. So really good round number 3 in the books here.
Yeah, I mean, Click Shift here with a great start already. I typically say, operator, I barely know her. Well, Click Shift at least knows 2 of her because he clears off 2 of these chicks pretty early there. And I mean, knowing you can go ahead, keep that gun in the battle, and even then not get even picked up off your teammate and drop 2, you're saying, this is my gun now. I mean, it is almost battle worn. This is a completely reference to a different game, but I mean, over the time, you sit there and start to feel an impact. You're saying, look, there must be some special sauce on this. Something is working out right now. And if you can still find a first frag there towards A-Long, which I don't really see too much impact towards because the rest of Misfits, it seems like they're swinging right there towards Garage and C once again. And I think when they saw that Click Shift wasn't there, they're feeling a lot more comfortable for this. Problem is, there's Dyslexic, and he's a much bigger problem if you ask me.
Yeah, with that judge in hand, going to go ahead for the Shrouded Step, gets away to safety, and that is A-okay here. But again, the Click Shift differential is going to be something to keep an eye out for. That opening pick from Jet is going to be really troublesome to deal with, especially if she starts migrating around these different sites, gets a pick at A, gets a pick at C. As an attacker, you're not going to stick your nose anywhere without wanting a smoke, but then you've already kind of delayed yourself and shot yourself in the foot. So it's going to be a slow and steady game to adapt to the defensive plays. I really need Click Shift to come out here with the opening pick, so it's going to work wonders here. Albeit 1 round deficit, nothing too major. Chief 50 on the clock, and a bit of migration and interest in this B site so far, but let's see what they go. Paranoia goes in. Fault line here from Yukine is going to go out as well, and they already have site control.
Yeah, already getting that spike down as well, right there towards B. These are these bloodbath sites. I mean, that's what B stands for here on the map of Haven. You can already know that the exchanges are coming through. All these players will be swinging out, and Chow doesn't even care about the Blade Storm. Already finds 2, so you're saying, all right, well, there's a threat off the board, even then bigger, an ultimate off the board as well. That can only be accumulated so many rounds. But now the Seekers come out. There's so much being stacked onto the site, and there's 3 players trying to come in through for an exchange. Problem is, the Academy doesn't really have too much to work with right now. They don't have the best weapons, but they still have enough to work with. But problem is that timer's not working in their favor, especially when Slandy's right there trying to hold it down.
Yeah, this is Mega now from the overall position with the Rolling Thunder as well from Slays. Ooh, Dyslexic has been so impactful. I love the push from the attacker side, getting control, and Chow has got the 4-piece combo. Do we get the ace? No, unfortunately not. But in the end, it is the round going to the side of Misfits. Very close for Chow, almost picking up that good old ace, but the 4K is A-okay with me, Chief, on map number 1. They're going to go ahead and weasel out that third. Looking good with that Blaze Storm as well available. So let's see what they do with the overall economy. Things are pretty decent on their end. They got full buys to back it up. Fluorescence, not overly concerned. Full armor and a Blaze Storm is what they're going to need to capitalize here. And it's a great round to get the 4th, too, considering that the opposition is on a big save.
Yeah, I got to say, I'm still a little concerned and a little ashamed there for Vernina in the last round. I mean, she completely gave up that ace. Chow completely deserved that, let's be honest. But, it is what it is. We keep on moving forward, and even it's 3-1, and we see the Blaze Storm coming out for one of these players already. So, I mean, looking for some aggression, obviously, you want to have that Blaze Storm. You don't want to play very passive with it. You want to go ahead and pick some of these guns off. You want to make sure to get that impact early, get these guns out of these players' hands, and say we can get the exchange for my teammates now. But everything's going down on C, and this is a very big problem coming in our hands, even them, Fluorescent being one of them.
Oh, Fluorescent up close and personal with the right click onto Quartz makes it happen, but Dyslexic, my goodness, with the 1 and 2 Sheriff combination. You have some support from Garage as well, so in a 2v2, Chow brings it down even further. We're going back and forth. Mono, Imano, ooh! Standby with a nice little one-tap Vandal to the Domesky of Dyslexic. Do we get the battle? We do. And it's the swing and the connection for Misfits Black. These ladies are absolutely raking in the rounds with a 4-1 lead on Haven. And this kind of early, dominance here, Mick, is going to be a problem. Chapter 4, momentum-wise on Haven, it is very difficult to get that steam engine rolling. And it gets going once it gets going, for the lack of better words. But until that point, so far, so good, considering Misfits Black have not only managed to farm rounds, but also a substantial amount of money in their back pockets.
And even then, I mean, you sit there and talk about building momentum, especially on the attacking side. We see a lot more marginal success on the attacking side of the defense. And I mean, if you go ahead and get a little bit of a stall, eventually you're going to find some guaranteed rounds. But you say, if I can go ahead and grab these first couple, go ahead, lose the round when we know we have the disadvantage when it comes around to firepower, still wrap a lot of these rifles out of their hands, and then follow it up with that many more rounds. I mean, things are looking really good for them thus far. But I mean, my biggest concern right now is that Tour de Force is on the field. The Rolling Thunder is available for, the Academy. So, I mean, there's a lot on the field for the side of Academy, but they just need a little bit more. And honestly, Becca, with that first frag on the operator, that may be the start they needed.
Yeah, that's a really good opening. Exactly what you were talking about here. We were talking about earlier on Haven. That opening pick from the defenders really means a lot. You cannot dismiss that. So with this now, you've kind of shaved down the opposition a little bit with 4 members. But what I love most here about Misfits is they have no fear about pushing through links on B. They get full control and now looking to pick up some kills on the rotates. Look at Vernina. Beautiful one onto Yukine. Slays comes around. And just like that, we've basically redefined the concept of Haven, wrapping completely. And you've managed to now segregate Dyslexic up and having 30 hit points. And that is a superb play. They need to play this very smart, though, because it is still a 3v3. There are rotates and heals on the board, as you saw Sky delivering that to the Omen.
And I love plays like this so much. When a team sits there, you're expecting, all right, you have control of the site. Go ahead, plant down towards B. But instead, you say, no. We want a little bit more. Let's push towards spawn. Let's go through connect. Let's get that intel. Let's sit there and see exactly how much of the map is available to us to play with. And we can just make ourselves at home. Not only do we have control of A main now, we sit there, know the exchange is coming through. Time is counting down. And you see a trade already come out before Floresta coming on top. The 1v1. And there it is. Vernina taking the ace earlier, but now taking the round away, at least this one, to go ahead and grab yourself a 5-1 lead as we see Misfits looking just that much stronger. There's some ladies in power, and I'm loving to see it.
Yeah, mega. I mean, the impact in this matchup has been, very incredible. So now as we hop into the good old-fashioned timeout here, a chance for Chapter 4 Academy to come back to level ground a little bit, have a conversation amongst themselves and say, hey, yo, what are we going to do differently here to kind of get our bearings straight and have some retaliation? You have to appreciate, though, that round went down to basically a 1v1 situation, and it took a B wrap towards A to get there. So the investment and the decision-making, the one-on-one fights and pushes that it took us to get to that point, it speaks volumes to just how close Chapter 4 is getting. They're right there. They're kissing it. But it's Misfits that are just able to, weasel those really critical picks throughout the rounds.
Yeah, and even then, it's not the critical picks there towards the start. It's not an opening pick. It's not an opening trade. We saw it even in that last round where we saw that they wrapped all the way. They took entire control of 2 parts of the map, 2/3, albeit, starting on B, exchanging over to A. I mean, a lot to deal with right now. And then they still came down to that 1v1, and Vernina barely won that. It's had 16 health towards the prior end. So, I mean, honestly, I think it's an outstanding time out here when you sit there and consider, okay, well, what can we do? How can we play this out? And knowing that they sat there and said, we're just that close. We just need to talk about it, figure it out. We have 3 ultimates this time. We win this one and keep it going.
Totally. This is a massive investment from them they can put forth. They have that chamber. You have that Tour de Force. You have that Rolling Thunder. You have the Seekers for the post-plan opportunity, or rather for the retake. So there is a lot of things on the board here that can kind of manifest for a Chapter 4, answer. Haven is, again, one of those maps that I think tends to be a little bit more sidey than others, man. Like, so I'm not going to get overly upset, but more than anything, we need some comfort before we get to the second half in terms of available rounds to work with. And with Beko opening up, that's the Tour de Force. That is the pick you want to see. And look at that mid control on grass. You do have click shift right beside you, buddied up. This is really good decision making. And again, a different play style coming into round number 7.
Yeah, I like it, but even then, I don't like the fact there's no rendezvous there for Beko to go ahead and back off. When you have that Tour de Force, that is a critical weapon, but even then, when things go south, you have no backup, but you're not worried about it. Click shift finds that kill. You go ahead, you make it a 5v3 now. You still have the Tour de Force, so you have full control of B. They're towards A, so you could even then make someone of a wild card, wrap around, come towards the back, but nobody's coming on the flank, mind you. It is everybody is functioning in and flooding through heaven or through spawn, but Chow is there to go ahead and meet him, at least find one.
That is superb. That's the Rolling Thunder here coming out as well. Now the retake opportunity is looking reasonable. Slays, despite being a little bit knocked up, worse for wear, gets the swing. They got to get this sooner than later, and they do Dyslexic with that Bucky jumping up. That's a choice and a half, and now look at that 3-man swingaroni flex there onto Chow. Sends him packing, and that's a fair Chow goodbye. So that's the round that we want coming off a timeout. You got to appreciate the fact that timeout meant something, man. They came into it, and it was just really well done all across the board.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, we sat there and talked about it. We were already like, well, what are they looking for? They were getting closer and closer and closer and closer, and finally, they close out a round. Finally get themselves around. And I mean, that's exactly what they needed. Looking at the way the game's panning out thus far, it's almost getting to that tie stage. But I mean, Misfits, all that experience they found, it's kind of going ahead and giving them that head start. Obviously, there's always a little bit of picks and nicks right there where you can say, all right, well, we got ourselves a pretty good lead. This is where things start to really pick up because we see the Academy saying, all right, we're starting to feel out what you are doing. We obviously see you're looking for map control. We're trying to see what exactly the map is looking like and where y'all like to play in these areas. Well, I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, I was ready for it because you can go ahead and find 3 of those players of the Sheriff. There's the Cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board. I'm grateful to see those picks come up. But very quickly, you can see the firepower from the opposition of Chapter 4 just quickly wipes up shot shop. In a matter of 30 seconds, we've dropped 6 bodies between 2 teams, right back to a 2v2, and we're going to that same old usual Misfits push on to B, where they've not only planted on odd occasions, pushed to A, but now with this plan towards that B site, how are they going to play at 13 HP? Vernina getting jiggled by Yukeen, and that is a mega problem now. It's down to Fluorescent. Do we get the 1 tap? We do. Do we get a follow-up? Potentially, but look at the gun recovery now as well, Mick. This is going to be a big 1v1 here.
Yeah, it most definitely will. I mean, already the pickup to come through there from Fluorescent, looking to wrap things around, even then not even faking it out. Knowing that Spike is a huge influence right now. That is the impact, and honestly, that's the impact kill for the round as well, especially if it's the last one. You know that Misfits, they now guarantee themselves that even half. That's the checkpoint they were looking for. Totally. That's the way they can go install the game and say, no matter what happens, we see the catch-up happening. We see them looking to go ahead and feeling out what's going on, but we don't care now. I mean, sure, we were going ahead, consider maybe somewhat of a deficit by the end of this half, but now they're saying we're at least guaranteed even, and if we flop things around, if we go to the other side now on this defense where things do become a lot more rocky, we understand why they're not catching up so quick. We have ourselves that cushion now, and to say we have these rounds, we have a chance of retaliation, we're looking like the better fragger, so it doesn't really matter all that much.
Yeah, this is a hinging round, though, Chief. I mean, you look at the overall equation that's posted up here. It's a great position for Misfits Black. They've got tons of rounds, a good amount of economy to back it up, and now for the opposition of Chapter 4, they've dug deep into their wallets and also are relying on a click shift Bladestorm to kind of carry the weight of the team here and get some good opening picks. But Becco here holds a little cheeky garage angle with the 1 and done onto Slays. That is fantastic opening. And again, this is that that locomotive that slowly starts to pick up some motion. And once it does, it makes things just a little bit more tricky for the side of Misfits Black.
Isn't this the second round where Becco found a first pick when it came from the garage?
It is. Yes, sir.
Like, obviously, you have to start reading at some point to say, when is this guy not going to do it? Well, he's not going to. He keeps on getting rewarded for sitting right there. Totally. So why change it if it's broken? So already looking to go ahead and get a C plant to come down as well for the side of Misfits, looking to get that pressure down, knowing it's a 4v5 situation. Even then, click shift with the Bladestorm out, so that's a big problem. How aggressive is that going to come in? Because the rest of the team is flooding in first, and Fluorescent still finds that pick. So, I mean, it's a 4v3 situation. Misfits still in the lead, but honestly, I don't know where that's going.
Jeez, you go back and forth. It is an absolute fiesta here. Quartz with the 3-piece combination. Now Vernina, low HP, just holding the angle, gets swung on by Yukeen. So, kind of to midway through that push, I'm like, wow, this is Misfits. Like, they're showing up again for the amazing clean push. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold on a second. This is going, 180 on its forehead. Chapter 4 did a fantastic job of retaking. And compare that to the, first 3-4 rounds of this matchup and how that retake just went down now. Despite having it only Bladestorm through, which again, still means a lot. But, I can say for a fact that Chapter 4 is definitely lighting up a little bit on the retakes.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, the way they're going ahead and getting themselves on the field is they're just finding that blunt control, honestly. And I think sometimes a little bit of a curveball is what's being thrown out because click shift wasn't the first one on the site in that last round, which I'm not going to really agree with. But knowing you had the split to come through, you had the garage and you had the CT place, they sit there and made the most of what was given to them. They wanted to add that element of surprise. They wanted to do something a little bit different, and it worked out for them. Well, that's going to be the key to success for them for the rest of these couple rounds, knowing they only need 3 more, especially with how readable Misfits are being, charging right down C-Long, giving all these audibles, and even though the sky heals are coming out, bullet fire's coming down as well to counteract that.
Oh, this is a choice now. Fluorescent goes aggressive, gets the 1, but as Yukeen posted up, gets the trade as well. So Standy's good there for 1 as well. We go right back to a 3 versus 3. Commenting on Becco again, he doesn't necessarily need the operator or the tour de force. Made the opening pick with that rifle of choice, but Chow & Co. getting full control of Garage here now. Going to be a little bit more tricky to maneuver. They do drop some cover there towards Garage entrance from Spawn, but now on the retake here, Yukeen coming on the back end. Spike is planted for long, though, Chief. This is going to be interesting in a 3v2 to hold off.
Yeah, there's going to be some kind of aggression. That's the way you always counter that long setup is you make sure to get aggressive. You try to clear out what you can. Players are right there towards cover because you sit there through the C out, you go ahead, get that damage off, and that would have killed a player anyways. Everybody set up towards long, and you have made no moves towards that just yet. You're praying they swing, and they eventually do. And Chow will sit there and say, well, you want me to do it? I'll find a 3K in the meantime. Close that around, get ourselves a guaranteed advantage when it comes right to the end of this half now. So as things really start to carry along, we see 2 breaches available with the Rolling Thunder. I think, honestly, it should have been popped in that last round. Sit there immediately, whether or not it's going to cover Cubby, it's going to cover towards long. You make sure to get that aggression. Be proactive. Stop being reactive, especially when you're on the spike.
1,000,000% agree with you. And you look at the overall equation, I'm going to go ahead and say Misfits Black getting on that C site, knowing there was no smoke control, and playing that 3-stack long was the best thing they could have done. There's no reason to be all over site, guys. Like, playing the 3-man stack, they have no cover. You're free to swing, jiggle, fake jump, whatever you want to do at that point to burn some time and pull some shots out. So now getting to that 7-3, like you said, we do have the Rolling Thunder versus Rolling Thunder equation at the top of the board here for both of these breaches. So again, a lot can be put out here to stop the pushes, but I like how very quickly we're slowing the tempo down, right? We're taking it right back to ground zero. We've had a lot of aggression on C, a lot of presence towards Garage and such, but now we're just kind of looking for a default and seeing how the adaptation from C4 is going to work out.
Yep, and even then, I mean, already looking at the way you have these two stands on the field, and this is the stage of the game where you have rolling thunder, you have rolling lightning. One comes after the other, so it all comes down to who comes first right now. Who gets the aggression? Well, it's going to be Becco, at least with a headhunter. No ultimates to come out just yet, but even then, none of them ripped out just yet. We still see the 24s come through. Becco doesn't even have to worry about it. Has that headhunter to back off on, and sits there and finds some relative success to back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This has been a big problem. Especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the Chow right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
And it is an absolute mess here, like a bull in a china shop. You're not getting too far on C, Chief, when you got Dyslexic up on a job. That is the second time we've seen that shown up, the previous time in Garage and now towards Long C. And what commenting on that, C4 are not abusing the same angles more than 1-2 times, right? They're looking to diversify. They're changing their placement, their play style, and now it's yet again a rinse and repeat of the previous situation. But Becco, with a well-placed headhunter to the dome ski of Chow, is able to wipe it up. So again, man, slow start, but look at the amount of impact we've had the past couple rounds coming off that timeout. It's almost like the team just kind of had a level grounding come to Jesus moment, for lack of better words, and they said, listen guys, adaptation, good initial picks, and good coordinator retakes is really the solution to get back on these sites, and they've executed so well as we're sitting just 1 round before the swap.
I mean, just looking at the last round, we're almost seeing a team evolve in front of our eyes. We sat there and saw them barely be able to hold on to themselves, almost like infants, just like out in the middle of nowhere. They just can't fend for themselves. And I mean, as the game's kind of continued along, now they're just playing. They found not only their civilization, they also found themselves a leader. They found themselves the hunters, the farmers. Everybody has their role, and they're abiding by it. They're making sure to just operate so successfully right now that even then, Dyslexic, Becco doesn't have to find the first pick in that round. Dyslexic does. It's just the weird twist-ups that's really giving them that advantage on so many different occasions, and they are manipulating that on such a far extent in that last one. Literally almost no money to deal with. Still found themselves 4 players alive towards the rear end, and Becco didn't even have to use the torty force that was expended.
No, and this is now, again, minute 15. You can kind of see just how the tempo has changed, right?
Yeah.
We've had a very rough road for the side of Misfits the past couple rounds, and here's that Rolling Thunder. Leads him right into sight. Nice job there from Standy. Instant click on that trademark. Not even giving it a chance to bloom. Doing a really good job. Yeah, so as we get further and further into the equation now, 3 versus 3 situation, back and forth. Fluorescent is able to wipe up shop, and my goodness me, there's a flurry here as we're making this light work for the side of Misfits, and it's Fluorescent for the 4-piece combination, able to wipe up shop. I just got some info as well, guys. We're currently working on fixing the audio, so if things sound a little bit rough and worse for wear, just know that we're on it here, and we're going to get you guys back to ground zero as soon as possible. So as we go to the second half of the this matchup here, Chief, it's a very notable and respectable situation we've landed in. Like you said, you mentioned infants just kind of lost in the middle of nowhere. Like I kind of felt it, man. Like they're just kind of in the middle of a road in fetal position, just kind of holding on for dear life. And now look at the situation. They're grown. They're grown up. They can stand their own. So really good job, and yeah, great position for the second half.
Even though I'm still a little concerned about the audio thing. Is it? I mean, I know I sound bad anyway, but like it all just comes down to like if it was a game or not. But even then, I can go ahead. I can illustrate as much as possible, at least in terms of the years of what we can provide. But I mean, standing in at least what we got in front of us is sitting at an 8-4 half, a really good stance here for Misfits Black, knowing that last half really went to their favor. But like we said, it was the advantage right off the get-go. It was those early rounds they really started to run away with. Now we see a completely different half. We know that defense is extremely tough here, and we already see that, I mean, the Academy is looking to take notes out. They're not completely doing what we saw in that last half where Misfits went all the way through B, right there through A Connect, and then made themselves at home on A. They still want that control to say, let's go ahead and implement some of that. And they found the first pick out of it as well.
Yeah, this is huge. Now, 5 versus 4 equation. They got that bomb planted. They have tons of control towards Link. They have Grass and Garage under lock here from Becco and Cohen. He's got good ears as well. Here's a lot of activity, and it's going to be in a position with 5 charges on that Headhunter. Chow, though, says, not so quick there, Chief. I'm good for the 1 quartz, and Becco. We don't catch it, but that Grass positioning, that cheeky little push back from the back end of Garage was absolutely massive, and that's going to get them that first round.
Yeah, huge problem there already. I mean, Chow going ahead getting those picks off to start that round and looking at how they're really making the change in the game thus far. They need a lot more. They need a lot more to work with because, I mean, looking at the stance in that round, looking how they had the dominant start, we are expecting that again. Every single time here from the Academy, looking how they sat there and really made the adaptation to that last one. Now they're saying we're on attack.
Yep.
We are playing aggressive. We are finding first picks. We were finding success. And the
kind of areas that we need.
Sure.
And now they can say, let's implement that, but it just incentivizes us that much more because we could just run away with it now.
Yeah, and that type of aggression here. Look at the dominance from ClickShift. I love it. That cloud burst, that tailwind, that push in sight. Becco's right behind him, and it's just a rolling thunder of doom, Chief. So now in a 4v3, we have a low HP chamber to deal with, but again, just how they get themselves on site, that poise, that structure they have getting on these respective areas, really good now. And with that, they also have that round 2 Bulldog in their back pocket for Ukane. It should be a fairly textbook hold here unless we see some funny classic business come out.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely probable, and Slandy has a Sheriff as well, so that's going to make a lot more problems here for the Academy. But, I mean, knowing the rotations that come through, Fluorescent coming on the flank, we see a setup here, and I'm really liking it. I'm liking to see what Misfits are trying to go for and seeing the exchange of them trying to get back on site, but I just don't know how much is really going to work out for them. There's one to start off, so that's good, and
Wait a minute,
there's Slays with another one, so I may be eating my words right now.
Hold on a second, but this is a little bit worse for wear. Fluorescent's got 15 HP, so all is good. They're going to go ahead and hunt for this pick, and the spike is also going to make its way down. ClickShift gets that pick, and that not only helps that Jet build up the economy, gets it even closer and closer to that Bladestorm as well. So we pull it together, Chief. It went a little bit deep, a little bit worse for wear, but you got to appreciate the fact that now we're just sitting at a lovely 2-round deficit. Chapter 4 have really stepped it up, but this is that all-critical gun round here coming out. Let's see what the stud of Misfits got in their back pockets.
Yeah, I mean, and this is one of these rounds where Chapter 4, they're obviously expected to kind of lose this, knowing that Misfits are going to go ahead and buy up right now. They're going to get the rifles to work with. They're really going to go ahead and start running away with this. But, I mean, looking at the stance, we still see somewhat of a weird buy coming out. I mean, we know that, I mean, Chapter 4, they're not really full investing right now. They're not trying to get themselves on the board. They're just trying to hold what they can. But still a frenzy, still a Sheriff to come out. It's still a very unorthodox setup from them, looking to say that we're not fully investing in this, but we at least want to show we're trying. Yep. And that's exactly what they're doing. And I'm a little question about it. It's got a lot of aggression right now because Becco with the start, that's a great way to get yourself an introduction on the site, especially when ClickShift is there to back it up.
I was going to say, with those blinds coming up from that breach, I was like, they're going to for sure swing this garage and get control. But they didn't really capitalize too much on it regardless. So it's a 5v2. ClickShift brings it down for 1. And it's so far, the firepower is actually overpowering that defensive side. Very troublesome for Misfits. They have not been able to connect it. The Guardian goes bing bong, but it's Becco to wipe up shop with the Headhunter in the end. So now, dude, on that gun round, with all due respect, it's an absolute shutout. Just a 1-round deficit now. They have no footing, and look at the timeout not come out from the opposing, and rightfully so. You know, what are they going to change up here, Mick, and what's going to be that driving factor to get Misfits back in that comfort position?
I mean, I'm still just kind of taking a miss by that last. Sat there and was a little confused with what they're doing. They're still buying up. They're obviously still trying to fight this, but when they went around, I don't think they needed to even sit there. I don't think the nice little lady there on the screen says flawless. She should have said thrifty, because that was a lot more impactful to me than the fact that they were all alive. You sit there, you rob all the money, you get all these pickups, and knowing that it's 5 players, you sit there and say that was almost an oh my god round. That's what you should be saying. Because looking at the switch up now, you're in a 1-round deficit, your econ is not looking good, and you're going right to a tie game after this round, most likely. I'd say maybe 98% of the time, that's the kind of chances that we get right here. And going forward, we have to see Misfits make an adaptation, and it's going to have to be a darn good one. They're going to have to not only adapt to say, to different seasons of the month, going from a bear going into hibernation or something like that. You got to go from a bear all the way to some kind of chinchilla. You got to do something crazy different from what you're used to. And Misfits, I mean, looking at the full stance and the full rush RNA, they have somewhat of a chance to make these changes, to say, okay, we can change things up. We could do something crazy here, a little wacky and wavy. But, I mean, the next round, they still have to be using this time. I say they just sit back, use this entire round as an extra timeout, and say, once we come back in the next, we know exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, it's going to be that, just learning phase, right? We're still not in a bad position, Chief. Like, second round being this close, there's plenty of opportunity to get your bearings straight. And what I'm going to go ahead and comment on, we haven't had too much action on A site this entire game.
That's true as well.
Going on over here, like C and B has been
the
focal point.
They hate it.
They do, and it's one of the more, we've had a wrap to A, and that was through B, but it's never been a direct A long short split. And I think people have learned their lesson. Like, opening picks out of long and short is really trouble to deal with. The barriers don't give you that much comfort in early round positions, especially if you got an op sticking your nose out too far. But again, I mean, if I had a tally sheet, C would pretty much be the winner at this point. We're right back on that site. It is planted here for Chapter 4, and they're posted up and looking for both the long and on-site hold opportunity.
I think that's all kind of the same thing, is to consider that they only have chambers in terms of sentinels. That's the biggest thing. That's why we saw Becca looking to go ahead and get all of those trademarks on that C side. We don't see much of that. We see instead Vernina absolutely going off with to find 2 of these kills, make a very good exchange right now, and this is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least woman advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic finds a 4K switches it up, says, let's close out this round. You almost had a chance. You almost. Key word, because guess what? That's ripped right out of your hands. We'll take one more. We'll make it a tie game.
I mean, Chief, at this point, the Sweet Tea's looking pretty good. I don't know where we're at, but again, now coming to an 8-8 on map number 1, y'all, you better be feeling good. This is the 420 launch party up here at Innovation Square, and I think we're delivering the goods, to say the least. Getting into this round number 17.
We're in New York, so it's illegal.
True. But here's where things get interesting, right? You look at the attack side of C4 here. They have so much money, so many guns in their back pocket, and they're going to push Misfits to a buy, and they're going to rely heavily on this massive $4,700 from Fluorescent. So I got to see this come to be a lot of presence early on towards this A site, and that's the change-up. The question is, do they go for it, as rotations have already made their way around? And this might be trouble, because you can see it's a more or less 4-1 split at this point, and they could easily go back, but no, I lied. Rolling Thunder is going right through that site. Jet dashes in, and they close the gaps with the smokes. Beko opens it up for 1, and very quickly, this is exactly what you want from C4. Getting on that side, Beko on the rotate gets Vernina, and that is huge in a 4v2, and we're just wiping up shop here, Chief.
Yeah, they are, but I mean, they have a chance. We see Slay's there able to grab one, Fluorescent with another, but it's now sitting at a 1v1. So Slay's going to look to go ahead. Now pop, not the Rolling Thunder, the Rolling Lightning. The exchange there. We sit there, see one for the other, and you go ahead. You have to find the aggression. You have to find the kill, but you can't. Doesn't even matter. Says stud. The timing is perfect right there. Let me go ahead and pick that up. Pick up another round here for my team, and now C4 takes the lead. So as the game's kind of prolonged there, I really thought that Misfits had a shot there. I thought that was their round, because we already saw that first frag come out into their favor. We saw that even then C4 didn't follow immediately behind the Rolling Thunder. That's why it takes place in grits as a 1-1-1-1-1 instead of just one big stunt at the same time, because they know that the team needs to follow up on it. It's like a wave.
Absolutely.
But we didn't see them push that. We wanted them to say, all right, there's a conclusion. Let's play for the last one. All right, now let's go. It's like, excuse me, but I mean, they weren't even punished for that. Misfits found no real setup. We even saw the player sitting back towards CT and no real quick swing, but even then, a very quick swing here to go and start off this round. A very Fluorescent there. That's what you need, Johnny.
Yeah, that's a pick and a half there, Chief. So 1 with that Sheriff is good. Click Shift very fast to respond. Says, listen, not without a 1-for-1 tit for tat type of thing here. Bit of a flashpoint here from Slays. A follow up there. They're pinned in the back of sight. Smokes are going to hopefully help protect them. But with a lot of presence towards this A, towards long and short, a collapse is very viable with that breach support, as they rightfully have. Posting up here, poking around. Yukine comes around from long, massive. Beko with a follow-up, and look how, almost skillfully. It's an art how well they collapse on site, and they're just picking off the defense one-on-one, mono-y-mono. And that's a good and a bad thing if you're, depending on what side of the ship you're on, Chief. And now we're in a 3v1, Spike planted on site. This is a Vernina in a very tough situation, has also invested that tour de force.
And Vernina was very, very slow to get on this site. That's the biggest thing I want to note. I mean, she's been an outstanding player so far. I mean, I've had a lot of expectations out of her, and she's lived up to almost all of them. But the speed right now is really lackluster. You already see it there. You know the chamber came through, but not enough to really find those kills. And that's because, I mean, she took almost one of the longest routes, but still not fast enough. We saw a lot of creeping through the middle of the map. And honestly, the rest of your team, those guys, they said, we're taking attendance. Everybody's here, all 5. Where else are they going to go? We need you here. And she said, I got my 24s. Use it to kill them. Stop trying to save it. It's not a museum piece. It's not going up on display anywhere. We need it on site to actually have that impact. And it just wasn't there. Found one kill, ripped one gun out, but it's not around, and that's not guns your teammates can pick up. Because looking at how many players came through A long, that was the best lineup they could have found easily, and it just didn't come through.
Yeah, and like Vernina, I would love to see a little bit more aggressive. Just get to those uncomfortable places. Use that rendezvous. Snap your finger. Like, okay, Vernina, that's the pick you. That's the kind of presence.
There you go. She hears us.
Yeah, it's the prayers have been definitely heard, and there was no rendezvous. But again, that type of initial pick means a lot. It's worth its value in gold, Chief. And now you can see they're gonna find a little bit more of a better pace to themselves. They're just now they're chilling, right? The volume's turned down to 2, right? You're just having a sip of your favorite sweet tea. You're hanging out. And now you can just kind of let that attacker side fall into your arms and make the right rotation. So let's see what they can do with 4. The Seekers go out from the attacker side. Dyslexic going to send out some of those smokes to cover off this site.
This is huge.
I think this is all a fake, Chief. They're just trying to waste some utility here.
They most definitely are. But I mean, already you sat there and scare them about. You know the exchange is coming out. Problem is, Misfits had over-rotated. They didn't only go, you know what? I'll shut up. Fluorescent, do your thing out. Go ahead, go off, find all the kills of the game that you need, because she only had that pressure because of what Vernita did earlier. Found that kill towards A. Everybody backed up towards spawn, said, I do not want to pick anything because where the heck is Chamber going to be? Fluorescent moves up, finds 2. Chow backs it up. This is Misfits round in the making, and even then a flawless one at that.
Look at the energy and confidence you get off of
Look
an
at
opening
that. Oh
pick.
my God, that cross too.
Like,
It's everything.
You're not getting out of here, Click Shift. No chance, Chief. 33 HP. You're locked and completely packed away in that cellar. So with that, Misfits, that opening pick worth its value in gold. And I want to see that again here. We're just at a one-round deficit. The overall economy itself is looking very good. It's much healthier than it has been in this matchup so far. I'm expecting great things here so far. And we're at a fantastic turning point, I believe, where we found equilibrium between these two teams and the kind of mojo and energy they're putting out to each other. So Misfits here, critical round to equalize. Let's see what they can make of this one.
And I think it all starts to where not they can give themselves mid control because they know that now each side of the field. We've saw Vernita go ahead and grab all those picks towards A main now, and we know the scares are coming out, and we know that Chambers can be setting up there towards C long that we've seen C4 push up that site so many times. It all comes down to mid control. This is the one spot that we haven't seen too much impact on yet, and now we're seeing whether or not in the final rounds where one team hits double digits, one team is trying to close out, make the exchange, and get back into the game. This is where it all happens, and already Vernita with the kill, and then Becca with another exchange there towards Garage. Everybody's looking to push, but Chow can't even have an answer or a shot because she's so blinded by the light.
What an absolute mess at Garage, and that's the difference. I mean, when have we sent 3 people to Garage? Let's be quite honest with you. Never. No, and
I'd say 2.
No, but like, and that kind of play style is troublesome. You just have your one guy chilling in Garage, and look at it now. Dyslexic gets up, slays. It's down to Vernita again now. No opening pick, gets the one on to Dyslexic. We have the Headhunter primed. The Guiding Light pop flashes here, pushes Vernita away. Very troublesome situation, man. At the end of the day, best case scenario here, take that op away, pack it away in the cellar, and pull it out next round. I do not want to see that $4,700 investment go down the drain.
Yeah, and it's going to be 11-9, not the biggest deal in the world. It's a 2-round deficit. You know exactly what's going to be provided to you. And you say, I mean, we get 2 to catch up, and they get 2 to close things out. Worst case scenario, we get ourselves to a 12-12 and go into overtime at that point. And Misfits attack looked very, very good. But I mean, their defense, I mentioned it earlier, they were probably going to end up really going ahead and biting the bullet on the second half. And you can see them doing that. You see the chase come through. Vernita can't keep just running, can't go ahead and hold out for herself, and goes ahead and hands off that operator. And because, I mean, C4, they know what's at stake right now. They know the operator was going to be the biggest switch up in this next round, and it's going to extremely choke them up because they're not going to find another one in this game. Unless Fluorescent is feeling almost like, Robin Hood, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor and going ahead and managing one of those operators for Vernita's hands. But, I mean, after we saw that, I wouldn't even blame her own team to sit there and say, you probably don't need this. We need you in fights. We need you to be aggressive. And with an operator, we're getting first picks here and there, but we're not able to find the impact frags to really follow off of that.
No, and this is huge. You look at the overall impact from the 2 top leaderboards on there.
There it is,
Dyslexic and Becco. Fluorescent, though, is woken up. Yeah, for sure. Massive. Now the Bladestorm is available. They're trying to get away from some of this breach utility, and Slandy making the best effort, but a little bit short as Becco cleans up shop. So very quickly, with a minute 20 plus in the round, we're already down to a 3v3. So thinning it out, and the problem here is now they've lost Dyslexic, so I think a C plant would be a little bit troublesome. You don't have much smoke cover. You could play it differently in the sense of holding it from sight, but again, Vernita, though, mixing it up at mid, up close and personal, making it look easy, and very quickly back and forth, one-on-one. And every inch that the side of C4 takes, Misfits just pulls away at it and gets that map control, which is, again, working super well for them.
And this is one of those rounds right there where we see the Lurk actually able to go ahead and manage some kind of an impact right here. Chow gets the read onto a player, knows that Yukeen's on site, and problem is it's right there towards the edge. And at least if the screen matches up for our side, Yukeen can barely see what's going on and doesn't have enough to check there towards A short. You're going ahead and you're too busy checking spawn. So there's the round for Misfits. They go ahead and make it 10-11. They're going ahead and making it that much closer, especially if they're very, very, very rocky round that they have themselves on right now. But, I mean, they win it, and that's all it comes down to. You make the exchange, you rob some of these guns out, and usually that'll have its impact. But when you look at the likes of C4 and you say, okay, we got a Bladestorm, who cares? We have money. We've had ourselves one of a win streak before this. Who cares? Like, this is the point where Misfits, they've gone ahead. They checked off a lot of the boxes. They said, okay, we're feeling comfortable now. We're finding kills now. We're going ahead. We're working as a squad. We're figuring out how these exchanges and how each road check, or at least each checkpoint can go ahead and get ourselves to the end of a round that's looking good, or at least good enough for us. Problem is, do they have enough gas to get through all those checkpoints? So they have a system that's really laid out because, honestly, you have no room for error now. This is 2 rounds here, 1 round differential, and the 24th comes out for the side of Misfits, and this could be a huge thing, especially considering Vernina has an actual gun to back it up.
Yeah, and look at the overall tempo here. You can see Misfits have said, you know what, y'all want C, take it. I don't want to deal with this, right?
Yeah.
5v5, we're not in a position to hold this off. We're going to give it up. Now, the question is, how do they retake here, right? There is so much utility available. Becco gets a great opening pick, and from there, the cascading effect picks up the rendezvous, and that should be available in about 15 odd seconds or so. Paranoia goes out deep. It's going to push Slays really far back, and you can see they are having a very difficult time to get on site. This is a choice, though. They've chosen to play long as 5. Oh, that's why. They got the Rolling Thunder. Becco comes in, and now they're just completely stuck up. But still, there is one smoke offering some cover. We got to get that half diffuse here right about now, but they're just going to spam it through. Yukine, Quartz, up close and personal. It Slays stuck in a very unfortunate position, and that fight falls as now we are off to match point. C4 just an inch away from victory.
Yeah, looking to go ahead and close things out. Obviously, C4, they've had themselves a really rocky map 1. I mean, this is the first round we are dealing with, but this almost feels like a grand finals matchup. Teams love Haven. They can go ahead, bring all the curveballs out and say, look, we got 3 sites to deal with. We can also have them all connected, and if we go ahead and grab control B, we can manage whatever we want here. And looking at the score line, you would expect this to be like a semifinals matchup. Also here in Misfits Black Lane, you're like, all right, this is a grand finals matchup. No, this is round 1, and this is what we're already dealing with. And even then, the Bladestorm to come out, everything is now onto the table for Misfits because they know it is all on the line. One more round mess up, and they go ahead and see themselves out of the tournament on round 1. And Slays can go ahead and make a very good introduction, at least with that kill on the Bulldog. Vernina has a gun to back up, knowing she only used the Tour de Force in that last one. You can make exchanges here. It all comes down to whether you can pick up that gun, make the most of it, let your teammates play off of it.
Yeah, this is big. So if they choose to re-hit on that B site, Vernina has not yet been spotted. And that's going to be an interesting factor to consider. Going to post up, has the rendezvous, not looking to make any moves so far, but you can see very quickly we're down to just 4 members on that attack of C4. They're looking for an opening here, Chief. They want to see if they can get some map control on one of these sites. Someone's sticking their gun out a little bit too far.
No way.
But, yeah, oh my God, they're about to re-hit it. This is critical for Vernina here to get a pick or two before rendezvousing out. If that doesn't happen, we're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding Light, Pop Flash. They don't swing off of the... Oh, and they clear it, Chief. They clear that. But wait a minute, Standy on the back of the site gets 2, and that's very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
Slandy right there. I mean, those are the picks that you want out of her. We sat there and saw it on round 1. This may be the conclusion here. We see it possibly what could be the last round, especially. And this is a much more impactful point because you have nothing to back up off of it, especially if you see yourself losing this. But sitting at a 4-2 standing, knowing that Misfits are picking up these guns as well, they're going to fall through with this. You see the hit coming on to C, and this is a much easier site to get onto for the sides of Misfits from B. They have Garage. They can split up. They can do whatever they want to, but instead, Becco can find one there, make it now 1-2v3, but then you see exchange to come out. Chow to obviously be the one at the hands of that, but Dyslexic had to go ahead and invest so much just to get here. Had to literally use all the util in the world. Knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swing on this man 1 by 1 or you will go home.
Nah, you're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic had a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well, and is making...
Okay, Slays. Okay, thank God.
My goodness, my heart sank there for a moment, but wow, we hold on. You said it, man. You want to pick a fight with Dyslexic, be ready to take a whooping. You're not getting away without a little bit of a poke here and there, Chief. And look how much he pulled off. The round didn't go in their favor. Okay, but to drop that many bodies before disappearing, impactful. We're going off now to that opportunity to equalize or that opportunity to win. So this is as good as she gets on map number 1. Let's see what they got. And it's a problem. Chow's going to have to dig a little bit deeper into the wallet as well. Some 3,300 odd and change gets Spectre. A very interesting buy situation here for Misfits. They're a little bit worse for wear when it comes to economy.
I mean, honestly, Chow, she could take a little bit of a note at Dyslexic's book and buy that judge on a close angle and say, I'm
I like that gun,
I can play around the Dyslexic as need be. But, I mean, as you mentioned earlier, I sat there and said, do not swing this man one-on-one. Misfits said, what should we do? Swing this man one-on-one. And you got punished for it. So now you got to sit there and learn your lesson very fast because Dyslexic it's already back on site, managed that 1 kill. Slandy's alive and well, barely, but is
barely Chief.
Hellfire at the same time.
I mean, oh my God. And barely is an understatement. Getting spammed through every possible spammable box. And now Vernina's coming around 30 HP, does have that judge of choice in hand, but my friend, the unfortunate situation is look how deep in sight these attackers are playing. C4 is ready. Quartz, click shift. We're on track here. That train is about to hit that dead end stop here. If Chow can't make it happen, gets Paranoia back, and again, that light by Spectre just makes it that much harder to 1v5, let alone the numbers to deal with. So let's see what we can get. But given the current vibe and situation, Becco makes it look light, and that is the first map going to the side of C4. They are the initial round 1 winners. What a game, though, Chief. Like, let's talk about this. Let's break it down, right?
Of course.
Take me through that first half and then where things went in the second and you know, the overall situation that got us here.
I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. We sat there and saw Misfits. They were filling themselves out. We know attacking is favor when it comes right to Haven, and Misfits took advantage of that. They found themselves a very good start. I mean, 4-1, you're saying, okay, well, we expect, you know, maybe a 3-2 split or at least a lot of guns ripped out. I mean, that 5th round, they didn't really have too many guns ripped out in the meantime. They sat there and were looking pretty comfortable, and it took a very long time for C4 to really catch things up. We saw an 8-4 half, typically 9-3, and anything between that, you're saying, all right, this game's doable. Anything outside that, you're like, oh, a little bit. But, I mean, looking how things have stood out and how C4 really bounced back. We saw them take that same advantage, but almost have it be a snowball effect rather than having itself somewhat of a stopping point.
Right.
And Misfits, they just couldn't really catch up. They couldn't go ahead, bounce back. They couldn't make these adaptations. And what we sat there and saw was every single time they had a template. They had an idea of what they wanted to do. Problem is that template wasn't on the same piece. They had themselves like almost like cookie cutters where it's all on the same
puzzle
different
pieces.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, looking at what they did, it took them, I want to say 6 rounds to really finally get together and say, okay, well, now we're starting to merge this another 2 rounds and say, okay, now things are really starting to connect. And then that last round, C4's like, you have taken so long to get this actually set in stone that we know exactly what you're trying to do.
It's telegraphed, man.
Yeah,
we're just going to do what we want to do. They took full site control, and the overall C4 equation, I think, is they just really found a good rhythm on that attack side. They were able to execute clean opening picks. They caught off some members off guard here and there, which gave them that site positioning. And in some cases, dare I say, Misfits kind of played a little bit too strong on their sites. They didn't necessarily fall and play that C4 retake type tactic as well, especially towards that C and B. So all across the board, we wrap up that map number 1, and we're going to go ahead and say a big congratulations to the side of C4. What a first opening here, 420 grand opening here in the lounge as well. I want to go ahead one more time real quickly here, touch on a couple key critical things coming up here for Great Lakes Gaming. First of all, the Val and Chill. It's been on hold. I know y'all are yearning for that Saturday fun. Be patient. It's coming. Back in May, Val and Chill is going to start back up. That's your Saturday event to keep you guys busy. Of course, we have the POV Pit of Valor Invitational taking place on April the 30th. That's a $150 prize pot. And the best part of it is, and I have to say, big shout out to MSI for keeping it real. We have these amazing MSI GK50 keyboards. First place, all team members, all 5 of you are going to get one of these keyboards here as your prize as well. So that's huge. And that's on top of the prize pot that we have. So amazing. With that here, Mick, let's send it off to a very quick break. Wait, no, I'm sorry.
Didn't we had a bet because we both, like this, I thought we were going to do it where we were going to alternate and we were going to throw each other on the train tracks. But we both sat there and guessed that wrong. I mean, we were expecting Misfits. We're like, okay, they're going to go ahead and hold this thing out. And now we're not only, you know, eating our words, we're also, you know, taking a toast to it as well. So
cheers
for the launch party, we were wrong. It is what it is, but we'll be back for the next. We'll catch you after a short break.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal, to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang. with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Seeing city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words, they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud.
needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but probably fair to say that idea. Blinded once again, but continuing.
Guiding light pop flash. They don't swing off of the. Oh, and they clear it, Chief. They clear it. Wait a minute, standing gets two, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
Spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here. Jason can find one. He's going to be stitched on and killed as well.
Hard to look at make an exchange with this trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into dyslexic. This has been a big especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This one is one down.
Takes out Birdie, unable to connect the shot on the Rick. Dane taking the frag, and that's a double.
Coming up the middle, Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve.
Would be nice. Anything more would be a bonus. And Birdie takes that frag.
All the util in the world. Knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swim this man one by one or you will go home.
You're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And is making...
Okay, slay. Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shadow's ready for it because can go ahead and find three of those players of the Sheriff. There's the Cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Stanford India absolutely going off on the find two of these kills, make a very good exchange right now, and this is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. See this guiding light, everything from this coming through, and this guy looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light pop flash. They don't swing off of the. Oh, and they clear it, Chief. They clear it. Wait a minute, standing on the gets two, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here. Continues to find one. He's going to be stitched on and killed as well.
Back up as well, so already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into dyslexic.
Here we go.
This is a big especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is one down. Easy as that.
But Kate swings, takes out Birdie, unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Dane taking the frag, and that's a double.
Coming up the middle, Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste you.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that frag.
All the util in the world. Knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swim this man one by one or you will go home.
You're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And is making...
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shadow's ready for it because can go ahead and find three of those players of the Sheriff. There's the Cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Stanford India absolutely going off on the find two of these kills, make a very good exchange right now, and this is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Pit of Valor. We are now moving on to round two after a little bit of a weird game. We had no audio, but a lot of action to back it up, at least to compensate for that. I mean, all that's now fixed, but I mean, that last matchup, C4 Academy, Misfits Black, and we sat there and saw an 11-3 matchup just for map 1, and that which thankfully was on Haven, which has gotten a lot better as time has come along. But now we're moving on to the secondary matchup. We got ourselves the likes of Humber College.
Yes,
we got ourselves Conquest Esports.
Yes,
we're moving
sir.
on to Split.
Yes.
Much better map, at least in my opinion, and looking at how things are really gone ahead and put on the sense of attack and defense. A little bit of switch up from what we were just used to. But, I mean, everything being said and done and kind of moving on to that, these two teams, I mean, Humber, I've seen them in the collegiate scene in Call of Duty, not really in Valorant. And then, I mean, Conquest, haven't really seen too much of them. But I'm curious to know what exactly you got to expect coming into this and what exactly, you know, in terms of setting up this entire map, what we could possibly see and what we're really diving into.
Yeah, as we get into good old-fashioned agent selection here, just talking about the overall equation. First of all, the first X factor is the fact that we're in Split. So let's just go ahead and back up the pedal a little bit here, Chief. So going on to Split for map number 2A here in the GLG land. Not a hot map that's played too often, and it's great to see that we're going to that. But you said yourself, man, on that attacker side, things can get a little bit ugly now and again. You find yourself in a very uncomfortable position if you can't make your precedence known and find some, I don't want to say loopholes, but opportunities to get on these sites. Realistically, coming out 5-man through Garage, yeah, okay, cool, that's one-dimensional. Mid-control remains to be super critical on Split. You need to get that mid-control, whether it means going down ropes, getting into mail to split your energy towards one of the two sites. So as we get some of those selections of the agent picks coming out here for the attacker side, looking good for Humber. They're hovering some of those, that questionable Yoru. I don't know if that's going to come now. Dunno's going to go on that Viper, and be careful here. That Viper on that defensive side can be troubling. I really want to see it. I've seen very few Vipers come out on the defensive side, but when they do work their way out, they are so strong, but it looks like we're selecting the final little bit of the bits and bobs. I'm waiting to see what they want to run. Dunno on that Phoenix, potentially. The opposing end is basically solidified. So great picks across the board here for both these teams.
Yeah. Well, we talked about that bet and all that, and
yeah,
I'm already going to sit there and say I got Conquest on this one.
Okay.
Plain and simple, because I'll go ahead and back up that point, because every single time we see Split when it comes around to VCT, and at least any team at all, you talked about mid-control, the best way to stop a mid-push is a Sage Wall.
Okay.
Humber doesn't have a Sage. It literally has been the one agent that has been the MVP on 80% of the picks when it comes around to Split. And Humber said, we don't need it. If they win this game, I will sit there and finish all the sweet tea in the world. I'll chug gallons of it for all I can. But, I mean, right now, that is a huge letback to them, knowing even then, talking about, I mean, obviously defense is going to be easy, but even then, knowing what a Sage Wall can set up on attack, that makes your job so much more difficult.
And as an attacker, your job is going to be to manage that Sage Wall, you know, quickly, right? If it's getting placed down on mid, breaking it early is going to give you some comfort. But the difference is on a Sage Wall when it's delayed, when it's used later into the round, and you know, there's no one there to necessarily break it down early while it is completely fortifying and strengthening. That is huge, and especially on this pistol round, typically Sage Wall is a little bit more troubling to deal with. So I'm expecting some turbulence for Humber as they get into this round number 1. They're setting up more intently towards this B. Initial mid control is looking pretty darn frosty here, looking for a pick. But at the same time, the defensive end of Conquest is really just looking to kind of hold back. You're not pushing the nose out too far, but here we go off the mail. Sama, paint shells, primed, ready, set. Massive amount of poking done, and that's going to pull up the early heal from Koi.
And then the big thing there is to go ahead and get some of that damage off onto Koi, because that's the one player that can't get healed up. And another reason that you have no Sage and you can't heal Koi. I mean, there's just a lot to stack up. I'm not going to go ahead and talk about that all game because it's going to speak for itself, quite honestly. But already looking to get some aggression back there towards B Heaven, and we can see that, I mean, Humber's really held up by it. I mean, Koi can't really make too much of a push. That's your initiator. Your duelist is still alive and well, but I mean, still really kind of hanging back a little bit, a little hesitant there, and there it is. I don't know where he went because the guy's gone.
No, you got absolutely clapped there, and with this situation now for the defensive side, not only is Split a trouble on attack, to do it with 3 people is just that much more difficult. So Sama here posted up in his comfort position, looking for a follow-up. Guiding Light's going to be the delay factor. They're going for the swing. Sama makes it look easy, and from that, it's Retsamuso with the follow-up onto Fang, and very quickly we get down to Drip in a 1 versus 5 situation. Do we get the flawless from the announcer? There she is. She said it loud and clear. Retsa gets the 2-piece combination, and that's going to take that first round to the side of Conquest. Really good opening picks, really good comfortable position to get us going in round number 1.
Yeah, Drip, and I feel so bad for you, man. To know that your teammate said, okay, we'll go ahead, we'll rush in, we'll switch up the order, you're a controller, and now, I mean, Koi was already low on health, so let's sit there and say, let's push spawn with the spike. you're saying, good God, why are we doing this to me right now? But still, nonetheless, I mean, we didn't really expect him to win that round. Look at the stance of things. But, I mean, I feel like over the course of this matchup, we're going to see a lot more weaknesses really start to get drawn out. We're going to see a lot more, instead of strength being built up, I want to say we're going to see a lot more decay.
Sure.
And then we are going to see a kind of growth overall. And I feel like that's a really bad thing to say, but even then, I'm always completely more than willing to be proven wrong. And honestly, Humber, they had themselves a lot of potential to go ahead and prove me wrong, but it all starts here on this round of whether or not they can really capitalize on the fact that they can rip some of these guns out of these players' hands, make the most of it, and rip some of these guns out to make their round 3 that much more doable.
I love it. Here we go with the counter paranoia posted up from Retsumuso, waiting for the first bit of noise towards this B. They're going to go ahead and shift walk it though. That's going to be good. Do they get the follow-up? No, that's the one. That's the follow-up. Do we get the connection with the Spectre? We do after a bit of a back and forth, and I love the discipline and self-control here from that defensive team. Frostbite's there to back it up. They're going to go ahead and beam these attackers right into garage. Fault line, but Chief, the only thing at fault here is Fang coming up short. Retsa at fault for a 3-piece combination as well. That's round number 2 for the defense, and the bigger weapons do reign supreme for a second flawless in a row.
Yeah, and one thing I'm going to go ahead and make note of here for the side of Humber College, I can just get them this hand. I mean, they're going to hear it eventually. If they can't really stream tonight, but they're going to hear it through the delay. Eventually, my advice, and I'm going to say right now, give your Sentinel, your chamber, that spike.
Yep.
Stop hanging to Koi. You don't need your initiator that far, that deep, that spike to be drowned out. And if things go south like they have for these past 2 rounds, rendezvous, snap your fingers, you are easy to go, and you can make yourself a possible rotation. But already looking to go ahead. We sit there, mentioned the retaliation round. Obviously not going to be a 3-0s, at least what we're hoping, but all things said and done, and some aggression moving up the middle of the map. We got to see what these rifles can do.
Yeah, this is a big round here. The initial poke towards mid is what you want to see from the attackers. Opening that part of the map gives you some sort of comfort, knowing you can kind of shift over to B, shift over to ropes if you want to. There's Cypher Wire set up, though, on drop as well on the opposing end, so the problem is going to be getting through rope is going to be, a little bit more difficult, to say the least, if they trip that wire, and it's going to, foil a lot of their plans. But it looks like one more time, we're yearning toward this mail. Tons of flash are coming up. Mix is able to get the one. Frostbite retaliates, but the Spectre falls slightly short of Koi's Vandal, falling down. Back to a 4 versus 3 situation now in favor of the attacker side of Humber, as they're yet again regrouped, recalibrated, setting up and slowing that tempo down with 50 on the clock, looking more towards this B garage area with some members towards mid.
Yeah, already looking to go ahead and get themselves on with a setup, knowing that first kind of hoorah went in their favor. I kind of like what Humber's got going on for them. Thing is, I mean, they're still playing towards mid. They have a lot of control. They know that players are here towards the B side. They want to sit there and rip these guns out. They have no intention to just guarantee the spike plan. They want to fight, and that may be their biggest downfall, because you can already see Rez able to go ahead and find one of these kills. Find a second one now. This is a player where we sat there and saw definitive advantage at a Humber. They decide to go for the site where they know players are, expecting a bit of a fight. Well, guess what? You sure as heck just got one.
No, you went to the doctor, you got the prescription for the exact ass whooping that you wanted. Pardon my French. Frank,
hey, give it to him.
I'm going to deliver it clean here, Chief. Like, you look at the situation now, 3-0. When are you going to learn your lesson that maybe it's time to do something different, right? Have we seen much A main presence? Not really. Have we seen a bit of a split towards heaven, some control to counteract the ropes rotate? Not really. So getting into this round 4 now, I think this is the time for Humber to go back to the drawing board and kind of stick their nose maybe a little bit more towards this A side, just to get a feel. Look what that side of the map is like. Who's setting up? You do have a Cypher to worry about, but you can see that those tripwires are in a manageable place, kind of predictable in a way too, and they can quite easily collapse if they so choose, meaning that they can get the tripwire out of the way and deal with maybe a cheeky camera placement. So they're spread out though. Some of those players have been hurt as they're looking to work a bit more of a default early on here.
It's just what is it, 2v4 when you sit there and have yourself a rifle event in round 3 where you finally expect to get yourself on the board. This is a super stinger round here for the side of Humber. I mean, you're just really drowning right now in your mistakes, and you're saying, what is going on? And even then, you have yourself a budget, so you know you don't have much to work with, but that's a great shot from Drip. That's a little bit of a light at this end of the tunnel. It's just a speck of it, so you know it's very, very far off, but it's still manageable. So already grabbing that first pick towards A main. You know another player's going to be there to back it up, but which one is it going to be? Well, it's actually a double Sentinel towards that side of the map towards A that we're kind of recognizing already. And honestly, Humber's taking note of that. They sit there, they punish it, they find the necessary kills, and they take control of mid and actually capitalize on it, but they don't check behind it because someone's going to go for a 2K, and all that progress you just found. See ya.
Yep, we just basically hucked that sucker over Niagara Falls. Down she goes, and it's Joey there to get the pick as well. So very quickly, cascading effect gets us right back to a 3 versus 1. Just when things were looking good for Humber, they fell short to Sama's cheeky positioning. So as we're now watching Fang kind of maneuver out of this A area,
30 seconds left
for some control towards Heaven. Sama here posted up in a fantastic place as well. Looking to get the pick, gets the one onto Fang, and with that we wipe up shop, and we're going to continue this rally for the side of Conquest. They're picking up 4 consecutive here in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, already getting themselves a 4-0 lead now, knowing you're going to see the retaliation come through. Once again, these rifle buys that come out for the side of Humber College, this is where you're saying, okay, look, things can go ahead and have a bounce back now. That's where we're going to go ahead and equalize things out. We're going to make things look doable. Problem is, it's not equalizing the game anymore. You sat there and had a legitimate advantage, and you're sitting there saying, okay, well, if you can tough it up right here, things are going to look good for you. But that's a lot to ask for. You have to make sure that all these things line up, all the situations, all the conditions are all set into place. And honestly, it's going to take a lot to get there. But already the default, we see somewhat of a fake from that chamber going towards the A side. But we see no rendezvous there yet to really go ahead and get out and make that exchange quickly. But it seems that it's not even really all that necessary. We can already see that, I mean, they are rushing up. They want this player, and they've gone ahead and invested so much in that all of A is being invested into to clear up mid and B, and Humber's not taken any advantage of this just yet.
Look at the overall aggression coming out of A main for the side of Conquest. Like, they straight up pushed it. Sama has no fear following that Sentinel Cypher further in and looking for opportunity. Nyx, though, goes ahead and gets some more of that control back. And yeah, really good counteraction there to Cobalt's positioning. Frostbite here battling in mid through this cover is just mouse running to his death as he falls to Deno. So very quickly now, the tides have kind of turned initially. The lack of confidence from the attack on that push towards A resulted in that first kill onto Cobalt, and now we get Sama back on the board. So just when things, you know, the tough get going, I don't know the saying here, make it, you know, don't quote me on it, Chief, Sweet Tea. But now Koi gets Sama out of the equation, so we're looking a little bit better here for the side of Humber as they're back in the lead.
Yeah, still 2v4 on the board, though, and Joey already going ahead and know where some of this player's going to be. So that's a very, very quick pick on the drip. But you go ahead, know the rest of the players are swinging out, and there it is, a second one. You know where another one of these players are. You get the double swing, you get the drop, you find the kill there, and you say, all right, we were just in a 2v4 situation. What happened to it?
I'm not bad, Chief.
Child's play.
Yeah.
Go ahead, we can make it a 1v1 now. And honestly, on Conquest, you just wait this out. You know that you only have 4 seconds to work with. You try and play it out. You know the swing's coming through. You win the round. You say 5-0. Child's play. That's an easy win there. You go ahead and continue off of it. You got yourself a huge win streak, and you got guns to work with. Meanwhile, Humber's trying to stay humble with the guns they have.
Chief, I feel like we're back in grade school. I mean, we got a group of guys that are straight up in their senior year of university or whatever college, and we got a group of guys that are in their grade 6 class and learning their alphabets. At this point, with this 5-0 situation all across the board, this is looking immensely good for Conquest. Pulls the timeout from the side of Humber too. This is kind of giving me some of those odd vibes coming off of that Haven. Do we get something different and spicy coming off the timeout potentially? But this is, you and I talked about on the desk, man. Attacker side on this map, it's brutal.
Yeah,
and it's not, it doesn't forgive the weak. And I'm just looking for something different. A great initial opening pick, and maybe that chamber kind of reaching out a little bit further for comfort, and then falling back to safety with a rendezvous. Something's got to change here, man.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to intel. That's usually the biggest thing that you're lacking on Split because of how small, how kind of close quartered it is of a map. You're very, very concerned to go ahead and swing on something because you know a player, you're already within sniffing distance of them. They're going to know when you're going to come out. They know when to go ahead and start pulling that trigger, and bullets are going to meet you before you even can get your eye around that edge. But, I mean, all things considered, we see that, I mean, honestly, Humber isn't even really looking for it. We don't see the Trailblazer coming out. We don't see these guiding lights going ahead off the start of the round because you know it has a 30-second refresh. At least get one off if you have to and let that refresh come out because there's not that big of a trade-off. I mean, you got to consider in this game, I tell people all the time, every time you get a kill, you get about 300 credits as compensation for that. Say if, you know, even if you're buying 2, you win the round off that, you get the bonus to deal with it. You going ahead, getting that kill, it compensates itself. And you're that much closer to a round win.
Absolutely.
Don't be afraid to invest that, and we have not seen too much of it yet.
No, and here with the rendezvous activated from the side of those attackers, the squad of Humber is going to look for an opportunity. This is what I want to see, something different. But Sama has just been playing the same mail hold, and the attackers just walk right into it. They have no shame, you know, falling to the wrath of Sama. And again, the control, the noise has been heard. It's early on in the round, which is fantastic. I mean, I appreciate the fact that now Humber can kind of go back to the drawing board. They're not pulling these moves late into the round where they kind of pigeonhole themselves to a push somewhere because, well, they don't got time on their side. So they're kind of falling back again, looking to re-aggress this mid. This is the right decision. It's I'm not disagreeing with the decision of mid, man. Like, but it's got to be followed with, you know, kills. At the end of the day, that's going to drive the success. Guiding Light goes in as well, and this is the problem. Guiding Light, where's the follow-up? It's non-existent, and they fall away, and they've wasted that utility so early on. 50 on the clock, and yet we have really no control anywhere.
Yep. All right. So when we sat there, we've gone ahead and given Humber hell here for the past 5 rounds, to say the least. But I mean, following through now, looking at these next couple and what we got to dish with, we got to sit there and talk about Conquest. What are they doing good? Obviously, their shots are lining up. They're really manipulating the map. They're going ahead into that control. They're on defense, so that's to be expected out of them. But knowing the calm and steady approach, knowing that they're just sitting in style, they're not really pressured too much, and they're saying, okay, we don't have to make many adaptations. Right there, Sama not even really moving, making the call for Cobalt. Joey, you find those huge picks across the board and find it with an exclamation point on the showstopper. It's more of a round stopper now and a team stopper, to say the least. To know what they're doing, to know that Conquest is literally conquering this map so far, they're making a very adamant point that they want control of this. They've already guaranteed themselves an even half, and I can say for a fact they are not going to stop here.
No, this is that, you know, this is a very tricky map, man. I can't reiterate that enough. They have not found one thing that works. So we're at the halfway line, right? We ran half this marathon, and you got a snake in your back foot. You need to find a solution. What are you going to do to get to that extra half mile and finish the race? At this point, there's no end in sight. They're just getting completely demolished wherever they want to go, and there is no hesitation from this side of Conquest as well when it comes to investing utility. You saw the showstopper come out there. What value did it get them? It got a pick. Okay, was that telegraphed? Potentially, but the overall result of it is still huge. It equates to round wins, and now they're in a favorable position, having done so much damage. Look, low HP, half Sky there. They get Deno off, and that is your entry from the side of Raze. Frostbite gets a nice bit of damage done off there from Nick. Sama again on the paint shell still. That utility from Sama has been so notable, as Retsamusa from the back end, Joey as well with Drip to clean up shop. So it's troublesome at this point because Shop's got 3 more items on the shelves, my friend, and it's going to be a lot to clear out as he's completely pigeonholed. But Drip makes light work of Sama here. Close proximity battle. Crossfire placement is looking good across the board. They swing it, but Retsamuso has the crossfire with the help of that Cypher. Make it look super good with Cobalt.
Yeah, I kind of like that whole thing that you said, talking about pacing and talking about what they got to deal with, because, I mean, this is almost like, think of the likes of Conquest. They're almost like one of those serial killers in the movies. They sit there, they just kind of walk at you. They never run.
Yep.
All you have to do to outrun them is just kind of pace yourself. These guys don't have supernatural powers. They're just players on the field. But what we're seeing in terms of Humber and how they're pacing themselves is they're like those kids that haven't had a gym teacher yet when they tell you to pace yourself. They are full sprinting as far as they can. They're taking a break.
Yep.
And then every single time, being they know they're in a race, they take these breaks more, realizing that they're just draining their stamina. This is messing them up because already a trade like that, you go ahead and invest a showstopper. Your teammates are all in the rear still, and you are all the way back in the spawn, or at least trying for it.
Like, that showstopper should be in sight, man. We should be in heaven with the double satchel clearing up space. And so far now, look at it. The defensive guys are completely posted up. The home teams are here. And you are now at a minute 17 at a turning point of this round where you have 3 people alive, not in a massive amount of entry opportunity. And with Retsamuso and Sama having negative fear when it comes to swinging, Frostbite also pops that resurrection back onto Cobalt. They bring it back to a 3v1. A low HP Fang is just trouble, let alone dealing with 3 people, man. So we're going to go ahead and segue now to 8 consecutive rounds from the side of Conquest. Seems like unlike the last round, the timeout gave us a whole lot of nada, Chief.
Yeah, and that timeout, I mean, you sit there talking about the ankle, and that's kind of the thing I was referring to around. And honestly, I mean, this instead is looking like that wound that you have is because the one break you took, you sat there and used it to recover your stamina. You didn't even sit there and notice the wound that you're really doing and that you have to address it. And honestly, that's the big thing that's killing Humber right now because they are just slowing down. They can't even run at all now. No. They are just getting held up in spawn. They're choking up. They're trying to figure out how to make adjustments across the map. And that's because purely anytime they are giving Conquest too much respect. I think, honestly, I mean, this is round 2. I understand it's not the craziest thing in the world, and it's still fairly early, and you run into difficult opponents at this stage with this being free to play. But, I mean, there's just got to be something. You've got to start to disrespect your opponents. You've got to start double swinging them. Say, it doesn't matter. Even if you know that you can win that final 1v1, don't take it. Make it a 2v1. Make it unfair for them. Win it out, and then get some more control of the map.
The difference is here, disrespecting a one-on-one is one thing, but disrespecting an entire mob of your opponent is a huge, it's a mega problem. And Conquest is a mob. They're absolutely moving as a squad, buddied up, and looking for opportunity at every chance they get. And it feels like you said, that marathon analogy, right? The moment that Humber gets going, they take a break. They back away, and that gives the mob a little bit more chance to kind of advance their chess pieces forward here on this playing field.
They're stomping on them. They're not even catching up.
No.
They are literally mauling them right now.
It's an absolute, steamroller fest across the board. And we see that now the equation here for the defensive side. They're getting picks left, right, and center. Sama has no chill and is clearing up everything. Despite the off angle, how is the attacker or the defensive person swinging first getting the pick onto Fang? Fang has the high ground. and it's Cobalt to clean up shop. So, you know, this is what, the 4th, 5th flawless in a row here for the side of Conquest, sorry. We're running low on rounds here, Chief, and this means trouble when we switch it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep on dancing back to that whole track analogy. We're probably gonna sit there and sell this one for the entire game because I don't know how much of it's really gonna last that longer. That Sama is also that player that even then, not the head of a mob or anything, but he's enjoying himself.
Yes, sir.
I mean, he's not angry. He ain't got pitch voice. He has a giant Bluetooth speaker over his head. He's dancing on your body. He is straight putting dirt on your back, and there's nothing you can do about it while you're coughing up blood. I mean, it is a very difficult situation because he's always the one who's there. Even as a race, he's winning these 50-50, saying, okay, I'm right there towards heaven. They're pushing heaven. Let's go. Yep. I'm right here towards A main or right A ramp. They're pushing up A. Let's go. I'm here. Like, he's so excited to get into combat that this man is literally a sociopath right now, and you just can't stop him.
No, some of that guy that runs the marathon backwards with one leg tied behind his
it's running Mario Kart reverse racing.
He's sliding. He's holding drift the entire way through this track, and you can see now, minute 10 on the clock. This is a little bit different, though. You got the entire side of Humber kind of posted up toward this A, much more grouped up, but they've completely sold their position. Sama is again getting an opening pick, and Chief, we got a minute plus on the clock and no retaliation. At least give me the 1-for-1. Give me something, a tit for tat, but we don't even get that, man. And with this number disadvantage, not even rotating, they have no map control on the other side of this map on B, nor mid. They're not getting away from here, Chief. They're basically stuck at this point.
They most definitely are. I mean, you can already see them held up towards A ramp. They know they have literally no time. It's sitting at 40 seconds. I mean, the best you can do is sit there and exchange them and make a little lap around, but you still got to go basically across the map. You're also dropping to be on that.
Hey, yo.
I mean, Sama, literally.
Hey, yo.
He can't let they blast. I mean, I can't hang up the mic by any means because we got a lot more games to go. This guy, if he,
I'm
you
done.
know what?
I'm done.
No, I'm done.
Sama actually has, I mean, that's an ace.
This guy is cackling right now. He is laughing in the mic. He can lead the team chat, literally 1v5, and he'll say, you know what, I'll make this game look that much more doable.
I am beyond speechless at Sama's impact in this matchup. Whether it's Mail, whether it's controlling Heaven, whether it's getting a counter flank, it's Sama all across the board. And I'm going to go ahead and press that tab key. 17-3.
Whatever that guy's on, I want Sama that.
48 shades of goop, my friend. Amazing here for Sama. Retsumuso is right behind it, 13-1. You go look at the overall. My guy, we have struggles all across the board for the attackers. This defensive team is, at this point, attacking on split.
Yep.
Chill. They're just frag hunting. 10-0, sorry, is now your equation. But like you said, we like to whip out some math here and there. The best you can do is a 10-2, but even that, man, on the half switch, knowing just how impactful Conquest has been on the defensive side is going to make it that much more painful when it's their opportunity to attack.
Yeah, and this is extremely tough. I'm not trying to count Humber out. I'm not trying to say, oh my God, I mean, they're just not really here and just trying to go ahead and really trash them all day. I mean, I feel they're a collegiate team. I've seen them in other leagues, in collegiate leagues. I'm literally all over the college scene. And, I mean, I've seen some very promising aspects come out of that area. But, I mean, looking at what they're doing right now, I feel like they just got in their head way too early. Sure. I mean, obviously, sure, we can get irons against Radiance for all we care in this kind of tournament setting, but we make sure to go ahead and at least cater the matches we select when we're looking at putting things on broadcast for things that are going to be interesting. So we saw some promise in them. This is not a one side of the fair by any means necessary, but they got in their heads so early to say, what are we doing? We lost so much health off that initial paint can that everything following up now is just followed by that same player. He was the capitalization, he was the capital letter at the start of a sentence, and he's going to be the period as well.
Like, Cobalt sticking his head out looking into main, and yet it's Sama who gets a paint shell kill. Like, how is this happening the way that it's happening?
I'm fumbling on words.
I'm at a complete loss here, Chief, now, and this is now back to a 4v2, and it's much of a repeat of the previous one. 15 on the clock. They have no opportunity to leave this. They're pigeonholed in B main, man, and they gotta somehow work through this this bit of a smoke situation here, and given the current lay of the law, that's not gonna happen, man. So we're gonna pass this round off to the side of the Conquest again. Yeah, this is that marathon, and it seems like the baton's not really being passed at this point. We're going to go to a half, which is going to be so troubling for the side of Humber to come back on.
I mean, there's still one round left here in this half, so I mean,
Chief.
Hey, I believe in God.
Do you?
I'm religious.
Is that what it's going to take to get us from out of this situation, though?
I mean, we did say this is a defender-sided match.
Okay.
So, I mean, okay. I mean, and even then, all things considered, think about it. I mean, we also called Humber earlier because problem is that Sage has so much more of an impact. I mean, even if these rounds were close, Frostbite, I mean, usually if Sama gets knocked out, finds that 5th death, usually be like, sweet, they are finally dead.
Yes.
If Frostbite has a resurrection, you're saying, well, what?
Yeah, well,
He's
now what?
back.
Yeah, he's back, baby.
You just ticked him off.
Yeah, you just pissed him off. You give him a second chance at life, and it seems like there's not going to be much of a second chance unless we get at least one round here, Chief, because the next one, guess what? We switch it out. It's going to be the Dubski, the 12-0, followed up to the 13 if we don't get it. So this is the round to kind of keep you in a good, comfortable place, but like we said, oh, here we go, something different, a bit more aggression here with the satchels, but that Retsumusa well placed. Drip gets one onto Selma, but hold on a second. That's a massive pick here on that Duelist. Battling. 6 HP is going to do a lot, and Nyx gets one. Joey, though. Nyx, hello! Tour de Force. Is the bully alive? I think it very well might be here, Chief, as we're back in a great position here for Humber. A bit of a rough road to get to this point, but Frostbite from the back end gets the 1, gets the 2, and at this point, the dominoes have already started tipping, my friend.
I mean, it's a 1v2. Fang is still alive and well, playing as a breach. You go ahead, you wait for util, you make sure to keep whatever you can, but don't get overzealous. But that's
yeah, that's okay. Sweet D. Sweet D. Moving ahead. Second half. 12 to 1 moment here, folks. Lovely. We're moving ahead. 12 to 0 here, advancing further.
Switching sides.
You're a religious man.
Match point.
I am indeed.
Does religion equal 12
I'm
rounds?
a God-fearing man, and I
Are
think
you?
when I get up there, Sama's going to be on his right shoulder. He's going to be the devil on God's shoulder. He is the one who's tempting up there, saying, kill them all. Do it. He is Emperor Palpatine.
Chief, I'm hoping for the best, because that would equate one heck of a round number 2. We had an amazing map 1, and going to split here to see 12 sequential to take us to an overtime would be something unheard of here at 22 floors.
That'd be crazy. Yeah, honestly,
dude, I'm about that life.
Go
I'm here for the long haul. Set me up till 2, 3 in the morning, sweet tea and some Valor, and we're good to go here, Chief.
Yeah.
So let's see what we got. Proceeding into this round number 1, coming into it. Let's see. Oh, man, I'm yearning for something good here on Pistol. I am crossing everything that I can possibly cross in hopes of them getting this round.
I mean, Red's already looking to make a play, going ahead, creating somewhat of alleviated attention towards the middle of the map with that smoke. So, I mean, you're going ahead making a game plan. I already like to see it. We know that Conquest has something laid out. But even then, the smoke comes out right there towards B main, so you're creating somewhat of a halt as well. I mean, everywhere. There are smokes. There's a line drawn on the map. There's not even a Viper in sight, but somehow a line is still being drawn. But,
yes, sir.
I mean, things are slow and steady. We see Conquest trying to make a play. And honestly, I kind of like the passiveness here out of Humber. They're looking to go ahead, get some swing, get some ideologies of what's going on, because knowing that these players, they are respecting the living stew out of them right now. And honestly, Koi already using that first guiding light, waiting for it to come back up, knowing it's still there. If he pops it right now and swings it all the way back to sight, you know they're there, you know they're going to push together, and even then you already have a flash to come out to give you that intel.
Yeah, Joey's going to go ahead with a flashpoint. They're going to go ahead and smoke off that heaven. This is huge. Look at the retaliation. They block off that heaven control. That is one choke point eliminated. Big paint shell. It's going to pigeonhole Koi into elbow here. Guiding light 1, popping, gets him, and that's off to safety, but no aggression looking for 1. Do they get this one? No, it's Retsumusa from above to get Koi out of the equation. 5v4, and this is where the good old Leaning Tower of Pisa starts to fully tip over and fall to its death now. Let's see what they got on the retake.
Man, Gravity must really not be feeling itself today of taking this long to fall. We're getting there. There's some exchanges come down, and I mean, Humber King found themselves a couple, and then Dunno's still alive and well. Doesn't have really much health in the bank, but doesn't really have a teammate or round in the bank either, so we get ourselves to a 13-0 here for this map. A huge map here for Conquest, and I'm sure they're going to enjoy themselves. They have a pretty good break coming up here now, because I mean, I'm sure a lot of teams are going to be duking out, and they're saying, look, we get to enjoy ourselves a nice little bit of time off.
Burger,
what time are we sitting at now? We're sitting at somewhere around 7 o'clock. Yeah, it's dinner time. Let's go out and get a quick bite.
Boys, reach my place. We're going to get some food. No, but this is, again, that 13-0. We talked about it. Split is so difficult to manage, man.
That's fair.
It's a ruthless map. You got to consider the fact that this was a Humber's pick, too. So for Conquest to deliver the what they did with a 13-0, statements. And with map number 3 coming around the bench here, Chief, this time I'm not going to miss it. We predicted this one correctly.
Yeah,
so
we did.
Bravo to you and I for making that much figured out here.
It was the Sage. It was the Sage. It was the Sage.
It was the Sage. It was nothing. listen, folks, it was only the Sage. It wasn't the Raze. No, Sama, no, nothing. Zip.
It was that confidence that the Frostbite brought. The Sama said, if things go south, I
got a heals. I got a hug. I can get some res, whatever. Yeah, but again, the whole team really came together. They were so well synergized. They played both sides well, albeit the one side was kind of short-lived. But yeah, just superb job. Their initial showing on that defensive side spoke volumes, and they delivered the whooping on attack. So again, congratulations to them on this round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, outstanding look here for them. And even then, I mean, going ahead, outstanding work just across the board from all these teams. But, I mean, want to be thankful to them, obviously. Want to be thankful to the viewers and thankful for everything. And more importantly, obviously, before we go to a break, want to be thankful to these sponsors for a little bit. Because, I mean, we have ourselves a lot on the lineup. Even then, I mean, all things considered, we got all kinds of weird stuff. I mean, outstanding stuff at that. I mean, we have one people we didn't mention earlier, Cavs Legion, an NBA 2K team for the Cavaliers. Go ahead and pitching their name here and as well in the ring. I
mean, Chief, we went to the nth degree here. We have, you know, this kind of touches on a critical point here. The GLG Lounge and what it took to get here today has not been achieved without some fantastic supporters. And to have such a diversity of sponsors here bringing this event to you guys live and supporting the launch of the lounge, it speaks volumes. Like you said, Cavs Legion, amazing. The RIT SOIS School of Individualized Studies is what allowed our founder here to bring GLG to what it is today. They offer opportunity and guidance for those that are looking to launch kind of like atypical or off-ball careers. And again, this kind of stuff is what allows individuals and groups like the GLG team and so many other tournament organization events out there to flourish and grow and become what they are today. So the Valorant competitive scene would not be anything without them. And yeah, like you said, mentioned before, HyperX, Flower City Union is also supporting here, and they've got some amazing apparel and swag outside, which might I say looks super good. Those sweaters are beyond mint. Like, incredibly
come here to see it.
Yeah,
just come here and see it.
Y'all are in the area, I'm telling you, come by. Catching a flight now might be a little bit troublesome. Y'all will miss it, but maybe next time. And I want to go ahead and plug one more important thing here. We had 100+ teams sign up here tonight, so that's an amazing showing. And if you guys are part of the latter portion of that, let's say the 62 or 64 plus and above, you're not going to get in unless the team doesn't check in. So the GLG Country Club membership, we have the Instalock version available here for us, Mick. So basically, it's $10 a month. You get 3 months for the price of one, and only one team member needs to hold this membership. And what it gets you is priority entry into our events. It's not just Pit of Valor Wednesdays, it's anything that we host, whether that be Val and Chill, Pit of Valor, and whatever else GLG brings down the line, which I'm not going to spoil anything, but there's some good stuff in the pipeline. So if you guys are on break, you're more than welcome to hop over and hit !GLGCC to check that out. As well, you can follow the bracket, !bracket. And if you guys want to have your day ruined with some really dank memes and everything else in between, our Twitter is a great place to keep up with not only some fun stuff, but the events that we bring to you. So Mick, you and I are going to take a bit of a break, allow our map number 3 to develop, and we're going to come back to you guys momentarily, or hopefully soon, with that third matchup. Don't go too far.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we've partnered with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Okay, thank God. My goodness. I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out to the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shallow's ready for it because you go ahead and find 3 of those players with the sheriff. There's a cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on the fight for these kills, making a very good exchange right now. This is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in there. Stands and dyslexic, finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through. This guy looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off for the they clear it, Chief. They clear it. But wait a minute, Sandy on the back gets 2, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a massive spot for him. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody, though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here because State's going to find one. He's going to be stitched on and killed as well. Back in the well, so already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This big especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
And but Kate swings, takes out Birdie, unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Jade taking the crack, and that's a double. They're coming up the middle. Cor's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Cor's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste huge. Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that frag.
All the util in the world knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not smear this man one by one, or you will go home.
You're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well, and is making.
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out to the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shallow's ready for it because you go ahead and find 3 of those players with a sheriff. There's a cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on the fight 2 of these kills, making a very good exchange right now. This is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in there. Stands and dyslexic, finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through. This guy looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off for the and they clear it, Chief. They clear it. But wait a minute, Standy on the back gets 2, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
A massive spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody, though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here because State's going to find one. He's going to be stitched on and killed as well. Back in the well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This is going to big especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
And McCain swings, takes out Birdie, unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Jade taking the frag, and that's a double. They're coming up the middle. Cor's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Cor's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste huge. Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that frag.
All the util in the world knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not smear this man one by one, or you will go home.
Nah, you're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well, and is making.
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shallow's ready for it because you go ahead and find 3 of those players with a sheriff. There's a cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on the fight 2 of these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. I'm going to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in there. Stands and dyslexic, finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out.
push already coming out from the side of Misfits. And almost like Shallow's ready for it because you can go ahead and find 3 of those players with a share. There's the Cowboy here losing this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Stanford absolutely going off on the punch with these kills, making a very good exchange right now. This is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least woman advantage in their stance, and dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through. This guy looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off of the, and they clear it, Chief. They clear it. Wait a minute, standing on the rest of it. Gets 2, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a massive spot for it. Right there on the end of your wall. Not able to grab anybody, though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here, because Dink's going to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This has been a big especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is 1 tap. Easy as that.
And the Kate swings, shakes out Birdie, unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Jade taking the crack.
Coming up the middle, Corey's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Corey's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, young couple, and waste you.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that fragger.
All the utility in the world knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not spam this man 1 by 1 or you will go home.
Really eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And is making
Slays that, thank God. My goodness. I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already come out to the side of Misfits. And almost like Shallow's ready for it because you go ahead and find 3 of those players with a share. There's the Cowboy here losing this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Stanford absolutely going off on the punch with these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least woman advantage in their stance, and dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through. This guy looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off of the, and they clear it, Chief. They clear that. Wait a minute, standing on the rest of it. Gets 2, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
Right down the end of your wall. Not able to grab anybody, though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a tank here, because Dink's going to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This has been a big especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is 1 tap. Easy as that.
And the Kate swings, takes out Birdie, unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Jade taking the crack. It's at the double.
Coming up the middle, Corey's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Corey's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste huge.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that fragger.
All the utility in the world knows.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are live on desk yet again. This is going now to the 3rd matchup of the evening. We are going to the lovely land of Breeze. It's going to be Potato Aim Gang versus Smitty, Werben, Jagerman, Jensen. And for clarification, we're going to refer to them. I nail those all day, every day, Chief.
I didn't even give it a
I'll
shot.
Cast, don't tase me. I will do it. But no, we're going to call him Smitty for short because I don't want to bore you guys with 48 syllables. Ain't nobody got time for that. So, Breeze, we're going to go off here. It's going to be the Potato Aim Gang going on the defensive side with Smitty on that attack. Chief coming off of a split map with some, I guess, problems, to say the least.
It was a game.
It was a game.
It was a game of Valor,
Yeah.
you know, on 420. It happened.
Jeez. We're going to Breeze now. So the lovely tropical land here. We've had our Breeze bash before here on Pit of Valor, which was an absolute fantastic time. So getting into this one now, hopping into the good old-fashioned agent selection here. We'd like to keep it quick and sharp. To those viewers that have stuck with us from map 1 till now, thank you so much. It is an absolute pleasure, and a big thank you to our sponsors, Librex Fulfillment, Greenlight, CG, Flower City Union, HyperX, RITSOIS, and Cavs Legion, like we talked about in the last one. Let's talk about it, Mick. Take me through this good old agent selection.
Dude, I can't even get into enough when it comes down to Breeze. I love this map. I know what it has to provide, and even then, a lot of teams hate going to it purely because it's so wide open. It's literally, you talk about a canvas. We talk about canvases a lot when it comes around to like it's a Valorant, knowing what you can do with the util, knowing you can paint your own kind of picture. Breeze is the biggest canvas you can get.
Absolutely,
I mean, you can go absolutely ham with this, and it all comes down to intel and how you make the most of it. So both sides obviously going to go for a Sova KO duo. You're going to find as much intel as you can as possible.
Tons.
You're going to go for a Viper pick so you can cut off the biggest sight line as you can. Even though it's only stretched down as just a wall, it's still enough to where you, as that defense or as the attacking, you can still make enough of a sight line to cut off where you can get yourself onto sight or where you can sit there and hold somebody up from getting onto it. So already the chamber pick, knowing you have those snipers. And honestly, the last one's the flex. You can really do whatever you need be, but I mean, it looks like Nato and Equinix is going to go ahead and say, all right, we'll just go for the jet because duelist, why not? We need one eventually. We need one somewhere. Chambers are going to fill those shoes, and Rain is not all that good here. Neon's a pretty good option, I would say, comparative to a lot of other regions. But I mean, a lot of people just really aren't used to her all that much, so I don't blame them.
Hasn't found that comfort yet on these I guess agent selections of the recent days. Soon though, soon we're gonna find the Neon kind of finding.
When Jay gets that nerf, Neon will have her.
We can talk about that on the next map or even at the end of this desk here. That jet change is gonna be a mega problem to deal with. It's gonna give light to a lot more duelists that have kind of been sitting in the background and give them the chance to flourish. And even some agents like that chamber, like we talked about, that can get a little bit greedy on opening picks. Where Jet now doesn't have that comfort. It has to commit the dash, but I don't want to spoil the fun. Let's get into the first round of this third map here. Let's see what these two teams got in the back pockets. Again, a big thank you to our sponsors for supporting us. For those that are following along with exclamation mark bracket, we're just getting started. 3 maps in, 3 more to go, 4 including this one, if you guys can do some quick math on your toes. So let's get into it here and see what Pistol's got in store.
Yeah, already looking to go ahead and get some aggression, looking to play across the map, and obviously it's going to be that chamber playing towards the A side, that much more open area, and let your players who don't have the whole luxury of a headhunter play towards that B section. Look to go ahead, play off these right clicks, look to go ahead and, at least for what it seems right now, push up 2 for 3 of them. Something I'm not used to, but I'm okay with it.
Chief, coming off of a recent game that I played on Breeze, I'm not going to even hold back my problems. Tube is a problem as an attacker. Someone that can abuse Tube can make your life an absolute living doomsday. So we haven't even seen a pick come out yet, and the spike has already been planted on that B site. The Viper wall here is ready to divide off as well. That's the defensive wall posted. Meanwhile, the attacker wall has been kind of set to split mid and get that control. So we'll see how they can deal with this situation here. Toxic screen will inevitably fall after a short amount of time once the available toxins fall. Here we go. Opening picks from Chris. Mooman responds with the headhunter coming on the back end. Cell needs to get the one. Does get it. Not Chris for the follow-up. They managed to ping out that lonesome Mooman in the back of sight, and they bring it down to a quick 4 versus 1, making quick with the retake. I'm going to say that wall was massive. Nato for the one onto Waves, and in a rapid succession. We talked about Waves a couple maps ago, Chief. That was 1 tsunami and a half as they clean up that first round.
Yeah, very, very good retake there for the side, and you go ahead and make sure that they can play off that, making sure to pick up these marshals. And that's another reason I absolutely love this map of Breeze. You can find yourself relativity in literally anything. There's not much aggression on this map. Teams don't like playing up for it because they know there's so much space to cover that we see people literally on full buy round say, Marshall, why not? Just find anything that can go ahead and scope in, give yourself that first shot guaranteed. Even then, I'm a huge Guardian lover and it doesn't get enough attention. It's a huge thing on this map, knowing the first shot accuracy is better than anything else that has a hip fire available to it, besides like the Marshall, obviously, because you can ADS with it, you know it's going to lock onto that crosshair. We can already see Drud looking to play towards A, looking to try and really work things out, but towards the middle, we can see that there's a lot more influence there. 3 players already trying to move up, trying to get an idea, say, is A going to be free enough for us to take, or are we going to sit and make our way to B? And honestly, if you have that jet with the Marshall in hand, B may be a much better option, because Doors is not going to really give you that sightline you want.
Yeah, massive opening there from Drud with that Marshall onto VAR, and that is critical. Potato and Gam have done a great job of getting their name on the board, and Nato is not shy of doing much of the same. That's 2 consecutive for Potato Aim Gang on that kill feed. Clean work now in a 5 versus 2. The attackers kind of spread thin. They have some reasonable mid control, albeit mid control towards the site. That's a different conversation for a different round, it seems, as that big recon dart's going to have some troubles getting pinged out. Equinox and Co. kind of pigeonholed here. 40 seconds plus on the board, and nothing really major committed here. They're going to have to do a lot of work to get on any of these 2 sites.
Yeah, they most definitely will. I mean, already double doors. I sit there, and obviously it's right there towards the middle of the map. You're expecting somewhat of an exchange there. Almost think of like an ascent going on to that B site right there from Pizza or from Bench. I mean, there's a lot to work with, and it's very open. It's an easy door. Problem is, on ascent, you have a height advantage. Here, you're at a height deficit. You are swinging up. You are moving into a site, a very narrow lineup, and right there, Nato's already trying to make the most of that. Gets a couple tags off, gets a good bit of damage. Really knocks down Chamber to about half there. Knowing the rest of the team, you can't really make a move. You got 10 seconds, and make that 6 to even get the spike down.
Yeah, and with the sequential sundown picks there, it's not going to happen. Natsu has no fear of getting movement out of the equation. So a couple of the delayed, or the initial 2 picks, and then the kind of moseying around that middle area is going to pass off the first 2 rounds to the side of Potato Aim Gang. Round number 3, though, is where we hope to deliver something different. A parcel of successes. We're just waiting on waves to buy up. The rest of the team fully equipped with the Vandals of choice. Big round here for the guns for this attacker side of Smitty.
Yeah, and already looking to go ahead and get that retaliation round out the way, and even then we're going to see a lot of Vandal being brought. But the one thing that's kind of surprising me is every single time I see a player whip out a Phantom, I'm expecting a lot of aggression on them to compensate for that, because you have to get that double headshot, and even then that's an ideal situation. That's a perfect world, and we don't really live in a perfect world. So things better line up pretty perfectly there for VAR to go ahead and get the aggression to sight. You can already see him looking to try to play around that Viper wall, trying to find a little bit of a closure there. But VAR looking to play the aggressive gun, not really play the most aggressive on the team, as EQ's able to go ahead and push up, find that first kill on the Drud, and knowing the rest of the team's not going to come up, back up, everybody's right there towards Pipe on inner pyramid, and they can't really find too much success just yet because Moo Man already finding another.
This is the play. I mean, I love the aggressive wall to split up A, but then to decide to go aggressive and go past that wall to get some information, as you can see, Waves, VAR, and Moo Man, just in a rapid succession, are able to get their foot down. So the wall offers protection to get on site, yes, but it is not okay to go and plant knowing the rotates are coming out from switch, from door, from bridge. You don't want to get any, step too far without having map control. And I think in that case, the side of Smitty did a fantastic job of dominating their position and getting a hold of those pyramids before giving it up. So proceeding now to round number 4, the question remains, as they've managed to scrounge together the funds required to buy up the Vandals and Operators of choice. Can they make this money work for them? If they not, it's going to be a bit of a troubling situation for Smitty as they're going to pull ahead.
Yeah, I think right now this is the huge round here for the side of the defenders to make sure to say, okay, look, we got to get ourselves some picks. We got to get some operator kills, more importantly, knowing how big this map and knowing the Marshals had a big impact in it so far. I mean, why not make the upgrade to an operator if that's really warranted? And we can already see Drud looking to find those picks, trying to find that first frag and really trade off of it. The problem is it's not right there in 2. Waves is already making an impact towards that area of the map, trying to find the picks, but Nato is there with an easy exchange. So, I mean, each jet already waking up here on this round so far. It all comes down to whether or not we can see any kind of actual impact here for the attackers and whether or not they can get onto a site, and that's just not the case here. The rotation comes through, B's going to be the hit the site now, and honestly, it all comes down to whether or not we can see Sundown really go ahead and knock some players down.
Yeah, it's going to be massive. We got to see Drud show up, though. That operator has to do something, and the unfortunate situation is way back in Bridge. They're looking at siege on this B site initially. Yeah. 45 on the clock, and they're ready to get out. And like you said, Sundown is very much on here. We got it live. Drud, though, gets one on the rotate, is already here and is posted up at B site. Coming out of main here with that op looking down the crosshairs. Going to be a major issue. Mooman commits, gets in corner, but again, fragment. VAR pushing back to 1. Nice catch onto Sundown. That is a huge opener for the attacker side. Equinox!
There's an even better exchange there. I mean, Equinox obviously sitting there playing towards middle, a little bit of a lurk, a little bit of a lackluster attempt, but I mean, that's because you already had your players pushing up. You have VAR on site, playing that duelist role, making sure that saying, okay, well, our duelists can actually play anywhere else in the map, and even then, knowing that mobility, knowing the aggression they can use it in the other way to get out of trouble if it really comes around to it, knowing Jet with that tailwind. So sitting there saying, making the plays towards the middle of the map, finding the kill, and making sure to at least get the intel on the rear end. It doesn't even matter. You see the round go through, you see a 2-2 on the score line now, and I mean, it's looking pretty good across the board. Knowing what they got, knowing how these teams are playing, I want to say the one thing I am seeing is these starts are being too slow in my opinion, especially for the attacking side. And now that we're getting to an equal game, where both these teams are going to be swapping back and forth, trying to find themselves something. Obviously, the buys aren't the best for, one right now, but you want to make sure that when this game starts to even out, you can really have an ace up your sleeve, and we're just not seeing that yet.
No, not so much. Equinox with the 1 and the 2. My goodness me, Drud is also able to get one on the board quickly to retaliate. That's Marshall. That $1,100 investment is big here. Not Chris coming to the back end for the 1 onto VAR. Waves looking reasonably good as well. 3 versus 2. They get the spike down to the Viper's pit as well to offer some protection on this site. Bit of an orb coverage as well is great, but Drud is on the board getting Equinox. It's not that Waves pick if you want to see this pit on this side equals trouble for the retake.
Yeah, it most definitely does. I mean, already looking to go ahead, make sure to make some kind of an impact in the match, and knowing that it's already going ahead and forcing these defenders to move out. Drud does see that Vandal and says, you know what, this is probably a much better option. I can't use the Tour de Force all day to go ahead and pick and prowl because there is a very, very, very slim likelihood of me hitting a shot, especially if you got Moo-Man right there holding the edge, able to manage a double. It makes very, very quick work of these defenders. So you go ahead, you move it around 6 now, you look for the switch up, and you sit there and say, okay, we have ourselves a Blade Storm and a Tour de Force on the attacking side. I think this warrants that aggression I was mentioning earlier. You had a lot of players drop down that last round, and you have free weapons. I say go ahead and save the money, use that right now, and try and, you know, try something new. Why not?
Absolutely. This is an opportunity to kind of explore early on. It's very troubling when you want to make those, questionable moves later in the matchup where you don't have a lot to work with. But being just a 1-round deficit, I'm with you, Chief. I want to see these guys kind of flex their energy and see what they can work on. So far, it feels like with the Vipers, low-key, A is just the go-to place. The pyramid take is almost signed, sealed, and delivered. But initially, we can see that change up here for the attackers. They're looking more intently towards the mid area. I like how they flex that chamber over to the B side, though, which would offer at least some better looks down the sights. Looking towards connector area at this point. Leaves with a bit of an owl drone as well. Gets a lot of reconnaissance off and pings off too. That's really good value and good info. But again, so much time on the board. The attackers can easily flex their energy if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, already looking to make a little bit of a move towards B. We can already see that trying to go ahead and pan out, but it just seems like there's not enough utility set up for these attackers to say, okay, we can find ourselves this space. We can really create that because even then you see VAR trying to push up through the middle, able to go ahead and get that knife off and no player's close enough to find the angle. So where's that player going to be hiding? Probably right there behind that wall or towards spawn and right there McDonald's. So you make the call, you get the kill, and you expect another one to come out from Equinox. But instead, you get a much better deal here. You get yourself 2. You sit in a 5v1 right now, and I think honestly, yeah, flawless.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact that I mean, dude, I'm so glad we caught Equinox's playstyle on that round. That Cloudburst was able to segregate the one-on-one picks that Jet needed to succeed. Dashing at the site, exposed to connector, exposed to the back of site, equals trouble. You can't watch 2 plays at once. There's no chance. But Equinox played that so well, picked the mono-e-mono battles, and Sharpshooter's way to victory. Now has earned a Blade Storm, has able to take that gun further ahead. And this is a bit of a different change up here from an attacker side. The attackers are not leaving the op role to the duelist, they're letting the duelist gap close with a rifle. And that, I think, is important. Leave the sharpshooting to that chamber to utilize that skill. We're setting up now for that round number 7. Initial setup again, default. And this is a huge change from the first couple 2 maps that we had here, Mick. We have these teams settling back to early defaults and keeping the defense a little bit more honest in the way that they're playing this map.
Yeah, I mean, Smitty's just looking really good, especially on a round like that. They can go ahead, find the aggression, get on the site, and you see that, I mean, their trades are just super meticulous. They're almost dissecting the side of potato. I mean, it's looking good. I mean, that's all you can really break it down to, but also to know that they're not really feeling too forced. They make sure to pop the necessities instead of really going ahead and getting overzealous and over-allocating. Right there, you get the ultimate from the KO, you find the aggression, you know the suppression's free, you're flushing out the site. Even if things do go south, you know they have no utility to back it up. So you sit there, take full control, you sit there and watch as much as you can, and even then towards the back, you had the Viper wall giving you that coverage, but not Chris with a very, very clean shot there towards the back. So that's going to be one gun to be able to pick up, but you got a lot more even there in chat. They were giving credit to each other, saying nice shot, because that's very much what it was, and it can be a huge catalyst for a retake here.
Fighting most of these rounds are relying heavily on shots specifically. It might be the open breathing room that Breeze offers, but look at it. We're not even utilizing substantial utility. We're going back and forth as majority of the picks going over to the side of Potato Aim Gang, but holy cow, like, look at the retaliation.
That's right.
Look at the difference from the defense coming around. They're able to rotate, connect on critical picks, and you know, the early commitment of the utility has been one thing, but then the rounds kind of fall back to just straight up shots. Who can hit the better shot from long range, from close range, and able to gap close? And so far, it's been a back and forth battle with just a 1-round deficit to speak for that.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, Potato Aim, that was almost an unexpected answer. I think none of us could have really seen that coming. I mean, if you're the biggest Potato Aim fan in the world, even then you're breathing on some opium, saying, I mean, I'm expecting it, but I'm not really, and I'm not really thinking it's going to come. So, I mean, it does, though. I mean, the reckoning comes. You already sit there and you know that you're in a one-round deficit, and you're saying, all right, look, going forward, we can find ourselves a really, really good game. No one is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth here. We're keeping it a one-round difference overall, and that's a really good standing. But knowing that Equinox is always finding these opening picks, or Var is, it's even that much more influential when you see that Drud's off the board, because I feel like that operator, that sniper, it's had so much, at least intimidation to make the impact that you want.
I'm with you. Intimidation is one thing, but the 7 and 5 speaks for that. And now you can see Nato on this high ground has updrafted to Comfort. Can't connect, but it's Mooman now, looking for the tour de force, and does tour the force indeed with the one onto Nut. Chris Sundown retaliates onto Var, but that critical sniper is still on the board. Have to be very, very careful in managing the Mooman himself. Equinox and Co have everything on lock, man. Coming out of any of these spots is going to be with nothing but crossfires and shots to the dome. They're going to run that clock down, and rightful decision is to save that weapon for the next round.
I've always wondered why they called it Torty Force. Like, you know, Force in a Valor, it's usually a term used to say, okay, we're spending a lot of money when we shouldn't. But it should be called Torty Save. That's not like a pun. I think that's a legitimate point to be made there to say, like, you're saving your gun, you're opting for your ultimate instead, and it really pays off those dividends. But even then, you're paying a little bit extra money if you're Potato Aim there, because you did lose your last couple of players out of the aggression there towards the end of the round. So already, Smitty able to go ahead and get 5 onto the board. Now a 2-round gap that we're seeing thus far, and that's the biggest that we've seen since the beginning too, where you see the 4. So I think that speaks a lot of volume to see what Potato Aim's doing, that they're finding themselves some great exchanges, some great ways to get back onto site, and some really good ideas to back them up on, but they're not going to be as consistent as Smitty in how they're looking with these shots, and knowing that attack is just that much more one-dimensional, and you can still find a payoff.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see that, I think some of that momentum start to build now. You got a 2-round gap, your money's looking super good. You have some sacrificial rounds in your back pocket here. You can kind of slow it down and look for opportunity elsewhere. So far, that opportunity is towards this A or B site. Sorry, it's Mooman and Equinox. Wow. Holy cow, they clear out a majority of that resistance. They get Nato, they get Sundown. Spike goes down, and then that wall, that defensive wall, is actually offering cover to the attackers as they're able to plant uncontested for the most part. They got the back in front of lock here. Var is good for 2. That wipes up shot on anything that's an elbow, and it's just down to the lonesome leaves lurking up in the nest. And unfortunately for being in the nest, mommy ain't coming home to save you this time, as you're going to get eaten up by the vultures and taken home.
Yeah, and already it was Var in that round. I feel like even then, not really playing too much of a huge role overall to getting onto site. Even then, Var's still having that relativity. Going ahead and saying, look, we're looking good. I can sit there and push off site. We have enough players here to go ahead and make ourselves at home. I'm going to get venture out because I'm looking good. My kills are there, and I know I can win my fights. And even then, if I lose one, I'm going to take some damage in the meantime and with me. Yep. And when they get on the site, it's going to be that much more difficult. And they're going to be scared to even approach, knowing they don't really have any healers on the board. So, I mean, the switch-ups, the exchanges that we're seeing Smitty make, it's really, really good. Everything has a warrant. Everything has a reason behind it, and I like their playstyle a lot.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. They've continued to build that momentum. Now, 3-round gap is fantastic on Breeze. Very, you know, it's a land of opportunity, and it speaks here, right? You can make Breeze work for you. You can make it sing. It's just about how you want to do so. And with this pit now drop down towards A, the fat lady saying, you're not getting on this side anytime soon. They're going to migrate their attention over to that mid and B, rightfully. But again, you have that long range Salad Bread posted up with that operator in hand. This needs to make an impact if it's going to speak volume to this round. Nato battling. This might be trouble. Gets double swung. Tries to get away 15-1, and that is a wipe-up shot. That is massive, not having Nato get on the board, but leaves. Nice Hunters Art Fury there. Seldrod with the one onto waves. And just as quickly as they suffer at mid, they capitalize elsewhere.
See, I wasn't really too worried about Hurricane because Hurricane hasn't had too much of an impact. Var's going ahead, playing that intel role, playing the fragger role to back it up. Lily doing exactly what a KO is supposed to be. But, I mean, seeing Drud not only pick off Var, but also pick off Vado, go ahead, get that coverage off the board. As much as the intel, it all comes down to Equinox. And he's definitely feeling those shoes. Able to go ahead and pick off one on the board, looking for another one, knowing that Seth is right there towards the back. You want to sit there and at least get the spike down in the meantime. And you didn't really buy that time because it hasn't come through. Moonman finally manages it, knows the wall's coming up, and wants to go and find an aggressive peek. And I like this idea. Make sure to choose one side or the other. You have to isolate these players. You can't take these chances anymore. But when you miss a shot instead of just going for the headhunter, it makes it that much more difficult. What was that framing? That was... wow. That was the weirdest headshot I've ever seen in my Valor career, and I've been casting this game for 2 years.
I'm going to go ahead and say Mooman on the board, the way that Mooman got, that shouldn't have happened in the beginning. They should have double swung that.
Yeah.
The fact that he put himself in such a vulnerable position was a mega problem across the board. I was completely shook off of that. And that speaks, like, wow. Equinox low-key got too greedy. I'm not going to sit here and say anything short of that. Peeking 2 towards spawn and trying to pick them off is not the best decision. Yeah. I would have rather Equinox play with his teammate versus dying towards spawn. That could have resulted in a whole different situation. But nonetheless, we digress. 2-round deficit. Question remains, financially, things are looking reasonable. Drud's got the Tour de Force, so both these teams are pretty much on the board in terms of their buys. Mooman is also going to save that 7,700 and go for the counter Tour de Force as well.
Yeah, I mean, already looking to go ahead and get the direction, as you mentioned, the Tour de Force. I mean, it's looking pretty good for both these sides, and it all comes down to who can really keep the impact in the game the longest, because Drud is relying on it.
Yes.
We see, obviously, Mooman doesn't really need it too much, has teammates there to back him up, has guns and all that, but, I mean, it is a cornerstone right now for Potato Aim. It's not really too much of a just luxury, it's a reliance now. 2 completely different R words to really be dishing out, and that's the biggest problem. So, already, 3 other ultimates at the disposal of Smitty.
Wow.
And now, you know, they sit there and don't have to use them. Mooman finds that first little pick onto the board, finds an introduction here into the game, and knows that a player's right there towards 2. You know that a backup is there. You know someone else is playing off that, but they have to leave when Var is introducing himself on the site and says, I'm not even dead yet. Sure, we get Equinox picked off, but I'm still at issue as well.
Hurricane with an amazing shot there through that Viper's pit, and that investment in itself is great. And the problem is it's fallen now, so we got some control and giving it up now. Double Cloudburst fully committed, so no utility here for the retake from the side of Nato. He's got to make these picks happen, Chief. Gonna have to get the one onto Hurricane, get counter swung on. Mega problem. I would have much rather seen those Cloudbursts conserve for something different, and it's a Mooman on the board with that Tour de Force onto Leaves, and we're gonna take that now to 7-4. Last round before the swap here, Chief, and so far Breeze is panning out to be quite a reasonable matchup between these two teams.
8-4, 7-5, those are your 2 options. There's a huge 50-50, at least according to what we've seen thus far. We know the buys are going to be coming out for the side of Potato Aim, at least in some respect. It's looking pretty sketchy, if you ask me. Obviously, Drud looking for that Phantom, obviously investing that Tour de Force in the last round, not really getting too much out of it. But, I mean, not Chris sitting with that Bulldog. I can, honestly, sometimes players do like the Sheriffs a lot more, though. They say that they have Sheriff days. I mean, you can ask any one of them. They say that sometimes Sheriffs will feel better than Phantoms, than Vandals, because of just how crisp it is. You know the shot deviation, you know when the reset is, and it's very apparent compared to other guns where the recoil deviation can just go crazy there for a second. But Equinox is looking to go ahead, find the aggression, saying, okay, you know, it's last round anyways, what do I have to lose? I need to use this Blade Storm right off the get-go, and if I can find an equal kill to start us off, that'd be very good. Even then, if it's a right click, you can play that very fast play style, but even then, it doesn't come out, the shots go through, miss all, and Equinox is down for the count. But seeing a 4v4, excuse me, making it now a 3v3, a lot of kills to come out. The retake still has to be really gone ahead and come to a conclusion.
Yeah, they're choosing to commit this a little bit interesting. You can see kind of like a double Oreo sandwich, to say the least. That defender, attacker sequence. But luckily for us, on that kill feed, it is double attacker back to back. They're going to take that 8-4 and wipe up shot. Amazing half and a great start here onto Breeze as we swap it up. This is opportunistic, man. I mean, 8-4 feels like that default great, starting ground for yourself. You can find a lot of comfort here getting into it. But yeah, I'm most interested in the pistol side now to see what Potato Aim Gang can do.
Crazy enough, I mean, keep in mind, this was the same exact situation. Cheryl's on a different map of what we saw in that first round between Misfits and C4 Academy. I mean, it was an A4 half. We saw them go ahead and win out the majority of that attacking side, and then going over to defense there, kind of fell apart. So, honestly, I don't expect too much of that because, I mean, Drud had, obviously, the biggest impact of his team on that last half, but now Mooman playing that one anchor for a site and being a much better fragger, obviously, now sitting at 15-6, I feel that's going to speak a lot more volume, saying if you put an operator in my hands, it's not going to just be in there for 1 round. I'm going to at least keep it for 3 and make sure they're scared in the meantime.
Nato wheels by this fragment by the skin of his teeth, and look at the value it's going to get him. Gets one onto Waves. I don't think that KO had any idea that was coming. Var now stuck at yellow, gets walked on. Nato, amazing entry picks there. And Chief, we're going to talk about this Jet later, because that kind of stuff is not going to fly after the changes come through. Hurricane makes light work of 1, light work of 2, 3 HP in a dream. Tries to get away, had shock darts, but cannot use that now. It's Chris to clean up shop there. Takes to a 3v2, a low HP chamber on Mooman, equals another kill for Nato for 3 on the board, and a swing out of boxes means Nato cleans up with a 4-piece combination, and that's onto Equinox. Great pistol round and a great showing.
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest thing right here. I mean, obviously we know that Moonman's going to go off as that chamber, but I mean, almost that rivalry, seeing that Jet, know what Neto has to provide, especially on the start of a round like that with the Sheriff saying, look, I'm feeling it. That's really concerning going forward, saying a Jet, it's only round one. You know the Spectre's going to get in their hands and Marshall this time, and they're probably going to find at least feed them those kills from the teammates. Say, look, no, start feeling yourself, buddy. Well, there's going to be a round where you get yourself a rifle. If you go ahead and get 9 kills right now in the first 2 rounds of this half, you're going to take us all the way to the finish line.
Absolutely.
So looking to go ahead and grab that first kill. It's going to be Drud, not Nato this time around, but still, nonetheless, it's still at the I'd say the trade-off of Smitty, because that's now a player down. You're expecting to lose this round, so they're not going to be too beat up about it.
No, not too concerned. They've already committed that defensive wall towards that A site as well. So getting on there, it's heavily aggressive as well. So they're not even going to get past pyramids, to be honest with you, or let alone to the entrance if that chooses to be activated. And they've read the room reasonably well, migrating much of their attention towards elbow, towards this B. There's a lonesome chamber posted up here, but has a rendezvous, as you can see on the map, to quickly snap his fingers out to safety. Moonman sees the wall, maybe get a pick here before jumping away. Oh, that's the KO. That's going to be a problem. He's not getting away from this. Nice usage. That's the way to enter against that chamber, and that's super well done from Chris.
Not Chris, making sure you cannot teleport as it looks so far. I mean, it's a great way to go ahead and grab that second kill here in the round, but you got to follow it up, and that's exactly what Drud does. Can manage one more. It's a 2v5 situation. Equinox is looking to possibly save this round with the Marshall in hand. And honestly, I get it. You invested the money and you're expecting to get some kind of a payoff, but there was absolutely nothing here. Honestly, I feel like as your punishment, you should have to run in there and get rid of that Marshall, because there's going to be a point where you need that rifle. You need to go ahead and play the aggressor anyways. And I mean, play with another bit of Marshall for that next round as well while your teammates are sitting on Sheriffs. You're playing the complete opposite play style to what they need to be doing. I mean, everybody's in role reversal, and it's just not going to help you.
No, and this is, again, so problematic across the board, man. You're in a 2v5. Drug gets the one onto VAR. Best case scenario is they're going to pull away a Marshall, but Equinox 21 HP might get swung on and pinched, and yeah, so I'm okay with that.
Okay,
It's all good. Just, we need the money at this point. We don't want to be living with a Marshall. It's not worth much anything at all, Chief. So, nonetheless, we digress as we always do. 8-6 now, your scoreline, and the overall momentum is looking very much attack-sided here for the side of Potato Aim Gang. Coming into this round as well with a hefty, eco round, to say the least. Spectres in full armor. It's gonna have to be maybe an aggressive push as a group. Otherwise, I think those bigger guns from the defensive side are gonna do a great job at picking off and getting some of these long-range shots down.
Yeah, and already, I mean, a great start here for the side of Potato Aim to really break things back. Saying, okay, we won those 2. Now it's only a 2-round deficit, and now 8-4, 8-6. Meaning, where did the difference go? So looking at these next couple, this is where things really starting to tighten up. I sit there and call it every single time. Those first couple rounds, that the first 4 at least of a half, are going to be those feeler rounds to see where these defaults, where these players are going to start leaning towards, seeing where they have these tendencies that they can't really correct on the fly. And even when they do, it's very unorthodox, and you can make the most of the kind of holes they provide in the meantime. So looking to go ahead and push up the middle of the map is what we're going to see Potato Aim right now, or at least alleviate it towards that B side more so, and try to find that control, knowing that right in the middle of the map, that's where Neto is playing, trying to play that aggressor, trying to get up with that Spectre, trying to find an easy kill towards Heaven, but no player was even there for the longest time. Instead, I mean, it had to take forever for Hurricane to really make the transition from elbow, or from, tunnel, to back up, and that could have been an easy cutoff if he just played a little bit more harder.
This is a bit interesting from Waves. That wall is up towards backside, and that's almost low-key too easy, I think, if it decides to go up. Waves gets the 1 and actually gets traded off quickly. So what does that wall get you, Chief? Nothing at all in the grand scheme of it. And now you're back to a 4v2. No control of that site, no dividing factor to keep the, give you some opportunity to get some footing and maybe get more aggressive towards backside here. VAR, pop flash, big. He is full Ray Charles. I had to whip it out as Hurricane gets the 1 on leaves. Not so, despite being blind, is able to still get a 3-piece off that round, and Grud there to clean up. So, man, what a... Wow, I'm at a loss as to how that round panned out. I'm going to go ahead and just straight up say that wall towards the site, no value.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier. We saw something a lot familiar to this on round 1, and it's looking like we could be repeating history is what it seems. I mean, looking at the way they played that round, Potato Aim, they sat there, set up for it, they won the round, and I mean, when I sit there and look at a retaliation round, or at least some kind of a round after 2 where you're looking to be in that deficit and catch things up, I don't look at the side of the players that are alive for the team that already won those last 2 that had the Spectres and stuff. I'm looking at the side of the team that's expected to win this, saying how many guns are they going to lose in this round. And how many guns, how many players are then alive to go ahead and at least pick that up to make the most of it? Well, when you have a lot of players still standing, barely any money being invested in that last round, Nano absolutely going off right now, it creates a huge problem here for Smitty to say, what are we doing wrong? Well, I'm not quite sure, but let's just go ahead and be in agreement that you got to fix your defense here soon.
Yeah, and part of that's going to have to be how you utilize that wall. Look at the minimap now this time. The wall is actually set in a very opportunistic position. If you want to play a deeper hold, then it's going to be good for the retake. But what good does it do if you get clapped out of the map? And very quickly, you blink twice, Chief, you miss it. I mean, don't look down at your keyboard or mouse anytime soon. 8 to 8, these rounds are flying by as the overall sequence of events is looking super attack-oriented. Potato Aim Gang just cleaning dude. This is where I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen a timeout yet, low-key. I got to see something different from Smitty. They're going to have to come back to the drawing board, like you said, and approach the next round with a bit of diversity, maybe an aggressive pick, maybe some tube control, a flank. Something's got to happen.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, I feel like the one thing that you said was that Viper wall. I mean, when you're playing with the Viper wall on defense, if you're playing for it on site, you're giving yourself a 50-50. That's the best you can get. I mean, if you take full control of the site, your wall has no impact for the retake. You have no way to really go ahead and create that wall for yourself to cut off that vision when trying to get back on the site when you back up. And there's just not a lot to work with, and that's why you had the Poison Cloud as somewhat of a substitute, which you can see put right there towards Arch. But the wall needs to be put up somewhere that can give your teammate that assistance, and it's right now it's on the outside of the map, and it's in a straight line just cutting off that back wall. There is literally no reason for you to be putting that there. And I'm not going to sit there and trash the team because everybody has their reason for something. I highly doubt in a situation like this we're going to see players just throwing walls away. But honestly, put it towards mid. Let your teammates play aggressive off that. Put it right there in the middle while you have that Poison Cloud there to say, if we have to retake, I can throw this up and get that much closer. But there's just nothing coming out. But there is a Hunter's Fury here from Hurricane. Able to go ahead and pick one off Chris, so there's a good start for him. But Nato, that's the problem. Guy's still alive and well and found one.
It gets waved. That's the wall that was committed to backside. Why not block off the entry? Why not use it differently? Like, this is a mega problem for that Viper and how they play that B. And now look, they got the Viper down. That wall that was blocking off the back of sight means nothing. Guess what? The whole gang is posted up. They got their mojitos, their lawn chairs. They're having their favorite bevy and just hanging out here on the post plant. 8 to 8 now. And again, in a 5 versus 3 fashion, I'm going to go ahead and say Potato Aim Gang on this attack have been monstrous. As Mooman gets the one, but on the retake, the back end is locked and sealed as Nato makes Hurricane absolutely vaporize. Drud gets a one-piece combo as well. One-piece combo better than no combo, Chief. We're down to that lonesome. Good old Chamber on the save. Has that up. 4,700 bucks. Proceeds ahead into the next round as he is in a different area code. Trying to run for his dear life in tube and might make it out. A-okay. No, I lied. Sundown wipes up, and that's the money gone as well.
It's one of these situations where I'm going to refer back to the first map that we saw here tonight. Every single time we see a team able to go ahead and catch up, make the most of this attacking side being brought to them, and the team that was started on attack, they just thought that they could rely so much on that lead that it was never really going to bite back at them. And both times now, we are now seeing Potato Aim be in the lead. Both times it has struck back and really created a problem for these people. And honestly, what we saw at Misfits earlier is we saw some adjustments being made. We saw them do things differently. We saw them make sure it was an actual fight till the end. Right now, we are not seeing anything different. The last 4 rounds, we have seen Potato Aim push up to B. The last 4 rounds, we have seen only one player at B every single time. Even if you overinvest, that's okay. You are learning.
Gee, learning is one thing, but I'm going to go ahead and say this Viper wall at B is absolutely busting my chops. Like, 48 shades of what in the world is happening.
I know what you want to say. You are very tempted right there.
Restraining. I'm trying to be a good boy here, but now in this situation, back to a 4v5, it's going to be an interesting, thing to see how Smitty decides to drop this pit. It'll do a decent job. Snakebite committed to get some control. Waves getting a little bit vertical here. Up top, pit. Contemplation, Equinox gets Chris, and that's the pick.
There you go.
That's what you like to see, Chief. Look at the changes. Low-key, was that wall there just as a decoy for the play back side? I have no idea, man, but Valor getting aggressive out of main is able to get Drud, committing the Hunter's Fury. Oh boy, they're gonna catch him. Yeah, with his, down. And yeah, that's the first round that I've seen something different done. They decided to actually not play the back side, the same wall, the same rhyme and reason, but instead they came equipped with picks to bring it home. And after a 5-round flurry of the attacker side of Potato Aim Gang, finally we see Smitty show up to the party.
And even then, looking at how that whole round played out, honestly, I think the one biggest difference we saw was the fact that Waves wasn't on site for that long. He actually realized when you know, crap hit the fan, it was going to scatter all over the place. He didn't want to get dirty. So he said, I'm going to back out and wait for my team.
Yeah, totally.
And I completely respect that. I mean, you're sitting at bottom frag of your team, and I mean, there's no problem in that. Somebody's going to bottom frag, and even then it may be a neutral. Sometimes you may be negative, no matter what it is. I mean, as a controller, it's very difficult to do that. But you have to sit there and respect and say, okay, this isn't working out. And if we lose our utility just from me thinking I can win a fight, I can win a fight, I can win a fight, you have to eventually realize that, no, you can't. You have to back up. You have to give this to your team to work with. And imagine if we had a stopwatch for every single round that Waves was on site trying to do anything, that was the longest time. He just set a record for himself.
100% agree. Like, Viper is one of those agents that needs to be alive to contribute.
Exactly.
Breeze is a long-range map. The dividing factor that wall brings to you, it needs to exist. And that is why we have a Viper on each of these two teams. So we can live without a KO in some cases. We can offer a Sova Dart to, you know, substitute that. We cannot live without a Viper that's able to split a site and offer retake potential and hold with the Poison Orb. So we digress again. Still 50 seconds. Look at the change in pace, though. We're not seeing a flurry of kills early on. Instead, a bit of a poke towards that A. Mooman getting aggressive. Rendezvous down with the 1 and 2. Decides to not cross and goes to safety. Good use of utility. Goes back home and is able to make it on time for dinner. Sees the cloud burst, and that's going to at least signal the flank. I think it's a good indicator, too, that they've decided to make this move towards B. Sundown for the 1. I need Waves to show up here.
Well, he's definitely going to have to. And there it is, already picking out the counterpart, so making sure that Sundown's out of it. And the Viper Pit isn't even a factor anymore, but it all comes down to the 3v2 that's still in her hands. Nada was alive and well, but not really too well. I'll take that prior statement back. But, I mean, already sitting at 46 health, can still manage something going with 10 seconds remaining on the clock. You have to allocate 6 of those for the plant. So it does come down. Equinox can find one. Mooman backing up with the other. That is 2 players alive, as we see. Finally, once again, Smitty backing it up, back-to-back, winning a round here. They are looking promising. They are doing things. They are proactively trying to switch things up to say, we can make this doable. And I like the attitude. They're saying they're not out of it yet. They're saying this is doable. But, I mean, the fact that it took them, let's see, 5 rounds to do that, I mean, it's a little shaky now.
It's shaky, but we get the timeout to come out here as well. I'm going to go ahead and comment on one thing. Nato has been struggling on the post plant. Low-key, I think Nato needs to learn the concept of chilling back a little bit, right? He's been sticking his nose out, looking for aggressive picks. Could they have played angles? Could they have leaned on each other a little bit more? Yes, they could have. That's an adaptation thing. Hopefully coming out of this timeout now for the side of the attackers, for the side of Potato Aim Gang, they're going to walk out of this with a fresher mindset, right? We need Nato to kind of chill back. However, the beauty here is from the attacker side, we have the Bladestorm in the back pocket, a reasonable amount of money as well. So even if this round falls through, op buy is potential, Bladestorm armor is a potential. So they're setting themselves up reasonably to lean on that jet for the future rounds. But again, from the defensive side, it's grateful to see that Smitty has done something early at this point. They've left it at a great 1-round deficit. And
BB.
Absolutely.
They're finally going to switch up and say, all right, now let's go A. And they're going to have to make those adjustments again.
But is this the telegraph? They've committed the wall here now, and it's actually in a full-on dividing, aggressive, manner. So their intentions are most likely going to lean towards its A site. Do we get an early rotate coming out from Smitty? Something to stop this push early on? That is the question that we're going to see now with 1:20 on the clock. Initial advancements in poke is looking good. Mooman has some mid control as well. Has done a reasonable job at holding some footing here. But again, I feel like we're going to get a calms quiet type moment here. We're going to run that clock down. Everyone's going to be silent, and then we're going to get a full explosion on the site once that wall goes up. And the beauty here is we have a good amount of utility. That's BKO going to go ahead and initiate. Nato comes out from the back end, gets Equinox, and here comes a rapid succession of site take here onto Pyramid, battling towards Bridge. But look what the utility, look what the wall offers you. It gets you a free plant. Now, how do they adapt it? They're actually holding site firmly, not wanting to play back.
Yeah, and already, I mean, you see the utility trying to come out. You see these players trying to flush them out. The snake bites, the shock darts. Well, guess what, buddy? It's going to work. That's Smitty with another round in a very influential manner. I mean, keeping 3 of their players alive. Sure, it's not a flawless by any means necessary, but I mean, knowing you get to keep the operator, you don't even have to sit there and hunt it down. Mooman still has it in his arms. Knowing that Var still alive and well. Guy's been pretty quiet here recently, I want to say, but now finally getting a kill, at least 2 on the board there. You're saying, I'm feeling it again. I mean, sure, we fell asleep for a little bit there. Weren't winning that many rounds, but now that I can also contribute to the wins that are coming onto the board, exactly as I did in that first half, we can turn this thing right around.
Yeah, the one thing with Potato Aim Gang, and it's, I think, a trend now. I'm not going to say it was a one-round issue as a whole. When they get on a site, they have no concept of backing away. I'm not going to say no concept, a mild concept.
Yep.
They firm plant themselves on pyramids. They've done the same, story towards A. Nato gets aggressive, looks for a pick, falls to his death. In this case, everyone kind of grouped around the right pyramid, and from there, the retake kind of came through, and the wall didn't work in their advantage. So from an adaptation perspective, there's 2-round deficit here to close up, but something has to change. I'm cool with you taking side. I'm cool with you getting footing, but then fall back, use that wall to your advantage. Equinox gets the one, that dash again back to safety, and that is so strong and so much opportunity on the board now again for Potato Aim Gang.
Yeah, and already it's not just the kill that came onto the board. It's the intel to back it up. Equinox was around the corner. He saw 4 players. That's exactly what he dashed. He said, I don't want a piece of this. I'm not going to right-click. I want to make sure they feed into me one by one by one by one. They're going to have to get on the side eventually, and that's going to be the ideal situation. So I'm going to back up. Hurricane, flush them out a little bit, sit there and throw out those shock darts because you're not going to get the optimal situation. We're not playing attack. You don't need it for post plant. Make sure to be the aggressor in this scenario, and that's exactly what they do. Now we get some of an anime battle. The 2 Jets meeting up there towards the middle, trying to elbow and trying to find a kill, but it comes out for Nato there. The man knows when to fold. He sits there and says, I'm not going to find this kill, back it up. I right-click, pick up the gun, and I still got something to work with. So, looking to move up some more in the map, looking to go ahead and play off what they got. It's a 2v3 situation, and Nato with these knives able to go ahead and look pretty good with it.
Yeah, Mega now. Ooh, just when the knives are looking good, they get shut down by VAR. Sundown is there to get the trade. That's A-okay, but 2v1 scenario. The grateful situation here, Chief, is it's a Viper alive, and that's a lot of utility that can work in your favor. And the icing on the cake, we have not committed any walls yet, and there's the first of it going down. Offers a pick opportunity from the top. Whoa, hello! Good morning, and how are you doing? Waves getting clapped to the dome. Takes it right back to a 1 versus 1. Looking for a bit of information. The wall's going to fall here. Not enough toxins in the back pocket. Mooman looks the wrong way. Does he catch him? No, he whiffs it.
You cannot miss those.
Back to safety. Snake bite. Is it good to actually catch him? I don't think so, Chief. He might be okay. Oh, say Chief. And he sticks it to victory. What a round. Oh, my God. I wish he had just swung it.
That would have been a better option because at least you would have pressured the man to say, I got to get off. When you shoot 2 snake bites, a player always waits. Every single player always waits and says, am I going to be damaged by this? That right there, I'm a little questionable about because, I mean, if you're going to be maining Viper, if you're going to be playing Breeze, especially in angles like that, it's not like a neon stun ball where it can just go off into outer space off a flat wall and you're like, where did this go? Who coded this? It's very, very apparent where it's going to go. And to know that that just kind of didn't drop off, that didn't line up. Leave shots line up, you can find yourself that first frag. But, I mean, everything's going to be perfect from here on out because we see City sitting at 12.
Yeah, this is critical. That opening pick is a complete change of pace. Historically, it's been this consecutive opening opportunity for the side of Smitty. Now we've kind of slowed the pace down a bit. So 3-round gap, ain't nobody crying home just yet, man. We have a lot of opportunity. We do have a KO ultimate, that null command on the board that could easily get them onto site for a retake, completely nullify any kind of hold potential from the attackers. Meanwhile, that wall's getting committed to the A side of the map. Initial looks, though, are looking more towards B. Oh, Chris!
I swear to God, dude!
These guys are at this. I think they're toying with it, man. Look at these shots coming out from these guys towards the tail of this match. They're absolutely delivering the goods. They get the spike plant now. A mere 2 people alive to retake against this stronghold of Potato Aim Gang is going to be an absolute battle.
When you're owning a gun that costs $4,700, that's not a toy. No. That is a very expensive toy.
That's military.
That's like buying your newly turned 16-year-old daughter a Mercedes-Benz or like a G-Truck. I don't know, bro, but you can't do that. That's not something you mess around with. And even then, you don't mess around with this lineup. You don't give these players momentum. You don't give them a chance here in this game.
No.
And when you miss shots like that, you don't sit there and scare any players off. Nope. You sit there and say, okay, well, it's a chamber. He's more of a read chamber right now because that operator is very slow. He's going to have to snap his fingers, get out while we find the kill. We get site control, and it's GG from there on. That's exactly what we saw Potato Aim do.
And now look at the situation that's earned them. They're in such a good place financially. Full buys, full armor, tons of utility, 3 ultimates to boot on the defensive end. They've basically taken every bit of line of credit they can, Chief. Yep. They're buying to the best of their ability. Mooman's got that tour de force, 21 and 12. The amount of impact is huge, but, dude, it's going to be a mission for them. They're going to have to make this round count. Elsewhere, just a 1-round deficit. And if you and I can smell some goodness, it's going to be the OT open. You know what? We didn't make a prediction.
I like that. I like that.
We'll come back to it. Mooman, that's the kind of stuff that you want to see. We talked about it how many times now. Chambers sticking their nose out in places where Chambers shouldn't be, but the beauty is you got a rendezvous which gets you back to safety. Yeah, so
had that line in the sand. They respect it. That's all it comes down to. There's literally, it tells you your side, literally the sides of your eyes are turning golden, saying you are golden. You're good. Keep pushing. Get aggressive as much as you can. When you find that shot, get out. And we haven't seen many players do that. But right there, Moose says, okay, you know what? We got to close out this game. I can't mess around anymore. Let me find the push. Let me play out this torty force, get that initial kill. And even then, I'm still playing around sight. There's no call yet. I don't need to rotate. So that gun is still sitting there waiting with my name on it.
Absolutely. And that pick in itself is amazing. Now look at the amount of effort they're going to have to induce here to retake. They're more than willing to let them get on site. No problem. Equinox, oh my goodness me, I lied on right pillar. Hurricane gets the one as well. Not to trying to find some grounds, but falls down to bar. This could be the end, Chief. Where do we end up here with not Chris? Nice headshot onto Equinox, 57 HP. Getting jumped on, and it is Hurricane with the classical finish. Yeah, now we're just kind of throwing furballs around the table, but all good in the hood here. We digress. We take it back to the good old-fashioned 13-10 to round off this matchup.
Yeah, a good map. I always like Breeze. I always think the teams, they sit there, they're either super force. If they're not used to the map, they get very, 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 I want to say, adjusted. They want to say, okay, we need to sit there and really, really flex our brains as much as possible. But I mean, looking at how that game worked out so far and looking at what they tried to do, even then we saw Smitty with a very, very strong start. And I like what they did. They looked really good, and it took them a long time to finally make those adjustments on the defense, because every single time, obviously, we knew who it was. It was the Viper. They sat there. I'm not going to really go ahead and trash these teammates, but I mean, knowing that it was always playing it slow, backing up, I mean, what's going on here? And then finally you sit there and say, you know what, let's try not dying for a round. What do you know?
What a thought, dude.
And then we turn it around and you get yourself a dub. It's just thought process like this. It's the simplest of things, man. Finally going ahead and switching up and saying, look, we're good now.
Yeah, it's the minute adjustments that, give you that extra comfort. So an amazing matchup on map number 3. We're just halfway through this evening, guys. And I think it's a good opportunity before we take us off to a very quick break to once again give a big shout out to our sponsors. A massive and amazing thank you to Librex Fulfillment that have sponsored this event. One of our primary sponsors. I've just been handed an envelope. And there's 2 envelopes. Give me a second.
If you're gonna
3 envelopes.
Give me a piece of that. We're just sharing.
4 envelopes. 5 envelopes. And if you guys can count stacks, that's a stack. So I want to go ahead and say
your stack. Apparently.
Yeah, Chief, it's not my stack. This is Librex delivering the goods. I've been told to also crack one of these guys open. I'll be a good boy and open it from the side because I want to. Oh my goodness me. I'm going to go ahead and whip out one of these boys because I want you guys to understand just the magnitude of what we got here. It's a stack. There's 5 of these stacks. There's $500 here in these envelopes. Librex has not only come through as one of our primary sponsors this evening, they're delivering the goods yet again with a massive amount of money. This is going out to the winners of this evening. So yeah, a big, awesome thank you to Librex Fulfillment, your go-to one-stop shop for anything related to fulfilling your needs of delivery of goods, e-commerce, you name it, they got you covered. Or cash. In this case, it's cash. I mean, I don't know if they would really freight cash around like this. They're not, bank vault with armored trucks, but maybe they do. Maybe that's another future business opportunity. Catch me outside. You guys might want to hire me for that idea. Anyways, besides that point, we're going to send it off to a quick break. Come back to you guys for map number 4. It's not too far around the bend. Please stay tuned to our viewers that have stuck to us through tonight. Love you lots. Catch you guys momentarily.
Looking like it's all over. Hold up. Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together. Full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office.
Here, we'll produce our professional broadcast and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, post, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
You're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic at a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well, and is making.
Okay, thank God. My goodness. I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shadow's ready for it because you can go ahead and find 3 of those players of the Sheriff. There's a Cowboy here, at least in the slot.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Stafford absolutely going off on the find 2 of these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. And I'm going to go ahead and rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Guiding light, everything from this coming through, and this guy looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a wall of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off any. Oh, and they clear it, Chief. They clear it. The way it's standing on the next thing gets 2, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
A massive spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody, though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here. Continues to find 1. It's going to be Snake John and killed as well. Back in the well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This is going to be big. Especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the Jow right now. This woman is 1 tap. Easy as that.
But Kate swings, takes out Bernie, but unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Gain taking the frag, and that's a double.
Coming up the middle, Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste huge.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Bernie takes that frag.
All the utility in the world. Knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not spin this man 1 by 1 or you will go home.
You're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic at a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well, and is making.
Okay, thank God. My goodness. I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. You honestly, Shadow's ready for it because you can go ahead and find 3 of those players with a share. There's a Cowboy here, at least in the slot.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Stafford absolutely going off on the find 2 of these kills, making a very good exchange right now, and this is what Misfits needed just exactly. And I'm going to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal, to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages, with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
1 actually does come through from Jenny. The 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now, we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the gaming lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Advantage in their stance, and dyslexic find a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through in the sky, looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash. They don't swing off for the and they clear it cheap. They clear that all day, but wait a minute, standing on the rest of the lane. Gets 2, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a massive spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Jin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There's a has to be more of a tank here, because Jinx is going to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back of the well. So already looking to make that exchange. Mythics are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This is going to big especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is 1 down. Easy as that.
And the Cade swings, takes out Birdie. Unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Cade taking the crag. It's at the bubble. It's coming up the middle. Corey's also just flying up the middle. Tony's going to take down Sassy Hot Dog. Corey's going to take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's going to fall and waste you. Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that progress.
All the util in the world knows the blind's coming out. Lands one of those fights. Do not spill this man 1 by 1 or you will go home.
You're going to be eating right here. Dyslexic got a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's making
Okay, thank God. My goodness. I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront seed push already coming out to the side of Misfits. And honestly, Charlotte's ready for it because you can go ahead and find 3 of those players with a share. There's the Cowboy here, at least in the slot.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Stafford absolutely going off on the punch with these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead and rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least 1 advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through in the sky, looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash. They don't swing off for the and they clear it cheap. They clear that. But wait a minute, standing on the rest of the lane. Gets 2, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a massive spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Jin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a tank here, because Jinx is going to find 1. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back up in the well. So already looking to make that exchange. Mythics are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This is going to big especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is 1 down. Easy as that.
And the Cade swings, takes out Birdie. Unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Cade taking the crag. It's at the bubble. It's coming up the middle. Corey's also just flying up the middle. Tony's going to take down Sassy Hot Dog. Corey's going to take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's going to fall and waste you.
Would be nice. Anything more
looks like a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well, and it's making
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shroud's ready for it because you can go ahead and find 3 of those players of the Sheriff. There's the Cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on the fight through these kills, making a very good exchange right now, and this is what Misfits needed just exactly. And I'm going to go ahead and rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
I had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through. This guy looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a lot of pain. Guiding light pop flash, they swing off for the oh, they clear it, Chief. They clear it. Very good job
to me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, and I can feel it. So every single person, I just gotta go and kill him, and I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild and could be the gentleman. I'm painting my path on my way. I got no time that I can wait. So I've been sitting in this place.
Especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the Chow right now. This woman is 1 tap. Easy as that.
And Kate swings, takes out Birdie, but unable to connect shots onto Trick. Cade.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is map number 4. We are proceeding further and further into this bracket.
Fast.
The goodness, very fast actually. It feels like one of those nights, Chief, where we're making good grounds amongst ourselves. Give me a second here, I gotta readjust. So, as we get into the 4th matchup of the night, we're gonna change pace a little bit, advance further to the lovely land of Ascent. A new map for this evening. It's gonna be the likes of Akuma versus Face Off here.
Yeah, and 2 teams obviously face off. I haven't been into the entire Pit of Valor ecosystem here in a little bit. I haven't heard too much about Face Off personally. Okay. I've seen a little bit. I've heard a tiny bit here and there, just kind of little sprinkles. Akuma, I know, is a serious threat. I've seen them on a consistent basis. I've seen their names obviously climb up into at least quarterfinal situation on a consistent basis every single week. I know they're not to be messed around with. But Face Off, whenever you sit there and heard their names, you made a little bit of an exasperation. You're like, oh, this is gonna be like, it's gonna be it. Like, I want to know exactly what they got to provide because I feel like everybody is almost equally affiliated with Akuma. I want to know what Face Off has to provide here.
I believe Face Off is some of old Hyperspace Dark. So these players have been around the block for a hot minute and a half. The Hyperspace Dark crew now has kind of migrated to a new roster. They themselves have been doing quite well and have made some grounds in the MEL League especially. So congrats to them. But let's see what this old crew can do, assuming I got my bearings in a row. Hopping off to a set, much of the agent selection here is looking mostly solidified. The hovers are coming out, and they're not oddball hovers like Neon and Yoru, sorry. So I'm expecting this to pretty much lock in here as we're just waiting for these 2 teams to make their final decisions.
Yeah, and already looking at the stances thus far, I mean, the double initiator, the Sova, the KO, that's going to be set in stone. That's going to be probably one of the best options. So if you want util and you want information, that's going to be your lineup. That's going to be the way you get it. It's off these 2 agents alone, even then when you're playing for the attacking side. And even then on Ascent, knowing how many walls there are there towards the center, getting onto site with B main and A main, both having a very, it's not a direct, like, straight shot.
No, absolutely.
There is no avenue. There is no lane to really run down. You have to go ahead and make a corner and then make another corner to get onto site. It's almost like a trident in some extent with a little bit of a bend on it.
Sure.
And that's why these 2 agents have so much of an impact, because they can go ahead and cut you off, whether or not it's KO on one side with that old dart. You have Sova on the other side with his dart. Like, everybody has something to throw out, get that information, and let you know where they're coming from. And if it's not, you sit there and you give a little quick check towards man, and you get yourself out clean and unscathed. But already we have the rest of the agents to come in, and honestly, interestingly enough, here from Face Off, they had themselves a Chamber versus the KJ and Akuma. This is one of these big lineups and rivalries that I like to see. Whether or not a legitimate Sentinel, and then we got Chamber, who's not a legitimate Sentinel by any means necessary. You can argue with me, but I hate the guy.
I'll argue with you. You know what? Actually, no, I'm not going to argue with you. I kind of agree with you. Chamber gives me that duelist vibe on the initial opening with that rendezvous. Still, we haven't talked about the Jet changes to come. And for those that are in tune with the patches and the adjustments that are coming out here, with the Jet adjustments that are going to pan themselves out hopefully in the next patch, I believe, that pick and roll type mentality that Jets bring to the table is going to be nullified for the most part, not entirely. You're going to have to make a firm commitment before getting your nose wet. So, you know, in the sense that there's going to be more of a commitment for the tailwind to get in and out if you want to. So I don't want to necessarily divulge too much in that, but take a gander if you guys are interested. Getting into round number 1, let's see how much those chambers can bring to the table, what their initial showing and presence is going to be. And what I do love initially, this gives me such a good feeling on round number 4. Both these teams look at, this attacker side looking to run a default, and with the spike drop far back, you know that is exactly what they're going to do. They're not looking to commit to anything early on here, not until that spike gets picked up at least.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is looking at the split. You have a 3-2, or excuse me, at least a 2-1-2. I saw a little bit more influence towards that A side for the attackers, but I mean, already a very slow start, very methodical, looking for control where you can, and honestly waiting for that chamber, waiting for Swami to go ahead and make the swing on towards Tree. See if you can get some intel there. Problem is, I don't see a rendezvous there. I don't see any kind of control. Honestly, I wouldn't blame if they went ahead and put one there towards A main. And in Tree, you make that swing, you make the little TP, you expect to back up, and you're saying, no, I'm just doubling down at a different angle. I mean, but there it is. The LKJ, or KO, excuse me, knife to come out. So I'm able to go ahead and find that first pick onto Liquefied, and it's now 5v4. So we can see that Face-Off having themselves a good start, getting that first pick here in the map so far. Akuma finds a very quick exchange, and it's all on site, and it's all nothing but blood thus far, because you can hear shots left, right, and center, but none of them are really just landing just yet. They're going ahead and get some damage, not finding the kills necessary. It's still 4v4. So looking to play off this util, looking to play for the retake as well. Akuma in a very dire situation because you have no heals, and KO not really sitting on the best of pools.
No, this is where things are going to have to slow down a little bit, but unfortunately, with the spike planted, it means the defensive side has to make a move. 2 low HP members are going to make things a little bit more troubling. Degrees, though, that's beautiful. Oh, nice job. Gets a follow-up on PJ. Meanwhile, responses are more or less matched now. Back in the 2v1 scenario. Ahira is low. Nave, big pick. Degrees with the 1 way is looking pretty good. X-ray off, but it's Nave doing the generator dance with the 1s and 2s, equalizing with that 3-piece combination for himself.
Big pick there from Nave, and even then to go ahead and play off that smoke, because, I mean, we saw it right there. Almost a potential clutch coming out from that jet. I mean, Degrees with the big flank, able to go ahead and manage 3 of those. Almost a 4K. When you saw the elbow pick out, you're like, okay, well, I got to take the shot. I got to do whatever I can, and it just didn't come through. But able to go ahead and at least get the damage off, rip some of those guns out. But it does not matter whatsoever when you're going into round 2. Everybody's going to force. We're going to see all the face-off players really just come full out, full swinging right now. But, I mean, on a map like Ascent, we sat there and seen a couple rounds go into the favor of these teams, even on round 3 thus far. And it's been a very, very scary thing when we see it. But knowing now on Ascent, this is the most toss-up round 3 that you can get kind of map because of how close it is, how hard it is to entry onto site. And knowing when you do, somebody's going to be either directly on your left and right for a free pick.
Up here with a lot of time now. It's Q with the 1 onto Degrees. PJ gets a response, and this aggression on mid is good for Liquefied, despite PJ getting the 1 and 2s back and forth. What a series of picks there. 3v2, and they got the spike in hand, which is great, but question is, do they want to take on that B if they choose to do so? Yeah, I'm down for it. They got a lot of opportunity. No one's really posted up here. Coming on the back end of Tiles is 1 towards main. The rest of the crew looking towards Market. So Nave gets the 1 that is trying to migrate on through Market, getting Liquefied out of the equation. Now on the flank, and that's 1 versus 3. It's that Lonesome Sova side of Ahira to try and make some ground with the Classic and the Dream against some big weaponry from the side of Face-Off.
I like what they're doing here. Already Face-Off just looking to play it slow, trying to hold these angles, and even then almost punish for it. But it's still a 1v2. You know that a player's coming out through the door. You know that Nave is just going to be swinging out. I mean, no real repercussions here, no punishment whatsoever, and I don't blame them. Just make the swing out, get yourself 1 bullet off. You know the damage was done by Chamber earlier, so you have yourself a setup. The gun's already gone. You have no real risk right here, and the worst that could happen is that if Soba did push up towards Market, was able to find a right click there, but that's just, nobody's going to take that kind of risk, and especially in a situation like that. Knowing the door's coming down, knowing the running's going to come out, and you're going to have that angle, especially when Nave was set up towards the left, that was not a situation that you wanted. So as we get ourselves onto a 2-0 lead here for Face-Off, a good start for them, but this is what I always like to label the retaliation round, and it is my favorite round in the game because it'll still tell us if a team is so much more dominant that they can win without the gun advantage, or if we sit there and we're going to get ourselves a pretty close matchup because it'll probably be answer back as well.
Yeah, indeed. Despite the aggression from the side of Face-Off and what they got initially, they're very disciplined. They could have easily swung on that 2v1 and done something different, but instead Nave utilized utility, the pop flashes, and then was able to get the pick on that button. But nonetheless, now deeper into round number 3, much of the same might be on the agenda, but not so much early on. Demo gets 1 up to Swami. That's a clean play shot now. Big aggression decision here coming out from Nave and Co. Getting aggressive on Tree. Not the right play, considering that guess where attackers or defenders are coming from? From Tree Room. So PJ, though, with the 2-piece bucket combination. Hello! But it's Ahira and Demo to clean up shop. So that was a reasonable amount of impact there with the Buckies. They're going to hop on that defuse, get themselves that rightfully so, like you said, that equalizer round number 3.
And it's not really going to be enough just yet because you didn't pick off 3 players in this round. You didn't get yourself the majority. Instead, you still found 2 kills. So you got to make do with that of what you please. So the problem is knowing that, I mean, these little players are left standing, it kind of has somewhat of a trade-off coming up in these next couple rounds. You're trying to say, okay, well, what can we do? How are we going to go ahead and really just knock down their economy and such? And how are we going to set them up into a position that makes their job that much more difficult? Well, you have players that are going to survive. And every single player that survives in that last round, I'm not worried about their money. I mean, I'm expecting to have rifles eventually. It's the players that have to buy up again. And the players that opt to not buy up again because they don't have the money for it. If it's only 2 players, that's an easy kill right there. Knowing the team, they're going to be set back towards pistols or whatever it may be. You find that easy kill, you pick up a gun, and you're saying, all right, we have ourselves even more of an advantage now. It's literally just a tower that really topples itself.
I agree with you. And this is from, from speaking of towers toppling, it's about picking off the foundation, right? From the side of old hyperspace, the first face-off gang, they've been doing such a good job of getting their opening picks, and they settle back to a default and work it slower. And even when they're not doing that, they're taking it very slowly, and they're decisive, right? The name of old hyperspace isn't there for a reason. These guys have been around the block long enough to know what works and what doesn't. Liquefied has already committed to from the shadows to get to safety, and that's a choice and a half now. But meanwhile, on the back end, it's a huge push coming out there.
Oh!
Wow, Degrees gets an equalizer on PJ. Swami and Q are there, though, to really quickly bounce on back. So they do a reasonable job at halting this aggression towards A. You can see some presence from the attackers towards that tree room now, looking towards heaven. Lotus debating the glass break, but is waiting intently instead for Demo to come around. Gets it in the end, and that's fantastic. Now, Degrees, an updraft that's a choice and a half, but a hero with a nice crosshair placement onto Lotus' dome here. Recon dart, we get the ping? We do. Nice! Counter one, though, coming out. A hero's going to be caught mid-charge. They actually cancel out, so Q chooses to bail. A hero does expunge 3 of those charges. With the spike in hand now. Let's see how we're going to play it. Looks like Tree might be the first tactic here.
And already you sit there and mention that discipline. Lotus was almost a huge example. Lily was the epitome of that. Sitting there saying, you know what, let's maybe not break this glass. Wait a second more, get the player to swing in on that, and then Lily gets rewarded for it right there. I mean, they know they get rewarded for these plays, and when you see it come out that instantaneous, you're saying, all right, well, maybe just wait a little bit longer next time, and I can still get whatever need be. But so long as I get my satisfaction and my little set of dopamine right now. But speaking of dopamine, there's a 5-9 able to go ahead and grab a kill right there, make it a 3-1 lead, feeling pretty good, and getting a case of dopamine to go ahead and win out that round and say, all right, felt good to clutch that out. Let's do that one more time, or at least a couple more times, because Akuma a little bit behind, I want to say, right now in terms of the scoreboard. I mean, I expect them to get a little bit more, at least to make these rounds more doable for themselves. And that last 1v1 was definitely a tale of the time, but knowing they only have sheriffs in this one, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, Akuma needs to have some better reads, I think, right? When it comes to the retake, could I have rather seen Demo go heaven knowing very well they have full tree control? Yeah, that's almost kind of you're going to want tree control. So with Swami getting this opening pick onto Degrees, that's a fantastic one to get them that comfort they need. With a minute 30 on the clock, too, that's kind of like getting a bar of gold delivered on a platter here to you. You can kind of slow it down now, knowing very well you have the precedence and ability to collapse on a site with a number advantage. The beauty here, though, is we have some of those critical agents on the board that KJ can do a good job at being that sentinel to block off that B and offer the intel. The rotates are going to have to come around very quickly, but at the very minimum, they have a reasonable amount of youth to back up. So minute 10 now, setup is looking much more towards this A side of the map, and they've actually committed the whole tactic. Oh, very good. Fly jiggles it and falls away. There's the smoke's coming out from that brimstone. A hero, though, has gotten a pick onto Swami, and very quickly we get back to the 4v4. Dash in, PJ landing on top of Generator. That is the gap closer you want, and this is now the retake opportunity for Akuma.
Yeah, it's the big 50-50 that we don't really see too much of. Not a lot of Jets like to get on top of Generator, but even then, every time they do, they are rewarded for it almost immediately. Knowing you get to swing out, knowing you're not expecting a player there on heaven, that's where the majority of players like to flood back onto site from. But even it's still a budget round. We're not expecting the world out of Akuma here. Problem is, though, PJ looks away for literally a second, gets COD time, and finds a way to just die somehow in a round like that. I don't know where the swing was coming through. You got players on site, especially teammates at that, so they're covering these angles. There's no reason to, but even then with players holding hell, you got Liquefied being the last player standing, and it's just not going to work out for him. Thankfully, Nate can go ahead and pick up one of these rifles that have been dropped somewhere, and I don't really know if he gets around to it. Yeah, he does. So good for him, but I mean, everybody else still having to go ahead and pitch in here. I mean, sitting at 4-1, Akuma need to step up. They have to find a better default in their hands because I feel like A has been the big side of influence right now, A and mid. but we haven't seen enough B influence, and honestly, I still don't know why they're setting up for it, quite honestly. They just need to make sure KJ's by herself, set up with the util, and say, let's fully invest towards A.
Yeah, I'm with you. They could play the retake tactic elsewhere, or on that B side, sorry, and invest the bodies elsewhere to hold off the pushes. I can say that for, you know, Face-Off has had an evolution and a growth on this map. I've seen them gently and, you know, consistently evolve their attack play on Ascent to the point where it is now. They've gotten substantially better from the history here on GLG. So a big shout out to them so far. It's looking really good with the 4-1 advantage. PJ's got that Blade Storm committed heavily here. Does have a backup Spectre in case things do go sideways, but for the most part here, they're just looking for a push and some early aggression. From there, with a minute 11 on the clock, they can go ahead and do much of what they've been doing and just kind of cascade and collapse onto one of these two sites.
Yeah, so I mean, already looking for first picks. I mean, look at the scoreboard and look at what they got to do. There's an operator now on the field, and that's Degrees whipping it out. That's something that we haven't seen. That's a change that's coming into the game. That's going to be a big pick that could come out, and a lot of intimidation because it's always a wild card when an operator gets brought out. Like, it's a whole bunch of players going back and forth with rifles, kind of poking at each other, but then somebody comes in an operator and just literally swings the heck out of your face and your jaw. You're like, what is going on? Well, I can tell you right now, at least PJ knows what's going on. It would at least find that first go with the Blade Storm. Can't use the rest of it right now because he's suppressed, but isn't really worried about it. Able can just go ahead and work off that smoke that's still up there in heaven. Go ahead and retreat into it, and you sit there and say, we have ourselves a safe plant. This is looking really good for face-off.
This is almost written in scriptures when it comes to taking this A side.
Yeah.
The jet up dash and up draft onto the top of Generator is a given. To leave Demo in sight behind standard boxes is a huge problem, but Degrees, though, gets a good one. Looking at Scout, the follow-up here on that, I believe that is Lotus on that brimstone, just kind of crouching back there. PJ is on a 4K rampage. We get the ace. Is hunting and prowling. Gonna chase out Degrees. Degrees Cloudburst. He says, no, please, not me. I'm not in the books here for the ace. I don't want to be that guy. And he's just jumping away, bunny hopping straight up, Yoshiing his way to safety here towards B main. And
he's gonna run into one area.
Oh boy, gets recon. Lotus, don't you dare take it! Oh, in the end, it's Q who takes it, but that's heartbreaking. That's the second time today, man.
But it's like, no, I mean, knowing that chase is going on, they're just like, get the operator out. Who cares who gets at this point? I just want that thing out of the game because honestly, it didn't have the impact that we wanted. It didn't have the impact that we expected. I mean, knowing Degrees, bringing that operator, we're like, that's where I said that the kids have all grown up now. You got somebody who's hit puberty really early and can beat the crap out of anybody in the playground. You don't want to mess with this guy. So, I mean, that's the one tool that you really don't want to sit there and stand up against. And knowing it's now off the field, knowing you can go ahead, swing into any sight line, knowing it takes a little more skill than just an ADS to really knock a player out, that causes these even exchanges to be a lot more consistent in the game.
Yeah, and you know, even exchanges is kind of much of the opposite route. I mean, we don't have much firepower on this side of Akuma. They've just dug deep. They had a Marshal, 1,100 bucks. That's now burned. They have 2 Sheriffs and a Vandal left on the side. Half armor for the side of Taz. This is viable if we see somebody pop off. Those Sheriffs, like you said, sometimes they feel a little bit better and stronger. And oh boy, Lotus says, as strong as you feel, I'm there. I'm going to go ahead and counteract your push. And Akuma, despite having the light firepower, chooses to go for the aggressive tactic, and they pay the price here. Liquefied, looking to get some comfort here towards that B site, but can't be too comfortable when 4 attackers are about to rush in here. And with that Owl Drone catching him, he doesn't get to ping him, as Lotus is good for 3.
And honestly, I think this round should just go ahead and be kind of put towards the back of their minds and just really meant to forget to some extent for this other Rocket Main. Knowing they finally set up across the map, they went ahead and spaced themselves out a little bit more. Put more players towards A site, which is what we've been asking for, because in that last round, they were still, once again, punished for the exact thing that we just suggested to them, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't figure it out for themselves. But still, Degrees with the flick of a lifetime. Good God. Could possibly find a couple more, and it's just messing around for a second there, but you got to notice that there are still more players on the field, that there is still a spike down, and you don't need to save this by any means. Use it to rip more guns out, and even then, you see the respect coming out of PJ at least, saying he wants no piece of it. He wants to get the wrap around, find the shot towards the middle, and able to go and get the headshot on. So still 3 players alive for face-off here. 6-1.5 as it stands thus far. They are looking really good.
Chief, they're looking immensely good. This is giving me split vibes in a very negative or positive way. Again, I like to offer, comfort on both sides of the spectrum, but you look at the side of face-off, they've been nothing short of amazing. They're very decisive in their holds. They're amazing at, not sticking their nose too far. They get aggressive at the right time, like getting on that A, they poke their way into heaven. You see PJ gets a little bit nosy, gets the intel, falls back knowing that he has smoke coverage. And that's the difference of what makes a good attacking team, excel against one that's unable to kind of hold off and retake. So now as we get into round number 8 here, the initial commitment of that null command is good. Going to completely nullify any kind of utility towards the B site. Nave has no fear of being a leader in. Pop flash goes in. They're looking to push around, but ooh, Ahira and Taz 1-on-1. Backside not cleared out just as of yet now, as it is that jet towards the back, but Ahira is actually locking it. Q5 is your last and lonesome Sova to try and retake here. Ahira going to send out that owl drone, pings him. Q5 fully revealed. Minute 10 on the clock and no spike in hand.
Not surprised they have a player set up on wall there to at least give somewhat of a penetration, knowing that everybody's on that B side, knowing they're holding that down, but it doesn't really matter. They're just trying to play it slow. They're trying to make 5-9, try to swing into them, knowing that spike is towards back side, knowing that you gave it over to that KO or, excuse me, I mean, one of those other players, but I mean, you got to sit there and consider that this is almost an impossible task to ask for. I mean, there's 45 seconds left on the clock, and you could possibly wrap around somewhere else, but 5-9, going for a very direct route. The first player he's going to run into is a Jet that's going to have a tailwind available. Let's say if things go south, I can just dash out. I'm good, no problemo. That's where he is. Swing, find the kill, and even then, you don't worry about it because you find the cross, the double down, and the easy kill into the board. But now, a round coming up from Akuma. That's great. They finally find an answer, and I want to say it was more the fault of Face-Off than it really was the capitalization of Akuma, because they didn't really change.
Then fall back and allow Face-Off to try to expose himself on whichever one of these two sites they want to go for.
Yeah, and I think a huge thing here, though, is looking at the player allocation now. I thought 3 players are actually going over towards A, but instead we're seeing the same exact kind of recipe right now. It's not the fact that, I mean, sure, KJ is going to be able to hold a site. You got to consider what kind of site, though. Right. KJ holds B very, very efficiently because right there on sidewalk, right by B main, that you throw down your nano swarms, nobody's pushing that. In A, you just run through one and you go onto site. There's not going to be another one there.
There's no choke point. Yeah, it's not a choke point. It's an open. It's like a mine in a 20-acre field. It'll go off in one corner. It ain't going to blow up the whole field.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. The turret might offer info.
Yeah.
Let's see though. Like, let's give it a chance and see what that. Maybe that's the change they need. Maybe this is the third round that's going to help them pick it up. But from my side of the spectrum, unless they're planning default generator, ain't nobody going to buy that here. But meanwhile, Lotus is going to go ahead and commit the ultimate before dying to a hero, and that's a decision and a half, and doesn't even get a pick off that. So was it even worth it to drop it? That's the question that you and I are going to have to answer. But regardless now, it's yet again advantageous for the side of Akuma.
I can answer that right now. No.
But
I think anybody watching
it don't take no Elon Musk to figure out that ult didn't do anything.
Yeah,
so,
it was a very, very, very gambled ult there, and I don't really know how much I feel about it, but even then it's a brimstone ult. You sit there, if you don't get in the post plan, even then when you already see the face-off post plan, it's looking outstanding, they don't really feel like it's that big of a deal. So I don't blame them. They go right back to the tried and true when they realize things don't work out for them, but a little bit more of a split coming out this time. So players towards streets and players towards main, looking to go ahead and find that 2-2, and you go and get the intel. You know the liquefied is toward back there. You know the smoke's coming through, and you know that you're trying to push on the site. So you sit there, you find that first kill towards the back. PJ managing one, Nave finding one, and now they're on site. That's a free plant and a half.
That's so good. I love the way Nave utilized that fragment to segregate that tree room. Followed up with the flash. You can see there was hesitation from the side of Akuma. They didn't want to peek their nose out too far. Taz is good for one, but that is the hyperspace dark meticulous use of utility. When they want to use their noggin to capitalize, they use it, and boy, do they use it well. They use their kit to their full advantage, and rightfully so. The moment the tides change, now we see the Akuma timeout here. So
into the Shroud of Darkness. You're saying, all right, and I'm gone.
Yep,
Like,
that's it.
What? And then you sit there and find a backup. If you don't have yourself a Brimstone instead, like say it's a Viper or something maybe, you sit there, you know you're not retreated just yet. You don't see that Q on your screen. You don't see yourself without the smoke, so you tailwind out of it. There's almost they know what's going on around. Then they give each other the calls. I want to be inside that Discord call because those comms have to be outstanding.
Crisp, beyond crisp, and the score speaks to it. Like, watch intently at how they're able to utilize utility early on to get an opening pick, but then they also conserve it. They're not afraid to keep things in their back pocket when times get desperate and when they have to officially make a play. End of the day, dump all of the kit you want to dump on, but if you're not on A site or B site, what good has it done you? Absolutely nothing. You now have nothing to protect you on a post plant or even getting on the site to begin with. And here you can see they haven't committed much of anything at all. They do a massive amount of damage off the degrees. That's the fragment coming out there. Knave reads it. Amazing utility usage, and now they have full idea of where Taz is. Looking at least pick him off. That one way is clean. PJ picks him off, and now here comes that steamroll from the side of face off, dashing in, generator control, Knave for the one. It's clockwork here.
It's a very weird buy here for Agua, so I'm not going to freak out about these multi-kills on any facet, but I mean, knowing what they're doing, and even then, going ahead and passing things over, saying, I already have the ultimate, let's pass this off, like knowing that they are attentive enough to make calls like that immediately. A lot of teams would sit there and say, all right, I'm getting this plant down, I'm getting the plant down, let's go ahead and get this clock off. He's saying, no, we still have 3 more rounds after this. We don't really need to throw these things away.
Absolutely.
Get every single last point, invest what you can, and know that when we get to that stage, if it doesn't get invested, it doesn't get invested. It shows that we are prepared for this and we are sitting pride and true to what we got. But even then, make sure we have a backup plan for our backup plan just in case.
Yeah, and speaking of backup plans for your backup plan, you got not only this plan in front of you now, which is a full buy, which is great. You got a buy to follow after, and even enough economy potentially to get a buy after that, depending on how
even a switch up, they have one.
True, and they even have 2 charges away from a Blade Storm. You got to appreciate that as well. 3 ultimates of Prime. So as a whole, the tour de force is here. They have a ton to offer for the last round of this half. The initial 0 point goes out and doesn't get anybody on either end of the spectrum. Still setting up for the default hyperspace, looking for that opportunity towards long A. This one way is great for the time being to keep Akuma feeling okay, but it's not going to last forever, Chief, and it's just a matter of time for this clock to run down and the opportunity for face-off to get this pick. Degrees is committed heavily, though, here, looking for that pick and roll with that tail.
Yeah, already a little bit of intel come out from both sides. Knowing the players towards main right there in A. A little bit of a scuffle back and forth as Degrees goes ahead and on the rear end of it to find a little bit of damage. But, I mean, you hear the feet. You hear the horses racing. You know that the push on the A is coming, and Degrees is looking back towards Tree. You need to have somebody else there. I mean, where's the utility? You have Sova. You have a hero, one of your best players, having, some kind of control towards mid. So you don't need to sit there and keep your eyes on it. You don't need to concern yourself with it. But you see the respect coming out. You see them setting up for it. No real budging just yet, knowing that they're possibly going to come right back to A. Even then, the rotation was thought about for a second, but even then, Akuma knows that A just works way too well for them. They're going to hit this at the end of the day. They can rotate as much as they want, but regardless of where they go, they can have full control of B. They'll still probably hit A.
Yeah, that's the truth. And actually, Taz does a great job of getting Knave.
There it is.
Degrees reads it. Yeah, you're so right. A is almost a given, right? A is the ace for when it comes to face-offs taken. Meanwhile, holy cow, despite going back and forth, looks like they're not going to back off the gas, but 15 seconds ain't a lot of time to work with. Lotus coming out, gets the one transition. They have to get Taz here in the plant. 10 seconds, can you get the pick? Taz, no, is dancing around sight boxes, gets the one onto Q and a follow-up before that, but here now, Lotus, 36 HP. Taz, style point with Demo on the back end of Swami. So just when things were looking hyperspace-esque, face-off-esque, it's a Akuma full stop.
Yeah, and that's a really good round for Akuma. Know that they sat there, held down that A site, but it took them so long to realize that A is going to be that hot spot, that they said, no matter what, do not hold this. If it comes around to B, we play retake. We don't need to sit there and retake it immediately. We need to stay on this site because they know that we are possibly going to get overzealous, that we are giving them all the respect in the world. We are scared of what is to come, and we are trying to over-allocate for it. That is a lot that you are doing there for absolutely no reason. When you're playing defense, if you're a team and you feel better on the attack side, then good golly, just wait and play attack, play retake. It is the same thing, just an easier job because you know exactly where you're going.
100% agree with you. And this is where now we see, actually, this is massive. Swami has tried multiple times to get mid control here towards Pizza. What a pop flash, though. I'm pretty sure Swami walked the whole way.
Great. Yeah.
Taz really read that well. That's an amazing opening pick. PJ, meanwhile, holy cow, that's an updraft and a half with a tailwind. Gets full market control. Knave has already got sight here. button is not going to be pressed, and that's because they do have a friendly teammate there. With the smoke on CT, this is the collapse opportunity towards site, and still they're kind of dilly-dallying a little bit. Does this work out in their favor? It does. Knave reads it so well, baits out Liquefied. Lotus gets the one onto Demo, and very quickly now, wait a minute, Degrees has popped that good old Blade Storm onto PJ. Do we have any more juice inside that tank of that Jet? Yeah, we have one tailwind, so that might be sufficient enough to close the gap, but no really funny activity over the top of the button here to happen.
Yeah, still pretty slow here, still trying to really feel out what's going on, and even the Degrees is trying to respect that. Knowing that Akeo is still alive, trying to avoid whatever knife, that is the biggest threat right now, is saying, I don't care if I die. So long as I go down trying, and if I don't have a Blaze Storm, I can't do that. So going ahead, keeping that in the back of his head, but Lotus able to go ahead and find one. You see the retake trying to come through, and Lotus now with another one with 5-9 backing him up. That's going to be a 9-3 half here in favor of Face-Off. And good God, they sat there and shocked my face out because they are looking so good. And I love a half like this. 9-3, very, very doable. Really, really good out of them. I just want to see whether or not that translates to defense because, I mean, I want to see the setups. I want to see, honestly, I don't want to see a game thrown by any means, but I want to see how can we get a couple rounds here. I want to see them provide a challenge. I want to see this game be threatening for face-off, so they have to make some adjustments because I want to see what they do when odds seem to be stacked against their favor.
Yeah, you're looking for the initial, Akuma presence. I'm looking for the initial Hyperdark presence more than anything, right? They have had a fantastic showing and have shown me so much of their strength on the attack side. Now I want to see what have they improved on the defense, right? Historically for them, it's been a little bit more tricky on this side of the map. So as we adapt and get further in, let's see what they got in the tank. The initial KJ is looking for that aggression towards B main. No one is there, so I'm expecting a recall and a recalibration if they choose to move that aggression elsewhere. Meanwhile, PJ towards Pizza. He's about to get a pizza delivery, and 3 attackers about to siege him. Pop flash goes in, recon dart, Degrees, massive opening pick, and PJ can't even get the safety.
Yeah, already a good start here for the Son of Akuma. Able to go ahead, get some aggression to site. Know they get the pick towards the middle, and still a little bit of a 50-50 whether or not they're pushing onto A or B. And I still don't think, even then, Face-Off is very aware. They are very scattered, because even then, Liquefied is towards the A side, creating noise, saying, okay, well, what's going on? Well, there's more players towards B. By the time you probably make that calling or definitive, it's because they're putting the spike down. They have so many players there that it doesn't even matter. They don't get the plan off, so they missed out on a couple creds there to work off with, but actually, no, they got it. I didn't even see where that was. I think that was Liquefied on the A side with it, so a huge twist of aim for me, and very, very risky for a round one when you're trying to be a lone survivor, but I mean, more credit to you, but all things said and done there, that is another round coming into the side of Aqua, and that's huge for them. They need that start. They need that second round because I'm not going to sit there and say 9-3 curse, but I mean, every single 9-3 curse, when you look at it historically, it always starts with the pistol round. The team winning it out, getting the second to back it up. Next thing you know, it's 5-9, and that looks extremely doable.
Yeah, it does, and it's always that double-digit segue, right? You hit those, the 1-0, and you're like, oh my god, this is about to happen the way that it is. So. As we settle back in for the default setup across the board, we're going to see what Akuma can do. They're kind of poking around initially towards A, looking to give me some of that face-up vibe, maybe that split with that tree long take. First smoke is committed. It's going to block off that tree room area here and make sure the close proximity is covered. And that might be their falter because they have no real intel as to how many people are there and who's going to flank them. Taz is able to get some sort of shots off, but not a lot of damage initially here. Paranoia goes into the close proximity and the button closes. So that in itself, really well done. But look at the discipline from Face-Off. They don't even want to take the fight. They're going to play the retake 100%.
Yeah, they know they had themselves a chamber. They know they've a headhunter because, I mean, even then right there, you saw Swami not being the biggest of fraggers right now, but still able to go ahead and play off that discipline, knowing that if somebody does come out that smoke, crap's going to hit the fan. So Liquefied already being some of that crap to hit the fan, spread all over the place, find the shots, at least manage 2 kills there, and Degrees being the bad guy here today, forcing out a Vandal there round 2, making at least one of those kills shown, because in the meantime, they would have had no idea it was on the board. But once you take those shots, now you're saying, all right, the surprise is riddled. We gone ahead, told them our secrets. They're going to go ahead and rip one of these guns out if it comes down to it. And even then, that Vandal's going to be number 1.
Yeah, so you want to look at Face-Off for a second. Yes, I get the round didn't go in their favor, but on the retake, they all cascaded out of heaven together. What does that tell you? They have a mutual understanding when it comes to playing a retake game. They know they're not going to be individual heroes. They're light on buys. They got to collapse. And that may be what's going to be the differentiating factor when they do have to retake with a lot of weapons in their back pocket, is that they can do so as a squad, committed. Swami, good denial initially here, not even going to go ahead and get out of the way of this mess. And Ahira is able to get the response. PJ is smoked out and covered. That might be their problem. The fragment also blocks off spawn as well. So any chance of countering the push. Oh my god, no! negative chill there as Demo's able to get the one onto PJ. 4v3 scenario. They get spiked down as well. Very quickly, this falls on its face off, stuck their noses out just a little bit too far, I think.
Yeah, I mean, none of these guns being able to be picked up, though. Every death really occurring towards spawns. This is good for face-off as it stands thus far. But, I mean, the fact that your trade-off is that you don't have nearly as many people to deal with. So you got KJ set up in the center instead of on site. So that's questionable in respect to, but there it is. Tad's able to go ahead and close up with 2. 5-9. Doing things? What? Able to go ahead and know where the last player is, knowing the peak is there, and even then you have to chase the kill and find the defuse. That's not going to happen. Akuma's going to find the 3rd round in a row here for this half after an outstanding first 2 picks, and knowing that even then, a man down, they commit to it. That's the biggest thing. They didn't back off a beat. They said, we are going to fall through with this. We found that first kill. There's a smoke in the back. If somebody sprays, who cares? Keep pushing it, get that sight, play close, because the worst thing we can do with nothing but Spectres in our hand is really open up the map for these players. Make them close it on sight, make them push us, make us set up these crosses, and we get an easy one.
And for the son of Akuma, the way they took that site was just fantastic. The utility usage and that gave me face-off, right? Well, that was a different situation. I'm not going to, let's not divulge too much into the individuals, but as like a holistic approach to the entire round, I think it was well executed, right? They committed the smokes, they made the decision, and they went for it. It was not the cleanest of all things, but all good in the hood regardless. Oh, Lotus. Oh, Lotus. Are they going to face check it? No. I think they read the books there. I don't know if the Owl drone caught him, but he gets picked off there by the side of Degrees and Co. And very quickly, Demo's on the board for the follow. So it's an absolute cascading effect here at this point. Actually, talk about cascading. That's a cascading bullet to the face of Demo with that Marshall. Reasonable pick, but still, 4v2, man. It's going to be a mega hill to climb. This is completely an awakening for the side of a
It is, and it's a very, very good awakening for them, because I even said it. This is what I was asking for. I wanted Nakama to put some rounds on the board, and when you win 3 in a row on a half, that definitely brings some pressure to say, oh, crap. This is a different team now. Like, this could actually tie up. We could actually possibly lose this. And it all comes down to whether or not you can sit there and see an answer and adjustment come out from face-off. And that's what I'm looking for. Sure, this is the round I'm going to look at and really sit there and refer to every single time, because they don't have the best buys. They're going to play it slow, try to play for some exits here, knowing that darn well 5-9 is not winning this fight. He's not going to push it either. He's one tap. He's not going to do anything here. He's going to literally run into the spike at the end instead of giving that tick over of ultimate progress on one of these players. But the next round, I want to see their setup. I want to see where they put themselves on the map. I want to see how aggressive they possibly get. I want to see whether or not an operator comes out from PJ. I want to see every single aspect of what these players can do in its fullest.
Yeah, and with this, we got to give it time. I think more than anything, any kind of haphazard predictions is going to be, met with some confusion. Liquefied is able to get Q5, and yeah, we expect that here. So let's see. This is a big round financially, though. And it's a big round starting with a big timeout.
Yeah.
They have to nail this.
We're going to be cut close for time, and even then we didn't really figure anything out. We only use our time as a last resort. Once again, this is a safety net. This is not the first way to do this. If you have a budget buy and you don't have yourself some massive starts and you don't feel those shots, you sit there and say, it doesn't matter. If I'm down to one player, we reserve what we can. That player isn't going to go off by any means, unless it's like maybe a sheriff and you're already feeling like, I don't know, the new Matthew McConaughey or something, or Clint Eastwood. But as it stands, they finally take that safety net and say, now let's go for a timeout, see what defense we can do, start off with a little more aggression, maybe not with their bodies, but at least with utility. Right. We see a Sova Dart come out towards B. We see a KO knife towards A. We see them playing proactively on this defense to get that idea, and that's exactly what they're doing. You can already see the setup. You see push up and aggression into B main. They are trying to create so much space for themselves that they can feel comfortable not only in their spawn, but the main areas that lead into it.
This has to work on the side of B main for the side of PJ. He's got to get a support from Swami or a pick.
This is
before
huge. An operator and aggression out of a Jet. I mean, it's perfect.
If this ain't a pick, then you might as well wash the round up, because from here they're going to cascade onto B. They know they've got the positioning to their advantage, and despite that, Swami and PJ are choosing to aggress. Nanoswarm drops at their feet, and I believe they shot that to safety.
Anymore, dude.
Yeah, I think that's enough. Like,
he doesn't have a rendezvous down. That's the biggest thing. We sat there and talked about reserve. We talked about discipline, and it seems like all that's kind of going out the water right now. But I think that's enough. That's perfect. You go ahead, you get that turret. Still probably a little too much for my opinion, but there it is. Able to find that first frag. You know you get the trade-off. You know the rest of these players are pushing onto A, and Liquefied is going to find 2. So that's huge there. But thankfully, 5-9 is here on site and looking and ready to answer the call.
What happened to the retake playstyle of face? They were just straight up pinned in sight. They did the exact same that Akuma was doing the last half. Wow, big pick. PJ trying to fly high. Doesn't get away after eating a charge of that Hunter's Fury. So 3v2, and they also have the good old Recon Dart to send out. Swami's safe, but that's a huge investment on his back too, man. To lose that now at this point, that's detrimental. They're not in a great position in this round.
Yeah, even then, the setup, just to go ahead and have that intuition to say, you know what, let's throw it up there. They're going to come either from spawn or up from main. I'm either going to sit there, I'm going to aim up top first, they're going to flush onto site through heaven, play more aggressive, or back up. That's sit there and force the 50-50 no matter what. You sat there and won it out. So Swami also wins a little bit in his own respect in this round, able to keep the operator. But problem is, your teammates aren't going to have any guns to back it up next time. It's going to be nothing but pistols, marshals, and maybe a couple sheriffs galore. But besides that, you have to rely on Swami. And your biggest deal is right now, this guy hasn't woken up with the operator. He hasn't really started going off. And that's what you're hoping at this stage, because you're saying, please, you're our bottom frag. Now that you get this operator, now that you're a chamber, this should be your home field. You should be excelling right here, right now. When you're not doing that, you're saying, well, we have nothing else available. I mean, we've seen Akuma win the last 5 rounds of this half every single time tonight. All these comebacks from these teams that have sat there and brought it back in the second half on the attacking side, albeit, it's because they've sat there and won that 3rd round.
And I'm not going to say anything minus the fact that Swami and PJ loitering at B main while everybody else on the attacking side was taking A. They loitered too long. They had already gotten so much positioning that there's no chance to even reach.
So nobody was mid either.
That too. Like, it was just a disaster, you know, for the side of face off. So nonetheless, we get to the 1-round deficit here, and again, they're choosing to get aggressive. It's like these guys are singing one note, right? That high C, and at this point, okay, they fall back, rightfully so.
They rotate too.
So yeah, they're moving some of the bodies and being flexible, and I think, you know, from compared to the last round, Akuma is doing much of the same, and they're learning. They're saying, okay, these guys are going to move quick. They're going to shake their bodies around and migrate. We need to do something different. And look how patient they are. This time choosing to aggress that mid-market area. Recon Dart right up top there to get full control. The smoke is down, but the explosive aggression of PJ, holy cow, Guardian Mouse 1 to victory. Taz responds, but that's Akuma. Super good job on the trades coming out of that market area, and they're in an advantageous 4v3.
Already looking to get some shots off. It's going to be here and can't really manage too much there, but 5-9 does make that change. Also make it now a 2v3, and Taz with the null command, having to play aggressive, knowing that Spike is on the line, knowing it's back there. That's a great read with the fragment grenade, able to go ahead and manage 1 there. So 1v3 in the hands. Honestly, with that ultimate still available for Lotus, I wouldn't blame him to just go ahead and throw it on site. Create that time with how much and how little there was left. I mean, that's just going to create problems for him, but it wasn't even gambled there. We saw it gambled earlier for literally no reason, but right there, no real payoff. So now in a 1v3 situation, that Spike is ticking down. You know that KJ has literally no health to work with, and you go ahead and keep on checking all the angles you can. But with all the utility, you have yourself a stim, you have a molly, you have an ultimate. You need to go ahead and at least check some corners. Throw that molly towards CT, rush onto site, and say, forget about it. It doesn't even matter now. But instead, we see him linger for too long. We see that timer going up. Taz able to go ahead and set up the crossfire and find the kill as well. Now sitting in a tie game, Akuma literally flawless in terms of rounds on this half thus far. And I don't know how to feel about it.
I don't feel good, Chief.
I don't feel good either.
No, it's coming off the way that the first half started off now to where we are right now, this 9-9. I have bad gut feelings, right?
I agree.
We've already, used the timeout. What did it give us? Not much at all. We've tried to adapt to the play style of Akuma. What does it give us? Not much at all. Just when you think you've understood that, okay, I don't want to get too aggressive, maybe we play retake, guess what? They take mid-market control and they collapse on B side. You got nothing to back it up. So this is where, at this point, we're going to maybe rely on some hard shots, some, great opening picks, and from there, an opportunity at success. But the unfortunate reality is, at a 9-9 and being super broke, face off at this point, just going to have to look for whatever they can with these eco guns. The judge is great, the marshal is great, but if they don't equal kills, Chief, we're not getting anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, Lotus trying to possibly fill out that orbital strike there. I like the reserve of it. I like the reserve nature there to say, you know, maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe I'm going ahead and over allocating as an individual without making the calls for my team first. Let me get a smoke down. Let's make the reads and then play this game a little bit more slow. And you see that first pick come out, you know the Blade Storm's down. You're trying to work off that. And when you already see these players rotating, when you see this smoke come down, that's always a call towards speed. I mean, plain and simple. Whether or not they're even close to it, you over-rotate, I don't care, because nobody's going to sit there and do that and not push B. It all comes down to Swami now, who's right there in the back of sight. The Trey market's now dead, but do you have a rendezvous available? Yes! So you can go ahead and get aggressive with this. You can push out, you can find those shots, but the knife to come out says, no, you can't.
Nope, not so much there. Liquefy gets the one on to Swami in the back of sight. Q5 gets a nice Hunter's Fury pick. Lotus tries to get one onto Taz, but these guys lock it down. This is super Kuma, dude. They are delivering the goods on this take. They're just literally whooping and taking names. Q5 now in a 1v2 scenario. Does have time on him. Prime with the shock dart. Sends it out. That's no trouble, man. They're not going to make it too far out of the site without some sort of contest. The crossfire is good. Close boxes is under lock and key. Q5, a pick would be great, Chief. You got to do something here at this point. Pick off of it. So that's the first round. The first to hit double digits is going to the side of Akuma. And you said it earlier, that is a whopping 7 consecutive rounds at this point.
Okay. So the last one, I'm not going to act like their coach or anything, but I do want to figure out, I want to go ahead and dissect this a little bit. I want to figure out what's going on here. And even a round like that, you invested 3 ultimates for literally nothing. You had no setup, and even then, when I saw PJ's mind lag a little bit off that Blade Storm, when he was right there towards tent, trying to play for that retake, didn't get on the site yet. Knew a player was back there towards main on that sidewalk in that choke point, and sat there and barely waited without just sitting there saying, you know what, screw it, I got to go on the site. It's a little bit of brain lag right there where I'm like, this game's really starting to really run away. And you're seeing it get into their heads. You're seeing even the most small, the very incremental things are adding up over the course of this night. And it makes a lot of problems, especially considering that now you see face-off. They are now losing this game 7 consecutive rounds in a row. Akuma, things like this, especially at this time, they're saying, we're waking up. We're getting back into this. Let's bring the energy, but there it is. Swami with the initial kill, able to get themselves at least somewhat of a rally to bring some sort of light for this round specifically.
I was going to say, PJ on short, thank you so much.
There
PJ on short was playing super passive from tree, but finally woke up, albeit with them walking into the crosshairs, so the passivity worked out great. Swami was doing much of the same at B main. A bit of a dance here towards tree. Big Reeds was able to get the one, but yeah, this is massive from face-off. They changed the pace, and it feels like, low-key, Akuma kind of fell into their palms, right? I'm not going to say that it was necessarily a face-off driven round. They didn't do much different. It just seems like the fallout from the side of Akuma was not necessarily
30 seconds left.
Liquefied down to a 1 versus 4 scenario, maneuvering on through this tree room, looking for some bodies before he falls. But there's a lot of crosshairs around Ben, so that's a really good hold all across the board. They are able to equalize 10 to 10.
And I understand after playing a lot of Valorant back to back to back to back to back. I mean, even then, we cast all this Valorant back to back to back to back here tonight. It gets tiring every time. I understand it. That round right there, I got to sit there and look.
Back and forth, tit for tat, and guess where that lands up in overtime round, or an overtime land, sorry. And low-key, Chief, I told you in the beginning when we did our first map, you and I on Ascent have a history, and it feels like this entire equation doesn't divert too far away from our legacy on this map. So yeah, we're going all the way here on map number 4. We're setting up now for what's looking like the standard or one-of-the-mill type play here initially. Let's see what the poke is like for Akuma here, looking for a default setup towards B and mid area. PJ looks for an opportunity, falls away. They're both paranoid. That's a choice.
Oh.
Dude, you know what? I'm not even mad they pulled that timeout because look what it got them. They said, you know what, we're going to go for the fast trade on B. What is the one little key factor? Where can we poke, right? As that little, tickle spot. And they found it at B main, knowing very well that Faceoff has consistently stuck their nose out way too far.
All that aggression. They sat there, found the kill on the PJ, said, okay, look, we're pushing on the site. And we won that by having all that aggression. Make an immediate rotation onto A. Oh, you still got 2 players back on B saying, oh, crap, we got to run now. It's too late, buddy. Spike's down. You're in a 3v5 situation. Things are looking really, really bad.
They picked the most soft and tender spot of the way that Faceoff was playing that B site. They could have made a better decision, I think, in getting that aggressive. And now, like you said, they've earned themselves a 5v3 situation. Everybody's up in heaven as well. So to fall back and cascade on site across a multitude of crossfires and holds towards Wine and Long A, yeah, it's not going to be fun. Taz gets the 1. Swami drops, switches over to that RGX, and he's looking for the follow-up pick as well. Do we get the pick? No, we don't. It's Liquefy for the 1 and 2. Down out of A. And, yeah, that timeout, worth every single penny, Chief.
It was clinical. It was crucial. I mean, everything ended up there because they sat there and knew. They saw the same thing we were seeing. These players were slowing down. And when they win that one round, you say, what can we do? We can't sit there and not engage on the site because we're trying to keep this speed up. We're trying to do what we can. What's the one thing we have to force both teams to completely stop? Let's get a timeout.
Yep.
Now, afterwards, they sat there. They were probably rallied all the hoots and hollers right out of their system at that stage. They said, let's run it back. And then they sit around for a minute. They're like, it sounded good a minute ago, but now I'm not really feeling anymore. That's Rockman's like, we got him, boys.
Yep.
Run it up, B. Find the kill. Quick rotation. And then when you do, you find kills like this. Ahira has been a cornerstone in this entire game.
It's like Faceoff felt like, guys, we didn't do well at B. Let's go towards A aggression.
Yep.
And they just got spanked. So call it fate, whatever you want to say. Look at this double smoke here. Coverage is full towards tree. Fragment continues to deny any kind of opportunity of cheeky aggression. They're going to get on site unscathed. This is tactical. Swami, though, has actually contributed that tour de force. Gets the 1. He's pinned in heaven looking for another one. But what Akuma has done historically well is being passive. Ahira is doing a bit of a waltz by himself towards Long A. Could have easily sat in Wine, but instead says, no, I want to cross over. Wrong decision now as we're back to a 3 versus 3. Posted up out of heaven yet again. It seems like Faceoff have a bit of a low-key addiction to dropping out of heaven. Pop flash goes in. Nave gonna try and lead his fellow Sova in, but instead blinds him completely. This is really good from the Poon. They have a great setup on the side.
Yeah, they definitely do, and even in degrees. Already sitting on top, Jane able to go ahead and make that exchange. Gonna be Swami, but thing is, I think it's a little too late at this stage. You sat there, lingered in heaven. You were scared of what they're gonna provide and scared of what exactly Akuma's gonna do to you. That you sat there and did literally nothing at all. They were all sitting in heaven, did absolutely nothing. And even if you found that kill, which honestly, in an ideal situation, if you have more time to actually aim your shots, you could have. Even then, when you wait for seconds like that, you had no defuse time whatsoever. So, I mean, like sand or like water slipping through the fingers, we have seen this game slip out of Faceoff's control. And not only that, I think completely just get lost from them. I think with this being match point, they're kind of facing defeat at this stage, and they're honestly probably just going to suck it up because if we look at the money and we look at the stance of the game thus far, they're dealing with a whole bunch of Spectres right now. So usually when teams say save for last, that wasn't on their agenda.
No, Chief, it's the polar opposite. This is in fact buy for the end, it feels like, as it's got to happen at this point. It's going to be the 12-11, which is super, but so far so good for the side of Akuma now. Posted up, liquefied. Oh my god, he's looking to get away.
Hey, PJ!
What? We end up in this situation. This
Watch us go to overtime. Watch us go to overtime. I swear by it.
Don't you dare do me dirty like that. Not for the sake of anything hit we're seeing here, but for the fact that this is low-key almost how Ascent goes every single time.
It does.
Why make that choice now? On a Spectre half buy, here we are with PJ sitting at a 2-piece combination. Degrees is pinched now. He's getting pincered from 48-way side.
Now a 3K.
Yeah, with a light buy. And here we are now, resulting in what could be the 11th round for the side of Faceoff. It feels like, you know, whatever Galaxies and Stars just happened to align at that time, they did. And now back to 2v5. Demo has somehow managed to shift walk his way to A, but the rotates are coming around from every which side possible. They play this correctly.
Revealing area.
If correctly means getting picked off like that, then I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, what?
Good night.
Excuse me? 4 kills consecutively down to a 1v1? For the win. This is it now. Demo pinned in sight. This has been a questionable position at best for the most part here. Looking to dance around, diffusing, taps it. 30 HP in a dream. He's going for the dance. Q5, laid it down. Oh, what a final round! My goodness me! Somebody go ahead and do me a solid favor and clip that play from Ahira. Wow, just when things were looking good for face-off, wow.
I love moments like that, dude. See, the fact that we're here in person, we all would have just been behind our own computer screens like, wow, that was crazy. I saw entire production. All these guys are to the right.
Yeah.
Like, I love stuff like that. But
I love it.
It's insane to see that it finally took that long, that face-off, knowing this entire game. It's like teams at this spectrum and at this level that they have an emergency glass with a big old thing of smelling salts up there. And now it's
They break the glass.
Good God, let's go ahead and open up this, take a big old whiff of that, and let's have one last rally to make sure we can close this out with a bang. And that's what that round was. That was that big rally, and it almost paid off for him. Problem is, here, I don't know what he was on, but it was enough to go ahead and say, do all you want to, put whatever you need in your body. I'm going to put some lead in there for you, and that's going to go ahead and close things out.
For Ahira to make the decision to get aggressive the way he did, like, that was a choice. And it was the right choice. They're in an advantageous position. He felt good about it, felt like sacrifice was an option. And in the end, sacrifice equals the dub. So if there's a takeaway here for the side of face-off, they got to work a little bit on that defensive side. They really suffered. Their attack was superb. I love what I saw, but they got a taste of their own medicine, to say the least.
That's a recurring theme, though, here tonight. A lot of teams, literally, this is the third map now here tonight that we have seen teams have a very, very good lead. It's not 7-5. It's at least 8-4 or 9-3, and it comes back for a dub. And it's for the team that went on defense, went over to attack, and then won it out there because they're saying we got to be more proactive.
Totally.
Because that's the exact thing they were lacking on defense. They were playing so passive that when they say, when we set things into motion, crazy how things start going in our direction because we're the one who started it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're the one writing the storyline, right?
Exactly.
We are in control. There's no reason to sit at the mercy of the writer, the one that is, preparing the story to unfold in front of us. And that's what really drove this forward. So in the spirit of driving things forward, let's continue the night ahead. Map number 5 is around the corner. We're past that halfway tipping point. I haven't mentioned this so far tonight because it is, an important one. I want to kind of conserve it for the goodness, guys. MSI has been so kind enough to work with us on so many different fronts. We showed you guys the amazing keyboard that's going to be given away to the 5 winners for first place of the Pit of Valor Invitational coming up on April 30th. So be sure not to miss that. They're also doing a 5 weeks of giving type fiasco here with us. So exclamation mark giveaway in chat if you guys are here. It's a Gleam.io sign up. I promise you, we're not going to ask you for your life details. It's a quick 3 to 4 items. I'm not going to ask you for your social insurance number, your banking information. I would never ask that anyways, but please do sign up. You get a chance to win some goodies from MSI every single week. And yeah, a big thank you to them for supporting. We're also giving our MVP tonight $20 and a MSI mouse. So that's awesome. We're going to select that later on and share that on stream. So let's go to a very quick break. Come back for map number 5. Please don't go too far. We'll be back here momentarily.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang. with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
This guy looking wonderful, blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off for the, oh, and they clear it, Chief. They clear that. Oh, but wait a minute, Standy on the gets two, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact. Truly, it's making me blessed.
Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There has to be more of a take here. Continues to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back in the well. So already looking to make that exchange. Memphis are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexia. This is going to be especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is one down. Easy as that.
But Kane swings, takes out Birdie. Unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Kane taking the crack. It's at the double. Coming up the middle. Core's open. Flying out the middle. Tony's going to take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's going to take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's going to fall. And wait, huge. Would be nice. Maybe more would Birdie takes that progress.
All the util in the world. Knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swing on this man one by one or you will go home.
You're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And is making...
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out from the side of Misfits. And honestly, Challenge ready for it because you can go ahead and find three of those players on the share. There's a cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off with the find two of these kills, make a very good exchange right now, and this is what Misfits needed just exactly. And I'm going to go ahead and rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through with this guy looking wonderful, blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off for the, oh, and they clear it, Chief. They clear that. Oh, but wait a minute, Standy on the gets two, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here. Continues to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back in the middle. So already looking to make that exchange. Memphis are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This has been a big especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
And McCade swings, takes out Birdie. Unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Cade taking the frag. It's at the double. Coming up the middle. Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's going to take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's going to take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's going to fall and wait huge. Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that progress.
All the util in the world. Knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swim this man one by one or you will go home.
We're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And is making...
Okay, thank God. I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out from the side of Misfits. And honestly, Challenge ready for it because you go ahead and find three of those players on the share. There's the cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off with the find through these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance. And Dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through with this guy looking wonderful, blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off for the, oh, and they clear it, Chief. They clear that. Oh, but wait a minute, Standy on the gets two, and that's 21-17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's me.
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shallow's ready for it because he can go ahead and find 3 of those players of the sheriff. There's the Cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on the find 2 of these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. And I'm going to go ahead and rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and dyslexic find a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through. This guy looking wonderful, blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a welcome pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off of the and they clear it, Chief. They clear that. They go, wait a minute, standing on the back. Gets 2, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a map spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here because Dink's going to find 1. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into dyslexic. This has been a big especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is 1 down. Easy as that.
And McCain swings, takes out Birdie, unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Cade taking the frag, it's at the level.
Vector's coming up the middle. Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste Utes.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that frag.
All the util in the world knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swing on this man 1 by 1 or you will go home.
You're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24-17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's me.
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shallow's ready for it because he can go ahead and find 3 of those players of the sheriff. There's the Cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on the find 2 of these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. And I'm going to go ahead and rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least 1 advantage in their stance, and dyslexic find a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through. This guy looking wonderful, blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a welcome pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off of the and they clear it, Chief. They clear that. They go, wait a minute, standing on the back. Gets 2, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a massive spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here because Dink's going to find 1. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into dyslexic. Especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is 1 down. Easy as that.
And McCain swings, takes out Birdie, unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Cade taking the frag, it's at the level.
Vector's coming up the middle. Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste Utes.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that frag.
All the util in the world knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swing on this man 1 by 1 or you will go home.
You're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24-17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's me.
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out to the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shallow's ready for it because he can go ahead and find 3 of those players of the sheriff. There's the Cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on the find 2 of these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. And I'm going to go ahead and rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least 1 advantage in their stance, and dyslexic find a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that
Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. And this has been a big player, especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the Chow right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
But Kate swings, takes out Birdie, but unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Jade taking the frag, and that's a double!
It's coming up the middle. Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste you.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that frag.
All the utility in the world. Knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swing on this man one by one or you will go home.
They're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's me.
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, Chow's ready for it because you can go ahead and find three of those players of the Sheriff. There's the Cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on the fight to these kills, making a very good exchange right now, and this is what Misfits needed just exactly. And I'm going to go ahead and rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through in the sky, looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
But we're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off of the, oh, they clear it, Chief. They clear that. But wait a minute, standing on the back of the gets two, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a massive spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody, though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here, because Nick's going to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. And this has been a big player, especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the Chow right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
But Kate swings, takes out Birdie, but unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Jade taking the frag, and that's a double!
It's coming up the middle. Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste you.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that frag.
All the utility in the world. Knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swing on this man one by one or you will go home.
You're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's me.
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, Chow's ready for it because you can go ahead and find three of those players of the Sheriff. There's the Cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on the fight to these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. And I'm going to go ahead and rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through in the sky, looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off of the, oh, they clear it, Chief. They clear that. But wait a minute, standing on the back of the gets two, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a massive spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody, though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here, because Nick's going to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. And this has been a big player, especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the Chow right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
But Kate swings, takes out Birdie, but unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Jade taking the frag, and that's a double!
It's coming up the middle. Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste you.
Would be nice.
home advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic find a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through. This guy looking wonderful, blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off for the and they clear it, Chief. They clear that. But wait a minute, Standy on the back of the gets two, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
Massive spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Jin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. This is how more of a take here. Distinct to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This is going to especially already grabbing two of those players. Oh, the damage on the Chow right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
But Cade swings, takes out Birdie, but unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Cade taking the frag, and that's a double.
Just coming up the middle, Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste Utes.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that frag.
All the util in the world. Knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not spam this man one by one or you will go home.
You're going to be eating right here. Dyslexic got a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's making okay, Slade.
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out from the side of Misfits. And honestly, I'm not ready for it because you go ahead and find three of those players in the share. There's a cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on a bunch of these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. And I'm going to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through. This guy looking wonderful, blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off for the and they clear it, Chief. They clear that. But wait a minute, Standy on the back of the gets two, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
A massive block for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Jin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here. Distinct to find one. He can be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. And this is going to make especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the Chow right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
But Cade swings, takes out Birdie, but unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Cade taking the frag, and that's a double.
Just coming up the middle, Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste Utes.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. This is a shot, and Birdie takes that frag.
All the util in the world. Knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not spam this man one by one or you will go home.
You're going to be eating right here. Dyslexic got a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's making Slade.
Okay, thank God. My goodness. I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out to the side of Misfits. And honestly, I'm not ready for it because you go ahead and find three of those players in the sheriff. There's a cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on a bunch of these kills, make a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. And I'm going to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic find a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through. This guy looking wonderful, blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off for the and they clear it, Chief. They clear that. But wait a minute, Standy on the back of the gets two, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
A massive spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This is going to big especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
But Kate swings, takes out Birdie, unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Cade taking the crack, it's at the double. They're coming up the middle, Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste huge. Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that progress.
All the util in the world knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swim this man one by one or you will go home.
You're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's making
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shallow's ready for it because he can go ahead and find three of those players of the Sheriff. There's the Cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Stanford need to absolutely going off to find two of these kills, make a very good exchange right now, and this is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least woman advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic find a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through with this guy looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
They're going to be up for a wall of pain. Guiding light, pop flash. They don't swing off for the. Oh, they clear it, Chief. They clear it. Oh, but wait a minute. Standing on the max gets two. And that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a massive spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody, though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here. Continues to find one. He can be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Memphis sort of trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This is going to be especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
And the Kate swings, takes out Birdie, unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Cade taking the crack, it's at the double. They're coming up the middle, Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste huge. Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. This is a shot, though, and Birdie takes that progress.
All the util in the world knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swing on this man one by one or you will go home.
Now, you're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And is making
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out for the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shallow's ready for it because he can go ahead and find three of those players of the Sheriff. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Wednesday Pit of Valor here, hosted by GLG. We are now moving on to the semifinals. We are moving up the bracket. We are getting to much bigger teams, much better teams, and even then, much better matchups. Because I heard after that last matchup, we now get the likes of 303 Esports, otherwise known here today as No Maidens. But as it stands right now, their opponent's going to be Nightblood Gaming. And I don't know if y'all know who they are, but I sure as heck do. I love everybody over there at Nightblood. I've sat there. I follow their roster very closely. I know exactly what they got to provide. Thing is, I've been out of the ecosystem here for a while, Pit of Valor. I've seen the roster changes they've made. I know what they have to provide. And even then, I know a lot of their players from casting them from other teams across the league. But knowing that, I'll get someone a precursor for this. We sat there, just got out of ascent. And we didn't get around to the overtime like you and I mentioned overtime. But, well, after Nightblood Gaming winning out their match 17 to 15, and now they decide, okay, well, Strive and Mick are on the desk. Let's go back to it and possibly run another overtime back. I'm not sure what they're thinking, but we are going to find out if they actually get there.
Yeah, indeed. And 303's been around the block for a hot minute. I've had the chance of working with Griffin, speaking to him in the past, and we screened them as a group for Hyperspace Dark. And they're a fantastic team. They deliver the goods. And talking about MBG, you said it right. 17 to 15 on Ascent. You can pretty much roll your dice. We haven't been sweet teeing it as much. I think the past two maps.
No.
Tame with it.
Speak for yourself, big dog.
No, this is one of those things where I don't think you can even sweet tea this one if you wanted to. You can do what you want, but as we get into the good old-fashioned agent selection here, regardless of where we go, we're going to be in for a fantastic matchup now. Let's see what the selections look like here as we are loading in and what NBG and 303 are looking to deliver for the goods.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. I mean, knowing that we're going on to Ascent, we know obviously what the typical kind of agents are going to be. We're already seeing somewhat of a switch up right here. I mean, right off the get-go, Koof, being that switch up specifically, going for a raise. We don't see a lot of raise picks on this map. Hell, even then, I see more Phoenixes on the likes of Ascent sometimes. Knowing how close course it is, the flashes actually have relevancy compared to any other map. Knowing that wall can actually come up and really make an impact in the game. I mean, a lot here from an agent like that. But instead, we see 303 or Nomad is going ahead, choosing a more typical setup. The double initiator to the KO, the Sova, running that KJ as a backup, and then even then, just a comfort pick when it comes around to Omen. Omen is outstanding right now, and if you get good with him, he's like the new Astra. All the Astra mains, when they sat there and figured out, oh no, our champion's dead now, they migrated over to him, and I don't blame him.
No.
He's outstanding right now, but the switch up right here is going to be the knowing McNutty is going to be on that breach. I'm keeping my eyes on that specifically because I want to see the switch up of the raise and the breach compared to a KO and a jet.
This is the thing. It feels like low-key raise requires a little bit more momentum to get in and out. You're not just dashing. You have to double satchel. That takes time. So it looks like this entire composition revolves around setting up Koof for success. I'm looking forward to seeing what the composition brings here and just how much they can do for Koof to allow him to excel and breathe. Starting off on the attacker side kind of sets precedence, right? You want that raise to show up, and if it doesn't show up, we could be in for a little bit more pain than pleasure, to say the least. So as we lock it in and look at the buys coming out, Troll's going to go ahead and Sheriff up along with Chrome. A bit of back and forth, tit for tat type thing, but that KJ setup on B, where you like to sit, you talked about on that last Ascent matchup as well. On the sidewalk is the place to be if you're longboarding or in this case setting up as a KJ. So looking good. Let's see what they got on pistol. 10 seconds to go. Map number 5, again, brought to you here by MSI, offering you 5 weeks of giving along with multiple giveaways, not only for our MVP, but for the winner of our POV Invitational coming up on the 30th of April. Round number 1 is underway.
Most definitely is, and even then already somewhat of a default. A little bit of a silence here to go ahead and ring out in our ears, but even then it's going to be quickly answered by a little bit of influence towards that A side. I mean, you sit there, no player's going to be set up. You know that something's on the field. You see that smoke set up towards A main, and you know that the player's going to be at least within the proximity. So a very slow start, the knife to come out, the Prez detected out of Koof, so I mean, the guy has to at least make a move here soon, or at least go ahead and hang and linger for a little while longer besides making another decision to go somewhere else. Even then we can see that rotation already going ahead and making its way towards the B side. Now here in a pistol round, that's where the difficulty of KJ really starts to shine, because in any other round or any other map or any other kind of stand or site that you have, right here, you're going to be expected to push through that choke point. And knowing that you have no armor, that makes your job a heck of a lot harder.
Yeah, it does, and they're going to go ahead and do that. And this is the beauty. Koof does a great job at pushing through the choke point, makes it by all of the troubles ahead. Is going to go for the double right click there with that classic really good job onto Fastbro. Meanwhile, Hawk is able to get the one. A lot of activity towards market mid here. Bit of a delayed push from the attackers as Troll is picked off by Chrome with that Sheriff. They've done a whack load of damage as well. Poppy choosing to get aggressive. He's got 37 HP and a Dream now being backed up by Koof and Co. Recon Dart goes in, coming out of market. There's 2, coming out of spawn. There's 2, so ready for the 2 and 2 pinch. Block it off. Chrome! Nice connection to the dome to give Koof there as well. J Sauls coming out the back end. They know the last one's in the main. They catch him. Chrome just having a bit of a dance here. Going to go to the knife dance indeed. Ryumpa. Shock dart. That's a shot and a half. Gets the 1, but again, they're sticking the defuse. Nothing too major. Right on pistol. Gets another one. So all good in the hood. Had that been a gun round, would have had a whole different, storyline to talk about. But nonetheless, we divulge and move ahead into round number 2.
Yeah, already a pretty good start here for the side of 303, knowing what they got to go ahead and get on the board, and that's going to be another buy, or a force at least to work with here in the meantime, and a weapon advantage on their hands as well. But, I mean, knowing it's only these first 2 rounds, we can't go ahead and really get hoot and hollered or anything like that. I mean, if anything, we could sit there and more kind of develop what we want to see over the course of this game. I haven't seen too much of 303, but the fact that you sat there and spoke so highly of them initially, I mean, obviously there's going to be something here because you spoke highly of Face-Off, and I was very impressed for, well, at least a half. But, I mean, past that, though, I mean, I want to see some more consistency. Knowing these 2 teams are on higher leagues and seeing Koof miss those shots to Shorty,
that's not
a little concern here off the start.
Shorty's not like a melody in my head, especially after that one. So we're going to pass off the baton and give the advantage over to the side of main list here. 303. Poppy gets the 1. Xavier back and forth gets the 2, and that's actually the 3rd kill for himself. Ryumpa, your classic Demon of Fire round now, is able to get a
frag, but the advantage continues to the side of Mainless here as they're just going to hold steady on their beat, rely on that KJ utility to block any kind of push attempts. Meanwhile, much of the focus here for the side of NBG's on that A side. Ryumpa looking for that aggressive pick to equalize, and that's not a bad play in itself. Chief is, we're going to see what they can make of it here. McNutty, spike in hand, has a bit of a fault line here to keep the friendly Sova, or the enemy Sova, sorry, of Hawk busy. Still tapping it, waiting for something. Oh boy, this is happening. Oh! Maybe it didn't happen. Waited a little bit too long, and we end up somewhere in the land of 2v1. McNutty pings, keys and generator. Hawk's gonna go ahead and collapse. No time to spare. Gets headshot. McNutty's like, do I look up? Do I look down? Do I look below? What do I do here? And in the end, it's Hawk.
I know they're pushing me, so I'm gonna guard the goal.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something because at this point, it's not looking too fun for me. And nonetheless, we're gonna go ahead and pass that round 2 over to the side of Mainless. This is that round number 3. Low key, I feel like if I could script descent, I would, because it feels like we follow the same timeline, time in and time out. Nonetheless, this is the big round number 3 on the bye coming through. Let's see what they got. NBG have bought up their weapons of choice, all plenty. A lot of phantoms here, a bit of a difference.
Yeah.
Considering we do see a lot more Vandal presence in some cases because there's a lot of long range opportunities. But yeah, let's see what they got.
And even then, I mean, when you see the Phantoms, you obviously know that more aggression is going to be a consideration here. It's going to be, if anything, it really incentivized, knowing that teams, they sit there and like to go ahead and choose a rifle that works around their play style. Right. So we already see it opening up right here. That first peg, being literally, I sat there, I blinked, and next thing you know, there is a pick already on the board. McNutty follows things up, Coop can find another, and already we can't freak out because obviously the rifles are in the hands of Nightblood, and we expecting to win out this round. But going forward, knowing how quick and how instantaneous it's been, it's almost hasn't really given Maidenless to really give a chance to think. They can't really find the opportunity to say, all right, well, what are they doing? How are they feeling this out? Because they're still going to have some kind of respect towards us. No, they're not. They sat there, ran on the site, sprayed it down. Who cares? Got to kill. Keep on doing it. Keep on going, and you know, GG. But the thing is, that's only going to be one round. It's a 1v5 situation. I don't know how much Chrome can really bring down with him. He has the Phantom to work with, but seeing the sprays that are coming out, all the utility really stack on top of that smoke, you know where this player's coming at. I mean, you have one back there towards spawn. You can already get the peek, and there's at least one on the board, so Poppy, sorry for you, Chief. But, I mean, looking at what the other team is doing, seeing how they're stacking up, that's the round done and dusted. So, the first round here onto the board for Nightblood. It's round number 3, respected. They're following the time, they're following the tail. They're able to go ahead and respect the third round rule here onto the board. But as things go forward, this is a big round for them because it was almost a flawless. Instead of now it's only 4 players left. And looking at the buy, obviously, you're going to see somewhat of a switch up. You're going to see still that 303 can't buy here because they still forced up to some extent. They didn't find the exchange off of that.
Yes, sir.
And they really haven't gotten enough to really warrant what they need. Vesperal with that judge, so I'm a little curious to see what that can do, but this almost is really a free second round here for Nightblood to say this is a tie game, and we could also get ourselves 4 players alive at the end of this one as well.
Why do I feel like every time we say the word free, we end up eating dirt? So, like, I don't know. This game.
My last name is Freeman, and I don't eat dirt all that often. So maybe, I don't know if that's the trend that we should really go off. But there it is, already McNutty with 2 on the board.
Chief, I don't mean the low blow, the low blow indirectly, but yeah, so far, looks like they're definitely not eating dust here, man. Looking really strong, coming out with the big weapons of choice. Like you said, that buy detrimental to the side of Maidenless here as they're posted up now, trying to manage a retake against 5 members. Hawk does a good number onto Troll, gets that KJ, and KJ less attacker side is just a little bit better on the post, but he's still got so many more attackers just posted up ready to hold off the push. Chrome gets the 1, Poppy trades it. And the beauty of NBG as a whole is when there's a 1, there's a follow-up, and that's the real key point. They're high notes that they hit time in and time out.
Yeah, I mean, already able to go ahead and get some kills on the board, making it now a 3v2 is a really good stance for him. We know that Hawk Lily has 1 health available. You know this is going to be a round here, once again, for MBG. And this was expected out of him. We sat there and said it earlier, and it wasn't as nearly as dominant as what we saw in the last round. But, I mean, still, knowing you're keeping these guns, knowing you're keeping yourself on the board, knowing that even then that JSaw was able to pick up one of these Phantoms while still having a plethora of money, you can go ahead and give a buy over to a teammate that really needs it, which they don't really need it here in the meantime. They're going to be forcing up a lot here. And Chrome on the operator is even a bigger deal because that is how Jets find their relevancy on the defense. Plain and simple. You find that first pick, you dash out, you know you're good, and you're settled with that, and you say it's a 5v4. I've done my part because in a retake situation, I'm not going to be able to do anything unless I have a Blade Storm.
Yep.
But when you lose that 50-50, when you're trying to go on the rotate, that is a huge cash out there. You know, an entire lineup is really given to you. You have to work with it. But still, main aggression coming out here towards B, looking to go ahead and push on the side. It's going to be Nightblood, but they're not going to find too much success. Instead, they back up towards spawn. Chrome is already pushing on Catwalk, can manage to kill, and knows that another one is going to be there. And instead, the entire team will be there. But Poppy won't, because he's already down of it too.
Yeah, Jay Sauls with that paranoia low-key made NBG antsy and pushed them out of B main. The push up there from Chrome was fantastic at a short, and from there was a systematic pickoff, and they were able to do a number and a half on those on that B main setup that was looking reasonably good for the side of NBG. So now back to a 5v2. Love that play. That Jay Saul's utility not only works in the favor of getting aggressive, but also to push people away. And we got to go back to the drawing board for the attacker end. They do have Spike in hand and a Hunter's Fear for the post plant, but again, to mulch through 5 members of mainless here is going to be a bit of an uphill battle. Nonetheless, Hawk, wow, Hawk hit headshots there onto Troll. Really clean frag, and that's just going to continue to thin the herd of the attack end. Koof, a bit of a face plant, but all good.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Minor details.
Yeah, there's nobody there, so
Yeah,
he was gonna.
No one saw.
He was gonna get like an extra couple feet out of it. You know, you get less cent per feet ratio when it comes down to the last pack, but it is what it is. Already though, a Pete to come out. Rupa almost eating dirt there, but instead. He turned himself finally off the hands of Chrome, who has a 3K in that round. As a very big conclusion comes out, and 4 players are still alive in it. Now that Nightblood are fully aware, and even then, I wouldn't blame to be a little bit scared by the operator that's on the field. I think the best thing you can do when you know an operator's on the field, on a scent especially, fight for mid-control. Yeah, that's what you do. You sit there, you put a smoke right there towards mid-arch, you push up on it, you say, do we push towards A, do we push towards B? Because now they know that Jay Saw's in that last round, pushed up Catwalk, wanted an influence. What's the worst thing that could happen to him? If he sits there and swings out and meets 3 players right there on Catwalk saying, what's up, buddy? Hey, my friend's looking pretty good.
And it's one of those things where you're going to have to tame Chrome. If you do not tame Chrome, and, you know, Chrome can easily call for a smoke, guys. You know, block off my tiles, I'm going to peek top mid. Or block off my top mid, I'm going to peek tiles. And that type of synergy is going to be good. Chrome is tanking it, and tanks the frag too. They got too comfortable, and Chrome really did a great job, and they didn't even allow that turret to take its second charge to show that Chrome was still present. Had they delayed just a hair longer, that might have been something different. So, again, the opening pick onto Chrome equates a great start off here for the side of mainless here, as they're going to go ahead and just wait. They got tons of utility, and I love the migration to get that KJ to an opposite site now, and that's going to keep that attacker side on their toes. Poppy gets the one, big flop flash there. Koof tries to go for the satchel escape, but it's Vaspro there for the one. Troll trades it here, and they're going to go ahead and set up some nano swarms off towards spawn and collapse through market.
And I gotta say, I really like the setups here, and I like the exchanges from most squads. We sat there and saw the chain reaction that occurred right there towards tree. You sat there, saw the smoke come out, you saw the push, you saw no players really swinging out, and they said, who knows if they're there? I'm not gonna waste this flash. Waited for the KJ turret on A side to give that go. Say they are there. Swinging out now, throw out the flash, just a crossfire from all angles to find at least a couple of those kills. But in the meantime, Nightblood already exchanged their way towards B. They know that KJ wasn't there then. They have free entry to site. They get that plant down, it all comes down to the retake here. And even then, Xavier going ahead, having the huge start for that. Going ahead, picking off one. I mean, Nutty's in the back. The guy is a cornered animal right now, and he's not really going to find a chance to bite. Instead, the Nano Swarm comes out, buys a tiny bit more time, but it's not going to be enough anyway. Still, we see 303 able to go ahead and get this defuse off. It's not the best round in the world, but nonetheless, it's still a round in their hands.
Valiant attempt there from that KJ. I love the overall play style of Troll. He played it super clutch, kind of suffering a little bit on the board slightly, and it's not, you know, not I would say representative of the utility that Troll has been offering. He has been doing a number respectfully with the turrets, like you saw that. Yes and no in a way. Unfortunately, that push towards B main is one part of the equation. But now as we hop to a great, good old timeout here for the side of NBG, they want to go back to the drawing board early on and see what they can do to adjust.
actual bodies for it. And honestly, we get to rely on Sova for that. So smoke up mid, throw a recon dart towards B main. You have all that covered. Where's the last place you have to do? Well, A main, right there, released towards tree on the catwalk. And I mean, in a situation like that, you have an overwhelming advantage with an operator. Even then, you have a 50-50 shot against, or no, you actually have a 60-40 against a Vandal, knowing that Phantoms are typically looking at Nightblood's buys are favored in those close quarter combat. They're already looking to go ahead and rush themselves right onto A. They go ahead, get isolated by the Nano Swarm, so it's Koof all by himself on site, but can still go ahead and at least manage one of these kills. So that is massive right there. You find control, you find a kill, and even then you had a player by his lonesome, and then Nutty with the util, able to go ahead and manage one more onto the board.
The fact that Koof survived being segregated from everybody else was fantastic. If they got Koof, that push would have been stalled. Completely delayed, no shot. But the Nano Swarm went off, and it tried, but it didn't try hard enough there. Thomas, the tank engine, kind of fell short. So in a 4v2 with the spike planted now, there is so much utility for the side of NBG here. They have a Rolling Thunder and even the Huntress here to play. If they want to lock it down, if things get messy, that's also an option. But given the advantageous situation they got, the wait a minute, actually, they invest the one. And talk about sealing the envelope and making sure it gets delivered, man. That's an investment, but I'm not going to complain. At the end of the day, it equates around, right?
And even then, that was because Koof went ahead, isolated himself, said, okay, I trust my teammates on site. We had the numbers advantage. I push up middle. When they retreat away from that Rolling Thunder, I'm going to be meeting them back in spawn, at least manage one there. We saw no reaction. Right now, you can see that Mainless, they are pretty scared there towards the back. They are saying, what do we do? How do we really fight on this site? We now have one less member to really do that with. Sure, we have 2 ultimates, but this just isn't going to happen. Run away, get ready for the next one. Nightblood find themselves one more run under the board, as it now sits to 4-3, but it's not too big of a deal here for Mainless because they still have money. They're still on the board. They're still a threat to be reckoned with, and Nightblood, while they're accumulating some more funds, it's not enough to really show that they have a definitive lead in this game. They don't have a lead at all. I mean, sure, they grabbed themselves at least a lead in terms of money for this one round, but knowing the switch up, knowing how the rounds will go, and knowing really what's to deal with, you gotta sit there and find something. And honestly, I think finding themselves more rounds like that. If you look at the scoreboard right here, the only real player that I'm scared of is gonna be Chrome. Everybody else, really. God. And there he goes. There he goes. That is, I sit there and say, all right, GG. Like, after something like that, just now because of what he presents.
Yeah, it's like walking into a haunted mansion and turning the lights on. At that point, you've completely illuminated all the fear. I'm not even kidding.
That is perfect.
It's true. It's true. It's like Chrome is that little, that little clown with a mask on sitting in the corner waiting to jump scare you. And you get him out of the equation. At that point, you feel a lot better about yourself. You're still not out of the other side of the haunted mansion, but you're on track, right? You've dealt with the worst. And look at it. Talk about dealing with the worst. You deal with Chrome. McNutty gets up the 1-2s, that jab cross combination. They're back in a very, very good position. Still holding on to a critical Huntress Fury as well. Overall, this is fantastic. You look at the side of what MBG has to work with, they're just feeling super good in a 4v2.
Dude, that reminds me a lot of a story. I'm not going to go into the entire story, obviously, but like we were doing a cornfield maze, like one of those scary corn mazes, like back in 3rd grade, and the people that was doing it, the people that were actually dressed up and stuff, apparently they were friends of my friends that I went to a corn maze with, and so they're hopped out with like chainsaws, and it's like, how you doing, Eric? He's like, how do you know it was me? Just didn't even sit there, react, didn't try to play it off like, I don't know who that is, just like, what?
What? Did you, what? It's like, how's it going? In this case, it's like, you hop out of the corner, oh, hey, Chrome, how's it going? Pop right in the face.
Yeah.
And it's like, all good, man. I'll catch you later.
You're supposed to scare me, but I mean, I got different plans.
Yeah, for sure. And, overall, the plans are looking reasonably good. We're kind of tit for tat, 4-4 scoreline here. That is an amazingly gorgeous doggo, I'm not going to lie. So we continue ahead. We're holding on to a lot of the critical utility for that attacker side. I'm still leaning on that Huntress Fury for a post plan. That is going to that's going to be worth its value, tenfold when it does come out officially. So as we patiently wait for this 9th round to unfold here, initial fault line is going to send Chrome packing. The turret as well is going to block some of that aggression, but Chrome is still looking to poke his nose at that a little bit here, see what he can find, and he's going to back away to safety for the time being and wait for another opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, NBG still has that spike way back in spawn, whether intentional or not at this point, running a bit of a default.
It's almost at the stage of the game you're questionable whether or not they're actually just forgetting it or if they're just actually trying to leave it back there. Because at least teams like to push it up towards there. At least get it on panels. Get it in a place where it's touchable for at least one person. Because if you're fighting a split, you want to have it on the majority side. Because if things really do go that south, say you have a 3-2 split and all 3 of those players die, and you're saying, that probably wasn't going to happen anyways. We're already down that many numbers, so you can't really manage too much here. But, I mean, speaking of managing something, we can see some kills being trying to really come out into fruition right in the middle of the map, and there it is. Could pick it up Sauls, because Sauls got way too aggressive there. It all comes down to Chrome, who has that Blaze Storm. Once again, being the only threat alive, and 2 of these players are literally killable off of one knife alone.
It is. This is going to be huge if that Blade Storm connects. At the end of the day, this is more than viable for the defensive team of Made a List to capitalize. So we're going to watch intently and see what they can make of it here.
30 seconds left.
Spike is in the hand of Breach as well, and off they go for the hunt here towards 8. Koof gets the one onto Hawk, and so far so good. And so, wow, oh my god. HP means absolutely zip, zero, zilch, not on my friend. You just got to rely on the right people to do the work, and they make it happen. 5th round going to the side of NBG.
You also got to pray that Chrome sits there and gets a little happy, saying, you know what, I'm going to use this jet dash as much as I can. Instead, we are just hoping that the beast survives, and we can just go ahead and watch like it's a petting zoo.
Yeah, and it feels like Vaspearl and Troll are doing their deed, despite the scores not connecting with that fact. They're offering their utility, but am I looking for more picks? Am I looking for usage of that turret to get super aggressive? Maybe some more nanoswarms that are held for a post-plant lockdown combination? Yep. Something different than the standard run-of-the-mill plays from those KJs, I think is going to be worth its value as well. You know, we talk about that Hunter's Fury. KJ lockdown, KJ nanoswarms are troublesome to manage if done so correctly. So let's see what they can do. This is a choice and a half though from 303, playing the doubled up aggressive post. Actually, meanwhile in a different area of code, it's Koof getting mid aggression, the rest of the team towards A, kind of split apart with not much trade potential on the left side of this map at least, but oh my god, McNutty gets the one. What happened there between Jay Sauls and Chrome? It's like the man was just left out to, you know, he was hung dry there at long.
Yeah, and even then, I don't know why they're not pushing on this quicker right now. I mean, sure, the suppression came out, but I mean, you had plenty of time to get onto site before that, knowing that you had yourself that first kill. You can push it to site, that you had players in the middle of the map, that worst case situation, you had 2 players waiting for you there. You still got 2 players to match up with that. You got a player there in the middle of the map that can back up, grow through a tree, wrap around, and they are on there with you in a matter of seconds because they are half the distance comparative to the rest of the opposer. So, I mean, already looking, still being head up towards A main. You have a completely new setup now, and Chrome is a part of it. Is that holdup that really makes your job difficult when you don't push it initially?
What happened there? I don't know if there was a, you know, a bit of utility that
there was
blocked off the push. They low-key just baited each other. I don't know, why didn't they all push out of main? And Chrome gets the one and done coming out of the Dark Shroud, and with that, Koof gets one. Chrome is still alive and hunting. Xavier has to play clutch here, cannot fall. That's the Hunter's Fury finally coming up, but he's doing it blind. Ryumpa is sending that Ray Charles, no vision at all. 10 seconds, great transfer, the generator dance, the walls, the polka.
The knife!
And it's Xavier to end up capitalizing and bringing home to equalize 5-5.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, we sat there and saw an initial pick came out. We saw McNutty get that kill. You saw the player go down, and you're saying, okay, this is good. Like, you go ahead, you pick off all these players, and sure, the Jet's out of it, Chrome's out of it. But, I mean, that's an easy follow-up there. You got 2-3 players in the map. A lot of your utility can be popped through walls or whatever need be. And honestly, that halt there, I mean, we saw the suppression come out, I want to say, probably around, 6 seconds afterwards. That is enough time for you to get not only onto site, but get that spike down as well. Because we saw the second time they came through, that's where it all fell apart. But because they already cleared everything, but then they backed up. Then they go back in, and you're saying, okay, well, everything should still be clear, right? They've already called for rotations. New players are on site. Chrome has no reason to move whatsoever, and he's going to go off and do what he's been doing all game.
Now look at this initial, it's like a rinse and repeat of the prior round. This time Troll's on the board, and that gets Chrome off early. Poppy gets Xavier, and that's going to quickly nullify the ultimate of that KO. Jay Sauls is good here, but he's pigeonholed and generated. But hold on a second, it's Vaspearl with the judge from the back end for the 1 and the 2. Jay Sauls gets it, but with this KO now out of the picture, we're
down to a 1v1 situation here. The icing on the cake here is that Vaspro has a big lockdown that can be used.
Yeah, but it's just a lockdown. Not too much of weaponry to really be working with, even then considering all the dead bodies around theirs. I mean, you got to sit there and watch that angle, and I think, honestly, that's all Roompa needs to do, but we're not seeing off for that. He's trying to play ring around the rosy right now. He's trying to get back on the site, and honestly, Vaspro had all the time in the world. He is concerned about that, but honestly, in a situation like this, you have to swing. You have to make the most of what's going on, and he has free reigns to now not only pick up a gun, but make the exchange. When you hear that spike go down, that is going to be his first move. Well, you can literally watch the minimap in the top right. He will turn around, pick up a gun, then run on the site to join. And it's going to be happening here. I want to make sure it does. Because he's going to see that sign, turn around, yep, pick up a gun, then sit there, and now you have some relevancy in the fight. You have your ultimate, your turret's now back up, your alarm bot's there, you have a nano swarm, and you have your ultimate. And not only that, you're going on to B, which has a huge corner towards your back and an easy way to lock players down.
This is a matter of no excuse. Like, this ain't no my dog chewed my homework type of thing here. You have every bit of utility to make it happen, and oh my goodness me, just eye peeks it out. So I guess the dog did, in fact, chew my homework. Struggles. I was kind of expecting that lockdown to get thrown out early. Something, but maybe he was waiting to get underneath button to throw it, thinking he was playing in sight. 50-50 gamble. In the end, you can't win them all, man. You can't bet it all on red on the most occasions. So, yeah, on that note, we advance ahead. The last round of this half, and this is great for an Ascent matchup. I mean, it's kind of written in the stars at this point. But, yeah, let's see what we got here. Mainless on track, and you look at the overall finances, a little bit rough, worse for wear for the side of Mainless. They're going to have to buy what they can. On the opposing end, NBG looking really, really good.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, really the only real rounds, that's where we sit there and see that Maidenless got their one round. Besides that, I mean, you sit there, the first two was off the pistol. You go ahead, that's to be expected. That's kind of a 50-50 and really just how you can work off your utility. And even then, the two after that was because they sat there and got the operator, and Chrome just went off with it. Those were those kind of your wild card rounds. But even then, right now, you sit there and start to see these even rounds. It's the last one of the half. Everybody has a buy, and even then, everybody seems like they're getting their fair share of bread, especially Roompa saying, I went ahead and capitalized that last round. I'm going to close out this one as well. But Fast Barrel going ahead, just completely dry picking onto site, running into so many players, leaving Hawk all into us to say, you know what? I don't feel like trying this round. You go ahead and clutch it up if you want it that bad. And it's 7-5 here in favor of Nightblood, which is a really good half for them and much better compared to what we saw because it shows these two teams are very evenly matched and they're not really just favored for one side. I'm expecting both these squads to bring just as much, if not more, in the second half than what we've seen prior.
The fact that Ryumpa was able to get away with theft there at long and get 2 kills is unacceptable. Like, I don't know what they're waiting for, mono swinging. Maybe they thought the spray transfer would happen in close proximity, but you cannot let that kind of business take place. Swinging as 2 is better. Ryumpa picked the fights, was able to connect with the Phantom. The first shot was looking a bit shoddy, a little bit scuffed, as you'd say, but in the end, the transition to the second really spoke for itself. And now 7-5 half. Pistol going to, again, lay precedence for how things unfold. Seen a great half from both these teams. Respectable, but in terms of setting tempo here, this is what Ascent did to us in the previous map. We couldn't necessarily put our finger on what was driving it, but the way that it's looking, anyone's game chief as always.
Most definitely is. I mean, even then, if you go ahead and win this first round, if you're 3-0-3, you sit there, you get yourself a little bit more to work with, you can follow up on that, and you say, all right, let's go, we got this here to work with. But I mean, even then, you have the tie game, you have yourself the buy rounds coming out, and that's where things really start to get of a mix-up. But Nightblood saying, we're not going to allow that to happen. We win this first round, we get ourselves one more onto the board afterwards, and we're sitting at 9 at the end of all this, and it only takes one more to get to that double-digit checkpoint that we mentioned so much, where it really starts digging into players' heads to say, oh my God, they're on the final countdown. This is a big problem, and we have to sit there and really go ahead and have this rally here. We got to cash in early, but already we see not really too much of a buy. Chrome opting for that Sheriff, which I gotta say I'm a real fan of, because knowing that that's your huge player, knowing that's your fragger who's feeling themselves right now, Chrome can't whip out the operator anymore. No. Has to be that duelist, has to fulfill that role to get on the site, because I know darn well, no trash anybody, but that's your duelist role anyways. And also, I mean, nobody else is really getting the frags to warrant getting onto site because they can't create the space like that. No. This man can't run an operator. He has to run something else. This is the opportunity for Nightblood to really run away with this game.
Oh, look at this paranoia comes out, and actually Koof does a little bit of a tickle there. Ooh, Chrome, though, gets away with murder onto Koof there for the response. McNutty is there for the trade, and that's what NBG does reliably. They have also done a fair amount of damage off to the attacker side, but with all due respect, to be completely fair and transparent, Mainless doesn't really care about hit points, as you guys saw in a previous clutch just 4 or 5 rounds ago. So as we watch now back in the 4v4 situation, posted up towards its B main, KJ Util is present. They pop the 1. Ryumpa spams on through to victory, gets Xavier. Oh my god, they just got to tickle that KJ, and that's going to be the kill. J Sol's fall, and the low HP definitely shows up here in full force as Ryumpa gets off that Hawk. Vasperal, despite being the lowest HP member, survives to last, and this Troll to swing out from main to connect on that final pick.
4 players still alive at the rear end of that round, so it's a pretty good look going here into the retaliation round for the side of Maidenless. But, I mean, there's still a lot to sit there and really digest and take in. And even then, we sit there and see Nightblood. They're not saying we're going to settle it just for it. They're still going to buy up. We're going to see McNutty go for a Sheriff. We're going to see a Bulldog on the field. We're going to see a diverse build. And that's what I like to see. I love builds like this. When teams all show they have their own play style, their own role here in a round like that, instead of everybody saying, you know what, we're going to work, let's put on the uniform. Everybody wears the same thing. Spectre, full armor. I like seeing Marshals in the mix. I like seeing Sheriffs. I like players getting Ares, especially. I mean, especially on Ascent and Sova on to B. Like, that's a necessity almost. But looking at the stance, looking how they're going ahead and stalling out time here. Nightblood, obviously, looking to just play this clock and knowing that full force is going to come through. They're going to see these rifles eventually. They just want to make sure they're prepared for it and they can have the rotations and the player presence there to back it up.
Yeah, end of the day, they want to be smart about the decision. So far with the poke towards both of the sites, towards B and A respectfully. Nothing too crazy to write home about just yet. But look at this caboose coming out towards A long right now. It's an absolute party ready to explode. A Nano Swarm potentially off to Wine to clear it out, and yes, it does. That explodes and all is good, but Ryumpa's in a one-and-done position. Big dash from Chrome. Did he get it? Oh my god, he actually does somehow capitalize. He read that actually super well, expecting Chrome's dash.
No way!
Ares. That is a huge amount of kills, and you said you want diversity. You got it, man, with that Ares.
I mean, that alone, though, why did the second one? How was that available? You sit there, you get shot. Somebody literally just had to blink in his direction, and he was dead. But they allowed him to stay alive that long to manage a second kill. That's a huge problem. Knowing that Team Sure both those kills are on site, nobody can really pick up those guns. It all comes down to the retake here. Troll's going to come on the flank. If this guy manages one right here, right now, that's the easiest retake I've ever seen in my life. But instead gets stinked up a little bit. Hawk is back trying to play for this post lane. And that shock dart that was allocated for the actual spike, now not even an option anymore. Because Coop is pushing up, making moves, and not really able to close things out. But 2 players standing is that round 3 and round 4. How many guns stay in the game? And right there, round 3, not very many.
No, and that's the second time in this matchup where Yumpa's got away with murder. You saw it prior there, I believe it was in the first half that we saw.
Last round of the first half.
Correct, you're absolutely correct. And then now with that Ares pinned in the one-and-done corner, like you said, you know, a 3mm mouse movement to the head ski would have been all it taken, but in the end he gets it with 2 on that Ares. Really good job, but that kind of stuff doesn't fly. So as we exchange rounds now with a 3-round difference between these 2 squads, everyone's fully bought up and invested what they can, and for the most part, it's relatively even. So this, I think, will set some of the tempo to get ahead. You can see very intently here, 303/Maidenless have really taken that tempo down a notch and a half. They just want to play a much slower default here.
Yeah, I mean, looking to go ahead, see what they can work, and knowing that they have all the tools at their disposal now. I mean, every single player has a buy on the field. The only difference we see is in relativity to the armor at everybody's hands. So, I mean, knowing that Nightblood, sure, they have full armor. Rimpa's had a great performance thus far, and Poppy is already being flushed out. Not even... I have nothing to say. Lily sat in that Nano Swarm for the longest time, had no idea what was going on, and still, you gotta notice that you're taking damage. I understand going for the peak, trying to take one out with you, but when you have a Shadow Step, throw it. I mean, why not? It's almost immediate now. It's literally like a rendezvous from James.
It is. It's like it's a point and click. Boom, you're gone. 2 seconds at least, you'll get away with 50 HP or whatever it works out to. Koof. Wait a minute, was trying to line up the satchel to pop the lockdown, but that doesn't happen. In fact, it is successful, and they actually get 1 detain off of it as well. So on the collapse onto site here, getting the bird's eye view from above. Smokes towards heaven. Generator plan is good. It is Koof that's locked down in the end, trying to do some funny satchel business, get that lockdown out of the way. Meanwhile, 5v4 planted. Let's see how these guys maneuver the retake. They have a decent amount of utility on their backs as well. Nutty does have a fault line and a flash as well. Coming out the top there with that Odin, it's got to go burn. It's got to go burn fast.
Most definitely does. I mean, it's definitely got to kick it into high gear. But honestly, I mean, the fact that it's almost a 5v4, or 4v4, excuse me, knowing that Xavier only has 11 health, he's another one of those players right now. I don't know if it's going to be like Roompa, where he can sit there and finesse a couple kills in the meantime, but already it comes into players that are on site. You see players stacking up on Generator, trying to find the necessary kills, but instead, Xavier literally being a role play right now. Able to find 2 in the rear end of that round. Also staying alive towards the very end. And that was purely off Nightblood not checking hell when they dropped down. They knew players were right there towards arches, but honestly, that's a necessity. You have to check it. Whether or not you like to or not, that is going to be part of the checklist. It's literally, I worked fast food for 4 years. And you know what the managers did every time it closed? They had a checklist. It's everything clean. Every nook and cranny is this taken care of. And honestly, the first step, the most important thing, Nightblood didn't take care of there.
I like how you pull out a fast. You're not gonna lie. You've seen that whole documentary about McDonald's, right? There is a rhyme and a reason to every single thing that those people do, and it's done with a checklist. It's done with it's methodical. It's logical. It's well thought.
It has a warrant behind it.
It does, and that's reason. I don't know how I ended up on this overall equation of this conversation, but besides the point now. The situation yet again now, we do the initial damage indeed off to that KJ.
Yeah.
A lot of damage from Chrome again, and Chrome gets it with murder. And what does that equate to? The advantage for the attackers of Maidenless here as they have site control, but Coop is still undetected in the back of site 1. And
no! Why do you let this man get away with that?
Oh, Pain Shell close proximity is able to push them off. No!
This is no! What? No!
Hey, yo! Oh no, now with this, close proximity, does he send it around the corner? Oh my god, had he flicked this hair to the right, I would have actually done something that I shouldn't have done on land. Besides the point. The dance in his fast, bro.
Had no reason to look. He already basically quote-unquote checked it, so I don't blame him.
Okay, so looks like Shorty is meta in that round. Shout out to that play. I am at an absolute loss. That was 1 pump, 2 pump, 3 pumps for 3 kills. That was just clean work all across the board.
Most definitely was. And even then, go ahead and get themselves not only sure a round lost, but still almost a round win in their favor. Rounds like that are huge. You sit there, you get yourself a lead, you know you can work it anyways, and even then losing that round, if you know the Econ switch up can play into your favor, knowing you ripped that many guns out and the resets coming in as well, if you end up winning this round right now, like Coop just started it off, I want to say Mainless are screwed for the next 2.
Look at the damage here, Ryupa. Oh my goodness, everything that...
They're screwed for the next 2.
That's, yeah. Add that one to the checklist. Push aggressively. But that is it. Now they're completely in the gutters, Chief. You look
Shambles.
At shambles is the correct term. I 100% agree with you. And Ryupa's been finding success with the Odin. And if the old horse ain't having troubles, why keep riding it? And in that case, that Odin is doing superbly. They've really shredded the side of Maidenless here. They're gonna have to pull something out. Best case, man, full save. Don't buy a single thing. No unnecessary buys, marshals. It's not the time for that.
They got 4 ultimates. They want to go for something here, and I can't blame them.
The question is, do they pop it this round, or do they keep it for a buy?
Well, the Blaze Storm's definitely coming out as I heard in my ears.
Yeah, there it is.
I mean, that's a given. But, I mean, look at the rest of the team. This is what it all comes down to, is a very play-it-by-ear situation. Right. Can we see Chrome do his thing? Can he go off? Can he find a kill at Reese 2? We pick up the guns off that. Then we say, now we have an ultimate to back up and make sure we have the trump card to play off of those guns. But the util comes out. Poppy manages one right there. Still full armor. Chrome swings out and is able to manage that kill in the market. But the thing is, are they going to push on to B with that influence? Or are they going to back things up? Are they going to create the switch up? Make the rotate come out? No. They are fully forcing themselves across the field. They are like ants when you put baking soda on the ground. They are all lost and they have no idea where they're going because they are in different corners of the map.
Yeah, and they just got the spike. That thing was sitting basically in the side of Timbuktu. Troll and Ryupa, though, are going to say, I mean, y'all got a spike. That's really cool.
Yeah.
High five. Catch you at recess tomorrow because that's all that you guys got. They're not going to get too far here, to be quite frank with you. NBG's got this unlocked. They have everything secured on A with that KJ. They got doubled up on B, knowing they're going to play the rotate strat. They swing. Vaspro, 40 HP and a dream. Paint shells. Oh, boy. That's a problem. That's the worst feeling, eh? You sit in the corner of B, you're like, you know what, maybe I'll get out of there. And then paint shells and a shock dart show up, and very quickly that goes to the gutters.
And my thing is, in a round like that, you got to sit there and consider. Obviously, you would love to make a trick play. You would love to rotate towards A. You would love to make that point to say, okay, they're over-rotating. But the fact is, even if they are over-rotating, you can grab those guns in the meantime, make some work of that. We didn't see those pickups. And on a round like that, I sat there and said, play it by ear. You have ultimates to work with. Do what you can there. If you're given an inch, make sure you can take a mile.
Correct.
We sat there and saw that, honestly, we saw plenty of feet given over to Maidenless, and they said, no, we're supposed to be given an inch. We are going to be very humble in a situation like this. That's not the point in this game. If you take what you can plus more. And honestly, they sat there and just gave it over. But there it is. Giving over kills going to be Nightblood at least this time around. 2 players already losing their life immediately. McNutty also surviving there towards the tail end. But it's a 4v3 situation. They haven't even touched the site yet.
If you're going to flash peek, it's got to happen the instant after the flash blooms. They gave him way too much time to turn away and then transition back, and that was the headshot. So, you know, despite that equation, we're at a 4v3, nothing too major, but you look on the attacker side of the spectrum, we talked about those ults, I believe, a round or 2 ago. They still are holding 3 of them. That Hunter's Fury on a post, along with that KO ultimate, there you go. There's the one. Let's lead him on through into this A site, get that spike down, and from there we're going to have a lot more room to work with on the post lane.
Yeah, able to go ahead and get themselves a little bit more control onto this side. We can already see if you're able to push up with a very, very beautiful shot, but McNutty's going to bring that to a halt and can't find the second to back it up. But still, 2 players alive and well. Obviously, the resurrection is going to be tried here for the side of Maidenless, trying to make sure to bring that pressure on and keep Xavier alive. And still, the control trying to come out, get the tag down. You know a player's there, try and get some free shots off, and there it is. That could have been almost a huge key to slowly throw your teammate into 1v1, but still works out for him. That's 2 players still alive towards the rear end because KO was not a problem there for Maidenless. But now sitting at 9-11, this game is getting closer. I can give props to Maidenless for bringing it back to making this game look good, but there is a lot more they have to do.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments here where you kind of want to go back to the drawing board and have a conversation amongst yourself and say, look, guys, I'm so low-key, though, where's the timeout at? That's what I want to ask. We're at that point where I think we really need one. We're getting to the ugly point, which is match point. Let's see what they got here. Setting up. Owl Drone leads him off into D main here. Hawk, do we clear the corner? We do. Poppy force a swing. Turret's there. Pops it. Tries to get away with safety, and that is the best decision. Bravo. Superb. But again, the trade is there as well to make the magic happen. Right back to a 4v4. Ample time on the clock as well to readjust your bearings and set direction to one of these 2 sites.
Yeah, and able to go ahead and at least get this a single player off the board for each team is looking really good. You got to consider what the impact is for the 2 roles that are already taken off the board, or at least one on each side. You have the Sentinel for the attacker, so post play going to be much more weak. You have to take down the controller now, or at least go ahead and dwindle those resources as much as possible. You're not worried about post play. You're not worried about nano swarms. You can go ahead when you defuse. You know you can defuse safely. Problem is you have to go through the hurdles to get to that defusal. You see the KJ coming out. You see the baby cage coming down here from Nightblood, and it gets shut down immediately because you know the Hunter's Fury is on the board. We're going to be able to find one in exchange for that, knowing that somebody's probably going to slip through the cracks, but not even ready there with the swing and a teammate to make sure to have that door control as they sit there and push that much closer. But Xavier with 1, Jay Stalls with another, and with Hawk, they find themselves a conclusion to this round. It's a 10-11. Very, very interesting approach there from Nightblood Gaming to get back onto that one.
That was amazingly played. I want to comment on Xavier's position on that one for Maidenless. Throwing off that fragment was like, oh my god, they're trying to keep us away, right? There's no shot that they swing us. And in fact, the polar opposite. Xavier goes
You see these players looking to ask Coach Joe to say, look, we don't care about winning the game because we know that's going to be, at least with the way things are rolling out thus far, we're going to. We just want to know, how do we get these guys off us? Yeah. They're getting annoying now, and like they're literally there. They're breathing on our neck, and they're just not saying anything. They're weird, bro. We just want them to be away from us, but they can't find that restraining order. It's nowhere in sight, and honestly, they have to create one, and we just haven't seen too much effort for that yet. Sure, you're on defense. They're going to be forced onto you anyways. If anything, you wait for some kind of an area. You wait for halfway through the take. You know all that utility's already being used. You know they had that tiny moment of comfort where they're trying to put the spike out. You kill that spike planter, and that's a huge twist up they're not expecting.
Yeah, and this is where I want to watch intently towards how they want to get their opening pick, right? If you want to go ahead and talk about one important factor, it's really what's going to drive the succession of opening, agent selections and which site they want to take for the side of main list, rather. So we're watching, posting up, minute 2, definitely changing tempo, though. We're not seeing the same main list aggression we saw mere 4 or 5 rounds ago. Grouping up and now posted up closer towards tree and the long A. Question is, they do have a lockdown as well, which would be a fantastic segue, but the beauty of this is they also have a Hunter's Fury to quickly destroy it, so that could be a problem. Fragment goes off, Ryupa gonna fall back, hops off on that Owl drone. Poppy gets the pick, but yeah, Chief, they've already crossed the highway, they're already in sight.
Yeah, and Poppy already in the back. This is huge. Guy has a Paranoia available. Doesn't have to use it, but he doesn't really need it. Able to go ahead and successfully find one. You know the exchange is out. You go ahead, see Ryumpa with the follow-up to get one as well. So this is a 2v4 situation. Nightblood have this set in stone. Unless you just see some crazy kind of play. 2 players coming from heaven, 1 coming on the flank there towards door. You see Ryumpa able to manage 1, but it's still 1v2. This is good odds. You literally just make these trades, win out these rounds. It is fundamental Valor to close things out. So, now sitting at 10-12, because there's plenty of time on the board, unless Nightblood just feel like making the game longer for whatever reason, which I completely doubt, knowing they asked for a timeout in that last round. They are looking to close things out right here, right now. And looking at the board, looking at what's provided to some of these teams, and looking at what it's more specifically main list has to have, they don't have much. Hawk is already on a Bulldog buy, can't really manage too much here. You see that the rest of the team, they had themselves a buy. To get onto site, but that's been the biggest thing we've seen out of Maiden List thus far, is they've sat there and cashed in so much on the start. They've had a very, very good success rate getting onto site. Regardless of them being in a deficit right now, every single round, I mean, you can look at the board, a lot of these rounds are just defuses. They come down to slays, they come down to defuses. You know that spike is going down, or it's really, really close because of how hesitant they are to get onto the site and actually put that spike down. They feel like fighting. They should play the objective and then set up for the post, because they have 2 of these ultimates. They can literally buy enough time for an entire spike purely off that alone. But instead, you see Xavier looking to go for the tried and true, the thing that everybody else does here within Valorant. At the same time as the KJ comes down.
What's the value in that? Your radius is already big enough. You've committed 1 lockdown. You don't need another radius-based ultimate to get on site. Now they're naked, like you said, right? They got nothing to really protect them. So here comes a retake out of short. They're down a member. Xavier's posted up. Actually, wait a minute. The shots are just that much better. Paint shells go to the close proximity on tree. Isn't there. Koof jiggles. And Koof falls. Finally, Troll shows up, but Chief at this point, ooh, close joust and tree, back and forth. It's Chase all doing the waltz, and in the end, falls to the wrath of Troll, back to a 2-versus-1 situation. And it is Chrome on the board. Extension of the round. Tell me, Mick, where are we going?
We're probably going to
extension of the match.
Yeah,
that'll do it.
That's what I'm thinking, because, dude, I don't know what to think. I mean, I could understand if they haven't had a single timeout, or if they didn't have a coach at a situation like that. It's very, very late in the game. It's very, very late in the tournament. I could understand them saying, you know what, why not? Let's just throw it out there and see if we can close things. But the fact that they took a timeout, they took an entire timeout to say, what can we do that's crazy? Let's pop both their ults at the same time that cover the same exact amount of space. I don't know who made that executive decision, but I don't like trashing teams. I don't like putting people down. But honest to God, for players that are at this kind of level of play, that was unacceptable.
Grasping for dear life. Oh, Vaspero can't make it out. That was so problematic. He got fault line, and then from there, the aftershock cleared him out. That's heartbreaking. Dude, in a 4v3, it looks like we're going for the full push here on a set, my friend, as we're lacing it up back down. What we got here? What's the rhyme and reason for the retake? Poppy's taking a sweet time. This ain't no Sunday stroll, Chief. You got to get on site if you want to hop on that defuse.
Most definitely do it. I mean, with it in a 3v4 situation, Nightblood is obviously going to be a very, very tough predicament for him. I mean, seeing Xavier feeling himself after that last round, I mean, the 4K, or not a 4K, a 3K, excuse me, almost able to get that 4K, but Chrome is still alive and well. Chrome has been the threat that has been a sleeping beast here for these last couple rounds. That has been your hard carry, essentially, for the last couple rounds. And, I mean, I'm not, no shame. Honestly, he's your duelist. Let him do his thing, and there it is, another round. And not only that, but for Nightblood, they just came out of an overtime. What did I tell you? They're going to be seeing another one right here, right now.
Yeah, Chrome is like, I don't know, Harry Potter fans out there, but Chrome is like Fluffy, right? Chrome is that little, demon that you lock up inside of the cellar and hope that no one ever comes out and sees him face to face. And the only way to make him stop from attacking you and chopping your face off is to play a little tune. In this case, it's the tune of success. So going to the latter end of this matchup here, 12-12, we go deep, my friends. And the beauty of it is we're actually going to see Chrome on the glass cannon operator.
Wouldn't blame him. He had so much success on that operator that, I mean, that's the point. Honestly, we are seeing Maidenless say, I hope they forgot about that operator, because guess what? It's going to show up again because it found a 3K on each round that we found success out of it. And that's a very, very definitive win out of just one player's hands to go into the next round.
I'm gonna watch intently. I'm gonna take you up on this Chrome position. Holy cow, this is aggressive too. So he's got the turret down. Is it facing towards? Oh my god.
This is huge.
Oh my god. You couldn't make this up. You could not.
Did he unscope before firing?
I think that might have been delay or something.
Okay.
There's no shot that happened, Chief. That was way too well played. Don't bamboozle that. Valorant's a little bit weird sometimes, but it's not that weird.
Yeah.
Koof gets the one, but that couldn't have been any more picturesque. The turret goes down, doesn't see him. Koof gets the one and done. It's almost like it was written in stones. And Jay Sauls for this follow up there onto Koof as well. It's Xavier. Yeah, look at this. Like
Xavier feeling good, playing initiator for at least one of the players on the map, knowing that you're playing an initiator on defense. There's not much you can do. You fight for control through the map. You play somewhat of a warden role here. You just patrol around and then you wait for the retake to come through, or you're right there in the fray of things because you have that backup. You have somebody that you're going ahead relaying information for. Correct. And I mean, knowing it's a 4v2 now, I mean, Maidenless are looking really, really good for this. We sat there and saw it that, honestly, I said that Chrome, that operator was going to have a huge influence there, and going ahead getting that first pick off the board, you lost a huge play and you're saying, all right, that's a fair exchange. If anything, that's an amazing one.
Yeah, and now as we settle back to that 4v2 situation, I'm looking forward to what MBG can do. They've done a good number. Oh my god. Just when I'm pushing hard here. Ryumpa is the last man alive and is doing a fair number, but now in a 1 versus 3, something's got to happen, Chief. Something's got to shine. Chrome is up top there with that glass cannon operator looking from the heavens, ready to connect, and it's Ryumpa walking across there. MBG has these moments. They're so close, Chief, but it's just like Maidenless have their stuff figured out. We're going to switch it off, and this is the match point per the announcer's call. Let's see what we got. The opportunity now for NBG to close up.
Yeah, I mean, so looking at what they have to work with now, this is obviously looking pretty good here for Maidenless. They sat there, they had the setup, they had the defense, and knowing that Chrome was going to go that operator, which was just to be completely expected, Nightblood didn't really have too much of an idea. And that was also because of the positioning from that turret. I mean, we sat there and thought that, okay, well, this turret's going to read that. They're going to hear the shot or classic to know that's probably Chrome looking to play aggressive there. Well, now this is another exchange side. You see the mid-control already coming into their favor, but Poppy, with some great random shots into the smoke, able to manage a kill there. So, I mean, going ahead, feeling its own utility, able to make the most of it, but not coming out alive at the end is the biggest deal. So sitting at a 4v4, making it 3v4 as Ryumpa is able to find one. You're kind of happy that if any of your players died first, it was your Omen, but now just way too many of them are going down.
Yeah, I go ahead and stand corrected, Chief. This is the opportunity for the side of Maidenless to close that. I may have moved that up slightly earlier, but regardless of the situation, that doesn't seem like it's going to happen now in a 4 versus 1. It's Vasper, 77 HP, Nanoswarm at its feet there, getting swung on, makes good grounds and advances beyond the radius of that Nanoswarm itself. Vasper cleans it up, but low HP is going to make it just a little bit more tricky here. Is in a reasonable position to make advances, but will have some struggles in terms of getting past the 3 members of the defense that are standing.
Yeah, I mean, already looking ahead, getting themselves a pretty good round here to work with, and knowing that even though you're going to OT, Vasperol has to try for something. That's the great thing about overtime. You know that you're getting a set amount of money for the next round, and every single time you say, I have to try for it. And maybe something crazy happens, and you end up clutching that because you're like, I am forced to play the game because I have no other choice. It's not like I save money from entire overtimes. It's just round-to-round basis. But we're now going to be going to the double overtime. We're guaranteeing another 2 here on the board to be working with in the meantime. And we're going to see, obviously, that I feel like Maidenless going back onto this defense, we're not going to see the operator again. I mean, I could be definitely proven wrong, but Chrome will be rocking that. And honestly, I think the biggest thing that Maidenless has to work with is the element of surprise. I think at this stage, though, Nightblood, once they finally made that adjustment, you can even look at the scoreboard from earlier on in the match. Once they got used to that operator, that's when they started running away with it. And they're going to expect it at some point.
And this is, again, the rinse and repeat. I love how quickly they dispatch smokes here from the side of NBG. Going to go ahead and block off a lot of that A presence. The Omen's going to go ahead and pop a shrouded step to get on site. Ryup was right there to back him up. So this is the retake strategy here from the side of Maidenless. NBG's got full site control. McNutty gets the first pick onto Vasperol here. Looking to spam on through. No connections just yet. Nice one from Xavier from above onto McNutty's Domski. And with that, back to a 4v4. Shock threats coming to plenty. Lot of investment from utility-wise, but nonetheless, that's what we got coming out of heaven. Coop playing in hell. Gonna go ahead and do the dance. Generators on lock. They have a good amount of crossfire and placement here to hold off this retake, but again, once the collapse comes through, it's gonna be a lot to manage in one go.
It most definitely will. I mean, already 2 players there towards hell. Able to go ahead and manage some kills there. Ryumpa and Coop, each one managing one on their own. It all comes down to Chrome, who can manage a huge pick there on the Ryumpa with the shorty in hand. Last player staying with an operator, knows exactly where Troll is, knows he's towards outside. You make the pick, you make the swing, you get the line up, and even then you don't manage to kill. So there it is. Troll able to close that round, now giving Nightblood the exchange that they were asking for, and they sat there and lost the first attacking round. Now they win the second one, and it all comes down to whether or not we can see Maidenless also make that same switch up, whether or not they can win this attacking side. And honestly, as the game goes along, I mean, I haven't seen too many adjustments out of Maidenless, but I would love, at least for overtime, you've had so much time now to make these adjustments, to feel what exactly is going on, that these two teams have notes on notes on notes on notes for each other. I can literally sit there and look at the papers in front of you. You have just about as much. They should be able to know what to do at this stage of the game.
So you think. So you think. But the question is now, we've seen one overtime go back to the equalizer and send us through the second. We're on track for what may be much of that here. Look how dominantly Maidenless gets site control here. They close the door, no contesting whatsoever. Nanoswarm blocks it off. The rest of the team joins the party with a shrouded step, but the beauty of smokes is they don't last forever, Chief. There's always sunshine after a storm, and here they're posted up, looking very aggressive. Chrome, hoping he'd kind of camp out longer, but with so much presence in heaven, he makes the right decision. Recon Dart leads him through. Spam in. Ryumpa sends it. No connection just yet here. Looks like he wants to play lineups, if anything. Meanwhile, Jay Saul, is going to go ahead and get some... Wow! What a retake. I mean, okay, not retake. Hold. Wow. That was...
Slaughterfest.
That was a slaughterfest. I don't think our observer even had a time to blink nor, you know, take a breath at that point.
Yeah, he went to free cam.
No.
He said, I ain't got time.
This is not worth it.
I'll see it all eventually. I mean, you know their names by now. You've seen, what, 28 rounds of them? You figured it out.
Yeah, you'll know what's good. And in terms of what's good, it's going to be another overtime and another one. So let's take it all the way through. Another one. Okay, I got to calm down a bit here. But on the real, round number 29, Chief, we can't make this stuff up. Ascent is the greatest of the great. Overall, I'm just here for the ride, man. Looking at the gun buy scenario, I'm expecting the op, but actually, I don't get it. No,
yes, the ultimate surprise. I guarantee you Maidenless win this round. Guarantee it.
This is rough, Nick. You sweet tea in it?
Yeah, I'll sweet tea it.
All right, sweet tea. Let's go. Let's see what we got. NBG gets the opening pick thus far. Make it sweet teeing. Let's proceed ahead for...
Hey, man, hold up.
I'm holding.
Chrome's alive.
I'm holding.
Chrome is alive. Keep in mind. And there he is. He already goes ahead, opens up one, so it's a 3v4 situation. The retake is now on the board, and it all comes down to whether or not we can see the aggression. There it is. The Spurl being probably a little bit too aggressive, and it's a 2v3, so honestly, Hawk was not ready for that. But Chrome is still alive. Well, whether or not, I mean, even then, still, I think it was the Phantom. We didn't see them set up for the site. They weren't set up for A. They didn't have the allocation to cross the board. They had one player towards heaven. They had one player towards main side, and they weren't ready for it. So Chrome is able to make a pretty good answer here, or at least get one on the board. Wants the dash and find another. Knows that the last player's in the bottom. Knows he's towards hell. Close right. Go ahead and get it. It all comes down to defuse. I can't hear anything in my ears. Everybody's yelling. It all comes down to it in the last second situation. I don't care if they lost that round. That was so darn close. I deserve my credit for what I said.
You get your credit, Chief, and I hope somebody clips that. That was a saucy play all across the board. Wow. All right. So, brace yourselves. If that doesn't set precedence for what's to come in the next round here of this overtime, we are at that match point scenario. Do we have enough juice in the tank for the folks of MBG to take this one home? Or is 303 going to go back to that usual attacker-sided precedence with Chrome leading on a 30 bomb, 30 and 21, jousting with Ryumpa up top there. Let's see what they got here in round number 30 at this point, round number 30.
Yeah, I mean, looking for a little bit more to work with here for the likes of Nightblood. They obviously got to get back into this game, but, I mean, teams can only last for so long, man. I mean, this is now a battle for stamina. That's what it comes down to. This is semifinals. They've been playing games back to back to back to back here. This is now, what, round number 5? And they are sitting on another overtime. This is Nightblood's second overtime in a row. The last game they went to was 15-17, and they ended up winning it. Now, they have to either show that that was just a string of luck and they still were kind of on the tank, or whether they excel in situations like this to say we're the most fuel efficient that we can get. And honestly, Troll able to go ahead and start with a pretty good pick there. Also able to get some good damage onto this respective counterpart of another KJ on the field and make it into a 4v4 situation, but it's almost a 4v3 with how little health is at their disposal. But with 2 coming on the flank, Chrome being alive and well, sitting right there towards Tree, he already goes ahead and closes out 1. But the exchange and the dash is questionable, but it still comes out nonetheless. A 3v3. This timer is ticking. If you are on Nightblood Gaming, you have to run right here, right now, because this game is staring you down. And honestly, Mingdon, you got to rush, buddy. I hate to tell you, but you have to run this right now.
Fault line flash. Let's go. Gas it up. Poppy opens it up onto Basketball. Here we go with the fault line. Going to go ahead and ping him out. Nice job getting the connection onto Hawk. Right back to a 2 versus 1 situation now. It's down to the lonesome J Solve. Gonna have to dance with the Devils himself. Comes around, gets the 1. It's half. Is he patient? Taps it. Oh, he's so good. And he gets it! J Solves with the swing of the gods for the 3-piece combination. Chat's having a fantastic time. We're all memeing over here. Let's take it again for yet again another overtime, Mick.
Hey, bro, if we're memeing right quick, I wanna go ahead and point out. Look at this. Bass Sparrow thought they lost the game. He typed GG in all chat, knowing what side of the field he was on, and says, "Oh yeah, my bad. We're gonna keep going. Let me fix up the mentality right quick. I thought I was going home."
The best part of the teammates like, "Hey yo, what about bro? Like I'm over
like,
here.
Bro, I get it's 11. Like I know you want to hit the ranked ladder, but like we got money on the line here. We're still going."
Listen, bro, you could wait a minute or two. Take it easy, but holy cow, talking about getting down to the depths of this map. Yeah, at this point, Chief, the 17-15 was no fluke. I'm going to be honest with you. They have rightfully so fought their way to this point now. Posted up, another OT, another clean slate, clean buys between these two teams. Do we have that operator on the board? We don't. So it looks like these guys have straight up abandoned that op and are choosing to go for the siege tactic. Oh my god, J Sol, he's out for his Sunday stroll, his leisurely walk, and gets clapped in the face by his counterpart Omen. The Owl drone comes out, Poppy's going to get away, and that doesn't give him much value. And that's going to pull that drone from Hawk. So how does a retake work without a Owl drone and a questionable bit of util there from Xavier? That 0 point kind of wall banging a little bit. So
yeah,
we're good. We're chilling at this point.
I think, honestly, at this stage in the game, it's a little concerning. I'm just looking at the mental aptitude of these two teams and what they're capable of and how they're going to keep themselves some relevancy. And I think at this point now, Nightblood, they've snipped the trick. The biggest thing that we saw Maidenless have was Crow and that operator. And that's a trick. That's not any kind of just thing you can do, especially at this stage in the game when it's a glass cannon and you can only get so much out of it. That they sat there, did the first round, it really worked out for them. They had themselves a pretty definitive win off that, but ever since then, you just can't do the same thing over and over and over again. Nightblood are going to expect the operator. They're going to play those closer angles. They're going to make the approach on the site. They're going to find a very quick, aggressive pick to one side or the other, and they're definitely not going to peek towards A because Chrome has never played there. So you find the kills, you find so much damage on the board, even exchanges, a very, very definitive win off Nightblood, and not just because of an individual performance. It was almost a team ace the way that round went.
Match point.
Okay. Coming off that team ace, I see something different. I see individual plays, but overall the team synergy definitely felt better there. It wasn't leaning on one player's shoulders. Is that the tipping point, though, what takes us to the win? That's a question to be determined. Given how close we've cut it time in and time out, Chief, yeah, okay. Ooh, but hold on a second. Talk about one important thing. Troll, okay, oh my god. I had a mild coronary there for a second. Troll bought an op and sold it back. I'm like, please, this is not the time for that. I don't need an opping KJ to take.
I mean, Devera for Team Liquid, he was an opping KJ, but then again, he's also a world-class player.
Then again, he also probably does that the entire match.
And his brothers scream, and it runs in their blood because they're disgusting.
There's a rhyme and reason to many of these things, and I think if you had that opping KJ from the beginning or slash it was working to a certain playstyle, cool, I'm about that. But pulling it out here on the 9th overtime or whatever we're at this point, Chief, is not the play. So slowing that tempo down, degassing a little bit here at this point, Prius style, hybrid mode engage, and we're just kind of cruising through the streets looking for opportunity. Initial poke and whatnot is looking more B-centric, but again, a minute 4 on the clock, and a reasonable rotate through mid is all it takes to hit that A site.
Yeah, most definitely will. I mean, already you can see the setup. You can see the players looking to play towards middle, looking to play towards B as well, and even then, not too much of a real influence just yet. That alarm bot is going to go off. That is going to get the information. And even then, it's going to let you know that Chrome is there. Not more specifically Chrome is being there, but you know the player that's going to be the furthest up is going to be Chrome every single time. Comes down to whether or not he can really have the influence with that Phantom. Go ahead and grab that first pick. That's all it comes down to, because that still is not coming to the board. Ryump is in the back with the Odin. Can't manage that first kill. Instead, J-Saw is able to manage it there. But a lot of damage been done to 2 players. I mean, KO and Omen have literally nothing. Troll to pick one off the board. I'd say it is literally a 2v3 if you're sitting there looking at health pools, but still, you already see Chrome getting picked off, and honestly, that may be merciless, being it done and dusted.
What is Hawk doing on a flank somewhere in Narnia while the rest of the team is pushing on site? Is he completely unwarranted? He could have been on site doing a much bigger contribution with the rest of the team, but regardless, back to a 3v3 situation. We're looking at a reasonable for the side of NBG, and oh my god. After an entire essay, I felt like we wrote 7 theses over and over, and we were so close to having yet again another overtime. We wrap it up, Chief, and that's going to be NBG taking us all the way to the finish line.
Wow. And you know what? Crazy thing is, look at that scoreline. Look at that scoreline.
I will tell you right now, Chief, it is not without a reason. There is
Dude, I don't get it.
Not. NBG, mark my words, if y'all are playing the lottery anytime coming soon, 17 and 15 have to be one of your 2 numbers that you put on that piece of paper. And for a fact, that's 2 consecutive wins in this overtime-based fashion. And to go on ascent on map number 5 and end up where we were, I want to go ahead and say, first of all, GG's to both of these teams. You guys put on one outstanding show. 100% agree.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the scoreboard, I mean, just across what we got to provide here, Ryumpa being the top frag, sitting at 34 and 20, but then right under that, Chrome and Xavier. I'll admit, Xavier was kind of under my radar, even though it's because Chrome literally had the spotlight. He was doing that duelist role, able to sit there and just literally bathe in the light and say, you know what, the rest of them, that's what I'm here to do. I'm not only able to create that space, but I'm able to go ahead and rob so much attention that Xavier was able to step up in the meantime, and I'm sure none of the Nightblood players were really considering it either. They were sitting there figuring out, okay, well, why are they staying in the game this long? This one player hasn't done it. Well, that's where you sit there and start to count down, and then because the players don't want to look at the scoreboard. That's the case in the game. They don't want to sit there and say, oh my God, we've been here forever. We're on to another stage where we're sitting at 32 rounds. We just want to sit there and get this over with, just frag out, stop getting in your head. But you kind of have to look at that, because that is, for players, that's the one statistic you get when you're in a game. You can only do all the studies, all this kind of homework that you want to, but the only thing that really becomes relevant in the game is the actual game that's being given to you. And you have to sit there and look at that stat sheet sometimes and say, well, what are they doing? Xavier was playing a game there. He was doing a darn good job. I mean, looking at just the utility usage there out of Nightblood Gaming, that was the big differential that kind of set the tone here for him. Ryumpa getting way too many free kills, I'll admit. That was nice in those early rounds for Nightblood, but over the course of the match, when you see the defaults, when you saw the control of the map, you saw him being a little more disciplined, not getting overzealous to his site, and just making sure to play off of these rotations, that's really, really ended this thing out.
Yeah, and, you know, coming on a one critical point there, that Sova pick, I believe it was on Hawk, when Hawk was coming up from the back end middle. That to me was trouble. Like from there, it was like, I can't hinge it on one pick. Yes, it's one death. I get it. But there's small things like that, the marginal differences that to me, I think mean something. To others, you might say, well, you know what, Strive, it's a pick. Well, good for you if that's what you think. But like, it's one of those, I'm just being frank with you. It means a lot to me to have one more player on there to play with you on a post plan. He died without any rhyme or reason or trade. Does that work out in his favor? I don't think so. But we digress. We wash that aside. We clear our minds. We go to a clean slate.
You saw it all.
Yeah, y'all were here with us for the whole journey. But regardless, both these teams, an amazing show. 17 to 15, like you guys saw. The final matchup of the evening is just around the bend. Again, for those that have not yet entered our MSI giveaway here, we're on week 4 of 5 of giving. Go ahead and type !giveaway in chat if y'all are interested. And a big thank you one more time to all of our sponsors: Librex Fulfillment, Green Light Networks here, powering our network here in the lounge, Community Gaming, Flower City Union, HyperX, RIT, and Cavs Legion as well, who are providing the goods and deeds to make this event work for you guys. As always, plenty of opportunity for events coming up. !Twitter in chat and !Discord. Val and Chill, Pit of Valor. Y'all know the drill, but I don't want to bore you with that stuff. Let's send you guys off to a quick break. Give a chance to our 2 finalists to settle back in, jive in the lobby, and for us to catch our breath and bring you the sauce for the final matchup. Off to a quick break. Back to you guys momentarily.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Go ahead and find 3 of those players in the share. There's a cowboy here, listen to Slobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is a massive all across the board.
We see in Stanfordina absolutely going out for the punch with these kills, make a very good exchange right now. This is what Misfits needed just exactly. And we're going to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least woman advantage in their stance, and dyslexic, find a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Secret's guiding light, everything from this coming through in the sky, looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off for the and they clear it, Chief. They clear it. But wait a minute, standing on the back side. Gets 2, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a massive block forward. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here. Continues to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Misfits are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This is going to fix especially already grabbing 2 of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is 1 tap. Easy as that.
And Cade swings, takes out Birdie, unable to connect with shots on to Trick. Cade taking the frag, it's at the double.
There's coming up the middle. Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste Utes.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be Birdie takes that frag.
All the util in the world knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not spam this man 1 by 1 or you will go home.
We're going to be eating dirt here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's making
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out from the side of Misfits. And honestly, I'm ready for it because
so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see instead Marina absolutely going off on the fight for these kills, making a very good exchange right now, and this is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers guiding light, everything from this coming through, and this guy looking wonderful, blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off for the, oh, and they clear it, Chief. They clear it. But wait a minute, standing on the back gets two. And that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a massive flop for it. Right there on the end of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. They're just going to overtake here because Zink's going to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Mythics are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This one, especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is one down. Easy as that.
And the Kate Sweets takes out Birdie, but unable to connect the shots on to a trick. Kate taking the crack. It's at the level. Jumping up the middle. Cor's also just flying up the middle. Cody's going to take down Sassy Hot Dog. Cor's going to take down Evolve. Just like that, Young's going to pull and waste you. Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that frag.
All the util in the world knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swim this man one by one, or you will go home.
You're going to be eating Dyslexic and a lovely 24-17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's me. Okay, Slay.
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out from the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shroud's ready for it because you can go ahead and find three of those players with a share. There's the Cowboy here losing this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see instead Bernina absolutely going off on the fight for these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. They're able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and dyslexic find a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers guiding light, everything from this coming through, this guy looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash. They don't swing off for the, oh, and they clear it, Chief. They clear it. But wait a minute, standing on the back gets two. And that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
It's a massive flop for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here because Zink's going to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well. Back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Mythics are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This one, especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the tower right now. This woman is one down. Easy as that.
And the Kate Swings takes out Birdie, but unable to connect the shots on to a trick. Kate taking the frag. It's at the level. Jumping up the middle. Cor's also just flying up the middle. Tony's going to take down Sassy Hot Dog. Cor's going to take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's going to pull and waste you. Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. Birdie takes that frag.
All the util in the world knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swim this man one by one, or you will go home.
You're going to be eating dirty here. Dyslexic and a lovely 24-17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's me. Okay, Slay.
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out to the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shroud's ready for it because you go ahead and find three of those players with a share. There's the Cowboy here losing this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see instead Bernina absolutely going off on the fight through these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance, and Dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers guiding light, everything from this coming through, and this guy looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
And we're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash. They don't swing off for the, oh, and they clear it, Chief. They clear it. But wait a minute, job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here, because Tate's going to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well, back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Memphis are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This is going to be big, especially already grabbing two of those players. Oh, the damage on the Chow right now. This woman is one down, easy as that.
And McCain swings, takes out Birdie, unable to connect the shots on to Trick. Cade taking the frag, and that's a double.
Just coming up the middle, Core's also just flying up the middle. Tony's gonna take down Sassy Hot Dog. Core's gonna take down Evolve. Tony, just like that, Young's gonna fall and waste use.
Would be nice. Anything more would just be a bonus. And Birdie takes that fragger.
All the util in the world. Knows the blind's coming out. Wins one of those fights. Do not swim this man one by one or you will go home.
You're going to be eating right here. Dyslexic, and I love the 24 and 17 on that scoreboard as well. And it's making
Okay, thank God.
My goodness.
I don't think anybody's expecting an upfront C push already coming out from the side of Misfits. And honestly, Shadow's ready for it, because you can go ahead and find three of those players with the Sheriff. There's a Cowboy here, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, so far so good. That is massive all across the board.
We see in Staffordina absolutely going off on the fight for these kills, making a very good exchange right now. And this is what Misfits needed just exactly. Able to go ahead, rip these guns out, have a man advantage, or at least one advantage in their stance. And Dyslexic finds a 4K, switches it up.
Had an idea, but it's probably fair to say that idea didn't work out. Seekers, guiding light, everything from this coming through, and this guy is looking wonderful. Blinded once again, but continuing.
We're going to be in for a world of pain. Guiding light, pop flash, they don't swing off of the and they clear it, Chief. They clear that. Wait a minute, standing on the match. Gets two, and that's a very good job there from the defensive side to continue to hold off and not give an inch to the side of C4.
They now spot for it. Right there on the edge of your wall. Not able to grab anybody though, but SAE and Shin are going to be the dynamic duo of the hour. There just has to be more of a take here, because Tate's going to find one. He's going to be snitched on and killed as well, back up as well. So already looking to make that exchange. Memphis are trying to get themselves on the C side, but they're going to run right into Dyslexic. This is going to be especially already grabbing two of those players. All the damage on the Chow right now. This woman is one tap. Easy as that.
And McCain swings, takes out Birdie, unable to connect the shots on to Trick.
This camera will be a problem. See if I
We are speaking in Discord.
we're picking up in there.
Test, test. Hey,
All right, are we live? Can they hear us?
folks. How's it going?
Hello, hello.
Hi, hello. So, chat and everyone that's watching, I don't know
Not
what
sure what happened there.
and-
Literally, we checked all of our sources, everything, even in the interface, all the nerdy stuff, and like nothing. All the check marks were filled.
Was
Like
checked.
everything was good, but check,
Fast-
check.
the
We're here
fast food
now.
Checklist was solidified.
Yeah.
This is all right. So we're good. We're back into it, and we apologize if you. Well, obviously you guys didn't hear us on desk, so you guys can hear our beautiful voices now, as our two teams have been so gracious enough to pause on the match start, and with the help of our observer and producer to secure some time for us to chat. So quickly, Mick, talk about it. Tell me, where you're at. Coming off, obviously, we talked about the overtime situation. 3 rounds of Ascent consecutively. NBG 2 successes, 17 and 15 wins. Like you said, this doesn't happen by fluke, Chief. There's got to be some funny business here.
Yeah, there most definitely is. I mean, it feels like everything's lining up for the Sunday Night Bowl game, but even then, there's a little bit more setting up here for Akuma to know that they could have somewhat of a redemption arc. We sat there and saw them earlier. I'm not going to say they were super disappointing by any means, but they didn't feel as strong as I remember them being. Like, Akuma had this big image in my head of this beast, this team that's always making it consistently into grand finals or semifinals, always making a run for themselves, and especially in an environment like this, where you have a lot more money on the line, for them to step things up. And thankfully, I mean, when it came to face-off, they sat there and looked good. They had the comeback. They had the relevancy there, and they were able to go ahead and pull things out. But against Nightblood, this is a much, much more difficult animal that you're dealing with. And I want to see whether they can really hand it to the test of time and make sure that even if it does get an overtime scenario like Nightblood's last 2 maps, that they're here to handle it.
Yeah, indeed, as we're setting up now with the overall beginnings of this round. Some pokes towards short and whatnot, prodding around, seeing what they can find initially. Degrees gets a great one onto Poppy to open up this round, tapping away. Fragment blocks off the pushes towards long and such, but ooh, this is going to be problematic as Ryumpa and co are able to collapse on that A site, making light work of this take now in a 3v3 situation. Low HP attackers, spells, trouble, as they're going to go ahead and collapse for the retake coming out from Spawn. See how they manage through tree and heaven down there.
Yeah, and even then looking for the retake, knowing that Spike is down, looking to see what they can really manage onto the board. There's a lot that has to stack up here. Knowing that Akuma, they're going ahead, they're coming right back towards heaven, and the split isn't really having too much success just yet because you see these players trying to go towards tree. You see it's not really working out. Demo's going to be the last one standing in a 1v3 situation, and Chirol already going ahead, just setting up long with that ghost, just looking to ping things down. 58 health in a dream, and in a round like this, you have to go for it. There's no compensation. There's no real kind of workaround here. Sure, you can pick up another gun, but honestly, at this stage of the game, you don't even have time with the spike.
Yeah, and with that, it's McNutty on the board to make it happen. So in the end, the 3 versus 1 looking superb. Low HP doesn't really put a dent in their morale. And proceeding ahead now into round number 2, we're expecting a fantastic buy round indeed. Let's see what they come out with.
Yeah, and already looking at what they got to do, I mean, it's just a lot on the board. Obviously knowing that, I mean, the game so far is just going to be round 1. We can't freak out about what they have to go with, and we can't freak out about maybe the plays that are under the board and knowing what these teams are doing, but it really just comes down to the more we play this out, the longer this thing goes, I want to see a game of adaptation. I want to see changes constantly being made, new setups coming onto the board, new ways to play the game, and even then on a round like this, I'm getting a prime example right now. Every single player, sure, it's a 50-50, you just lost it, but every single Akuma player set up towards A, and they are not being met by anybody.
And here we go now with the same old rhyme and reason. MBG with the firepower in their back pockets, looking to aggress intently. Bit of decision-making factors to where they want to slap that spike in the ground. They're going to go ahead for the corner plant indeed. 5v5 retake though. This is where things get a little bit interesting now. We're going to see how they decide to manage it through. Sending some members towards market, looking majorly towards tiles, but that's a lot of ground to cover on a flank here to get on the defuse as well. And there is a lonesome little Poppy with there, but the classic with the jumping demo on a pogo stick is able to clean him up there real quick.
Yeah, able to go ahead and at least get that first kill onto the board, and knowing it's now a 5v4 situation in favor of the defense, knowing they didn't really have too much to work with right now, knowing they were also on the opposite side of the map, not really even being in that fight just yet, but still finding pretty good success here, making it a 2v2 situation, and even then you gotta look at the even help pools that are available to them as well, but even then here, able to go ahead and find one more kill, looking for that last one there, but in the 1v1 situation, whether or not you find the kill, McNutty goes ahead and closes things out. So with nothing but pistols, a lot of scrappiness, and the 5 players just stacking on top of each other, there is a lot of things they're going to have to work out.
Yeah, and now getting to round number 3, the big buy round as well. This is where we're going to have to find something come out, man. Like, the gun rounders here, they have to set precedence now, and I hope they can do so.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, looking at what they have to do, they have to make sure to have some kind of a setup. I mean, knowing the way the game's going to pan itself out, knowing that the second round is into the favor, or excuse me, the third round is going to the favor, Akuma, like, their setups thus far have not been there. Honestly, as they're trying to go ahead and make sure they can have the adaptations I was talking about earlier, but I mean, there's only so much you can really do. They have to make sure they sit there and set up across the site. They have to evenly spread across the map. That's an even bigger thing that they really have to make sure is checked off because they can't really invest into one. But now's a nice little round for them to experiment, and it almost worked out for them, too. I mean, I think if they had better weapons, that still could have gone to their favor. But Nightblood already going ahead, open up with a favor of their own. Knowing it's a buy round here for Akuma, 2 players are already off the board, and a very, very good exchange for Nightblood. Maybe go ahead and be the catalyst for them winning the third in a row.
Yeah, speaking of catalyst, McNutty is that little secret potion there in this mix with that Phantom in hand. Is going to be most intently looking at not lose it primarily, but of course can do a huge number given the opportunity to do so. A hero out of heaven is sporting a Vandal as well, as always with that buy coming in. The recon guard's going to ping him out as well, and with the spam coming through, just a bit of a tickle down to 90. You got a lot of coverage though. These attackers are playing a superb post plant. A late KJ coming up from the back end of Lung is always good and handy, while you got 3 of your folks posted up on that A site, and you can see it's after doing a fair amount of damage to the defensive side of Akuma, they're going to go ahead and rotate off and save whatever weaponry they bought in the previous round.
Yeah, already just looking to do whatever they can. I mean, knowing that Spike's going to go going off, you're not really concerned about how the game's playing out. Troll does go ahead and die in the process, and so does Scoof. And knowing they're going to be buying in that next round, they're not worried about it. McNutty does have a gun, so he has no reason to really fall to the Spike just yet. But that third round does go to the favor of Nightblood Gaming. Absolutely massive for them, knowing that you can get all that to really line up for yourself. And Akuma, once again, kind of going for this weird thing to where they kind of buy out, kind of don't, and even then at the end of the day it ends up messing them up because in that third round they didn't really get themselves anything to work with. Now in the fourth round you expect somewhat of a retaliation round even after that last one, and they still don't have anything. I mean, Degrees now able to manage a full buy, Taz and a hero all able to manage a full buy. Where was that on round 3 like everybody else does, because you just left 2 of your teammates in the dust now?
But I think saving the 3 weapons here, proceeding further into this round, might be what it takes to close it out, right? They've 1 or 2 weapons. All right, cool, I get it, primaries. But 3, this is where I'm looking intently to these Vandals to open up a pick. They got to do something. And Degrees in a very cheeky spot, looking for a cross pick, but it's low-key like they've kind of telegraphed it as a whole. They know exactly that there's some aggression, and they're going to be on the prowl. So playing a passive setup here on the attacker end. We'll see what they can do. Minute on the clock here. Owl Drone goes out, and this might foil the plans. Do they hard clear it? Oh, they do. They completely catch up. And what's Degrees going to do? Get aggressive. Giving us some Degrees vibes, but that's not the best choice in the book. There falls to Reumpa on that response.
Yeah, already able to go ahead and get a lot to work with here, and knowing what these 2 teams have to really stack up. It's still those guns, still that relativity, knowing those guns are still inside the lobby and really circumventing between these players. That's what it comes down to. Can somebody pick up Degrees Vandal? Can they make that impact? Can you play off of that? Can you sit there and make sure you can get onto a site for a retake situation off that? Or even then, do you have the right setup to make sure you can find these crosses? But, I mean, what they have thus far is just a lot of more potential to be playing off, especially considering it here. I can go ahead and grab these 2 kills. That is the kind of hole we needed. That was the exact play we're talking about. And knowing that Poppy can go ahead and close off that player, get the plant down, and really keep on carrying away with this game makes a lot of promise for this.
Yeah, it does here. Shock Dart going up for Reumpa. Going to go ahead and make an attempt to tase Taz. Doesn't land, but actually suffers a bit of damage right back on. So 2v2 scenario. They do have a great entry spear for the post plant. Taz, high, pop flash, and not an immediate swing off of it. Going to wait intently for the pinch opportunity. And beautiful pinch it is. The lobster claws come out there as a hero is able to get Poppy now. They got to make light work of this pinch on to Hell. Reumpa, though, you can't 1v1 this monster as he lines up the 1 and the 2. What a play from Reumpa. Straight up close proximity battles, holding the tightest angle of all angles. Really good job to get 4 consecutive.
Yeah, and knowing it's 4 consecutive, that is huge here for Nightblood. Knowing that, I mean, right now in the game, this is the start, this is the grand finals, that you're already, a third of the way through to get yourself in a match point. Right off the get-go, I mean, that is a lot to sit there and say, a lot to brag about, knowing that, I mean, you also have 2 ultimates now to back that up, a Rolling Thunder, you're on the attacking side. This is a free approach. Even then, you could sit there and wait for some kind of a KJ dome to come down, and you sit there, pop it then, and you're saying, sweet. Free way to not only get kills, but also set up and say, we can grab ourselves a guaranteed ult shutdown as well. So, I mean, it all comes down to whether or not whether you want to find this proactive, reactive, whatever it may be. And honestly, Koof being very proactive, already finding the first frag here in the round, and essentially sandwiching Demo there towards spawn. They have full control of B right now.
Yeah, this is the chance to get aggressive. Troll gets a great 1-2 combination there onto Taz and Degrees, and it's really good from here on out for them. This is the 5 sequential for them at this point. And with just a 1 closeout here onto Liquefied. Let's see what we can make of this one here. Gets the 1 onto Troll. And with that, it's Poppy to clean up shop. So very quickly here, guys, we're going to pop to a very snappy pause to make some quick adjustments to some audio issues. Please sit tight. 1 moment. All right, everybody, welcome back to the matchup. We appreciate your patience. Just had to deal with the bottom end of some of those tech issues from earlier. Make sure the game audio on our side was cooperating. This was being a little bit patchy in and out, but that's what we need to do to bring the primo content here on these grand finals, the best of 1. Let's proceed ahead. Going to slap that unpause button here momentarily. So, Mick, talking about it, 4 ultimates on the side of NBG here now, 5 sequential rounds to back it up. And, you know, couple that with some decently equipped ultimates on the opposition of Akuma. Something's got to come out now, but I think NBG, after a 17-15 win, 2 in a row now, their mice hands are completely warmed up, to say the least.
Yeah, they're definitely warmed up, and I'm sure they also want to close out this game as quick as possible to say, look, we can also get ourselves warmed up, but also call ourselves dumb for the night. A lot of players, I'm sure they want to go ahead and say, we're getting the prime hours of hitting that ranked ladder. We love staying up as late as possible. But I'm sure both these teams, if they get themselves a crash prize like this, they're like, who cares about rank? We got money at the end of the day. So, I mean, we're chilling on that. But, I mean, going forward, they're looking for whatever they can. We sat there, mentioned prior, the 2 ultimates that were at the disposal of Nightblood Gaming. Now they doubled it up. They found 4. Now sitting on 5 rounds, they can guarantee themselves almost an even half so long as they just know the right times to pop these. But it all comes down to Akuma. Knowing they had themselves a buy, knowing they had the allocated players across the entire field, we haven't seen too much of a B hit out of Nightblood yet at all. And even then, that's enough of a sign. Quiet towards B, full Rolling Thunder towards A. This is the call. Nightblood are loving the site.
Yeah, they love it, and for good reason, man. They've had no problems getting on A. It's different, though, this time. Liquefied is on the board early on. They still get the plan of their choice, and you can see, with that opening pick, there is no reason for Akuma to get too aggressive. They're going to give up that plant and worry about the retake. They have a lockdown, they have a Hunter's Fury, but they have to be careful. The counter lockdown and counter Hunter's Fury is also primed and set here. So we're posted up, looking intently. Here's the defender lockdown coming in. That's going to bait out the first Hunter's Fury to get it. Oh my god, McNutty is going to utilize that aftershock to clear it out. Does with the deed and gets liquefied off of that, and there's the follow-up continuing ahead. Law invested in this round, and so far it's looking reasonable for the side of Akuma now as they have to retake. Taz gets the 1, McNutty for the 1, the 2, and that's the 3rd pick as well. Ahira coming out from the Velos as per usual, and the pinch activity for Taz. But Troll somehow in hell is looking really good. Half, and it's Troll waking up, looking mighty prime here as they're going to get 6 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, huge here. Able to go ahead and guarantee themselves an even half. I mean, this is a massive stance for these players thus far to go ahead and get a good look of what exactly is in front of them. That's just 6 more rounds they could possibly find, especially knowing momentum is on their side, and they really didn't have to invest too much right there. The 2 ultimates that came up first for the side of Nightblood Gaming, they waited preemptively 2 more rounds before they really popped those, because those are the ones that were up first with the KJ Dome and the Rolling Thunder. Now they have the Shadow Step, they have the Omen, they have the Hunter's Fury, and they can just really save that to be almost reactive, because those are what those really are. Omen, obviously, you want to set up plays. Hunter's Fury, that's the one I'm really kind of put a more influence on, because a lot of teams, it's really, really more of a mix-up to know how they're going to pop it. I mean, either you sit there, you find yourself somewhat of a blind tag, you get the recon, and you sit there and say, okay, let's go ahead and tag through this. Sit there, throw all those shots out. But now, honestly, knowing these 2 teams, you know that whenever Akuma get that opportunity, when they get that baby cage from KJ, when they get the opportunity to make some kind of a shutdown, the Hunter's Fury is going to come out to say, any kind of shred of hope you had, any light at all, we want to rip that away from you.
No, and you can see, with all due respect, Chief, the light is very much MIA at this point. We're back in that really nasty haunted house, and this time there ain't no exit. You're just kind of going infinitely in that corn maze. So this is great for the side of NBG. See what they can bring out for the round number 7. Meanwhile, Akuma is still holding on to a critical Blade Storm as well. See what they can do with that, as they're going to go ahead and rely on Liquefied with that single Phantom in hand. The rest of the team half armor, a couple Sheriffs, a sprinkle here and there, but going to be a lot to manage with MBG's full buy in the form of those Phantoms and Vandals.
Yeah, able to go ahead and get themselves a pretty good run in, just knowing they're going to be sitting up on default once again. We see Liquefied set up towards right there in tree every single time, and I kind of like that Omen look. I like the way they play that out, but knowing that there's a lot more on the board, knowing that, I mean, Omen, honestly, playing towards B main, you want to keep them in the center, I understand, but maybe towards mid would be a little bit better. You throw the smoke out there towards back Catwalk or right there on Sabrosa, and you push up through the map. You look for that influence. You smoke panels. You know a player may be sitting there, but instead you're just waiting for something to come to you instead of really making that move yourself. But there it is. Degree is also trying to make a move as well with that Blaze Storm. Knowing there's not too much to work with, you're trying to find the aggression, you're trying to play towards A main, but honestly, Ahira, he's the one who's going to be making the calls here, telling that they are right here in panels, and I at least got one of them.
Coop's like, when in doubt, boop the snoot, indeed, with the satchels. Does much of that to Ahira. Poppy and McNutty want a piece as well, and they're going to clean up shop. Now, 4v2 situation. Still, the side of NBG continues to rake up ults.
30 seconds left.
This is just their tried and tested method. Getting aggressive. Whoa, hello, Degrees. Aggressive. Cloudburst to safety. Denies that pop flash, but still aggressive. That's the choice. That's massive. Degrees completely counter bamboozling McNutty there. Really good job, 2v2. Getting aggressive. Oh, gets the one, but Coops, showstopper, stops the show for the most part now. 11 seconds. Do we have enough time for an ult plant? We indeed. Oh. Nope, it's been red. Demo's here. 3 seconds. Does he get it down? I think we are not good. Poppy had no time to reposition, and the Nano Swarm said that is pretty much the game plan here. So, yeah, bravo. First round in a very interesting fashion. Goes the right direction, alas, and we have some life coming out from the side of Akuma.
Yeah, a little bit of a mess up there for Nightblood, and wasted ultimate at that as well. But, I mean, Poppy, I know he's going to bounce back from this. No one exactly, though. People want to bounce back a little bit more so right now. It's me, Akuma. And then that first round, that is a good start for him. I mean, it's not going to be too much of a hindrance to the economy in Nightblood, obviously. 6 rounds in a row. They got a win streak on their hands, and they definitely got all the buys in the world on their hands. But Degrees also popping off in that last one. Grabbing that 3K right there towards A main, and now picking it up an Operator. I respect every single bit of it, and I think, honestly, that could be a huge key to at least getting a couple rounds here, because Nightblood, they don't know when Operators come out. They don't really know how to adjust around them too quickly.
Holy cow, they got completely shut out. Look how much they invested on that before even coming out of B main. And Poppy, alas, comes out towards Logs, gets the one, dodges the Paranoia by the skin of his teeth. Nice little one dome ski onto Liquefied now. Door closes, back to a 3v2. So what was looking really good initially is kind of equalized for the most part. Owl Drone here pings out Poppy, but he don't really care. Poppy's good with getting identified and standing out in the open. Coverage going off towards spawn. Ryunpa has a sticky feeling that there's some flankers coming, given the numbers that are on the board. Poppy's going to clear out sidewalk and look towards backside to ensure they are more or less protected before planting, but a little bit of hesitation initially as they're waiting for the opposition to make the first move. Finally, she does the clearage of the back, and we're looking in a place where we can finally maybe plant, but look how patient they are here, Mick. They're not looking to make any hasty moves at all.
Yeah, they're most definitely not. I mean, they want to go ahead, kind of play it patient, play it slow, knowing that another line is now on the round. I mean, Nightblood, they don't really have too much to lose here. They know they have a massive lead on their hands, and they already have themselves a guaranteed half, but they're trying to play off of this. They're trying to say, okay, well, at least set up for the 1v1s. Do what you can here, get the spike, get the extra money. It all comes down to whether or not you're ready for the exchange. You can find their respective kills. But with Degrees being at the front end of that, being the first one to swing out, you're expecting him to find that kill, and that's exactly what he does. So this half is looking that much more doable. Now sitting at 6-2, you have yourself an ultimate. Degrees doesn't really get that. Ahira gets it instead, and I completely respect that decision, knowing that Ahira is that much closer to an ultimate, and Degrees already still has an operator, and he's praying that he can hold on to it much longer.
Yeah, I hope so. And the thing from NBG was, I was going to say, is it the tempo? Did they give him too much time to rotate? But at that point, they were already there. It's not like, going any faster was going to make anything different. It came down to, realistically, Poppy had to clear out a lot, was kind of sold out. Ryumpa was concerned about many different angles, not, including the flank, but that's where the overall NBG vibes are saying it's all good. Brush it off your shoulders, guys. That was a tough round. We're at a disadvantaged situation. Could they have accelerated a bit more on their take into sight? Mayhaps, but the Rolling Thunder here comes out, and that's, maybe the prayers are hurt. Acceleration indeed going to lead them on through. It doesn't get market cover, but alas, the start cover is there to block off Demo and Co. Ahira cannot do a single thing with this blockage here. Gets also pinged out, so delays upon delays here. It feels like you're trying to take flight in the midst of complete chaos. With that now, spike planted, 5-man retake coming out on the board. So to say KO ultimate available. Demo going to do a quick bit of work onto Koof there as they're going to go ahead and try and kill us, but continuous delays from the utility. Unfortunately though, it leaves the side of NBG completely bare naked. They have nothing to protect themselves, and from there it's gunfights, mono-e-mono battles as they're completely pigeonholed. Ryumpa again, segregated in main, gets picked off by Taz, and now McNutty way back in sight here is going to have to maneuver through 3 people pushing him.
Yeah, always these clutch situations that come down to McNutty. Honestly, he's one of the players that can manage it. If he sat there and found the flash off of that pick, he also could have picked off Akira. But only problem is behind that, you had a much bigger problem at your hands. Degrees is alive and well. He was already set up towards that Carnet. Knowing that flash would have been done, though, by the you found that last kill, there was just too many things that had to line up, and that just wasn't going to be the case. So that's going to be Nightblood going ahead and calling a timeout, which I think was totally fair because, worst case situation, you're sitting at a even half. Things aren't going to be bad for you no matter what. You want to make sure, though, whatever happens, that it stops right now. You can get yourself a 9-3 or an 8-4, whatever it may be, but get more than what you got, because an even half, looking at these adjustments we've seen from teams on their secondaries, especially switching over from defense to attack, it's been pretty horrendous thus far.
It's been a road and a half, Chief, but you're going to go ahead and appreciate the fact that Akuma, despite being 6-0, did not even, they didn't bat an eye. They came right back with their own 3 really quickly, and actually in rapid succession to state that fact. So they're now back in the driving seat. Now how the tides have changed, and it feels like with Ascent, we're basically in the most tropical of weathers. It's a constant flux of back and forth, and they have the good old Demo now. Actually, wait a minute, low-key, Demo's got that op, so are we going to see that KJ up Fandango come to fruition? I think so here, getting aggressive. It's always nice, actually, low-key. You use that turret to get a bit of information, and from there you feel much more comfortable sticking your op out in places you necessarily wouldn't want to do so. So, taking it down, let's watch it out and see if NBG can come up with a really good eco round.
Yeah, are looking to go ahead, get this eco round, as you mentioned, underway. It just comes down to whether or not they can find the shots and even then set up for the different spot on the map. We're not seeing Nightblood fight for too much control in mid. We're not seeing them really work around the map. They're just choosing a site and they're sticking to it, which I understand. But I like to see when teams like to play towards mid, push up all the way towards B, right there towards Pizza, see what they can manage, and then back out and work across the map. But Koof not really knowing what's going on, able to just get the aggression, find those blast packs, and manage a kill there. I don't know if running, honestly, the Bucky is the best situation because, Koof really has been asleep this game thus far.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, and it's Pearl has been showing up a bit more. Koof is still having some trouble getting on the board, but that's okay. Nothing too major here. We know for a fact MBG knows what the long haul means. These guys are serious truckers when it comes to getting through their matches. So Troll gets a response onto Demo. That's good enough. They're doing a fair amount of damage on them, considering this is their equal round. Anything they can get at this point is a bargain. I'm all about it. It's a flea market at this point, especially this off. Degrees, pinch. Despite being a little bit dizzy, is able to get the one-shotty onto McNutty. Ryumpa clears up that one, so quickly back down to a 2 versus 1. Oh! Ryumpa with the staircase fiesta. Nice work with that Sheriff.
And even then, I mean, I wasn't going to freak out about it too much, but to know that it had a follow-up like that, finding the headshot through the wall, knowing exactly where that ping was, and making sure to manage 2 more. We sat there and said Nightblood needed one hell of a thrifty. Well, Ryumpa gave us one hell of a thrifty, I'll give you that. It would have managed that 3K there towards the end, manage those headshots in such a clean manner, and even then back up the team to say, okay, I can pick up a gun, save a little bit of money in the meantime. Nothing's really out of my grasp just yet. And honestly, picking up that operator instead of anything else, that is going to be handed to Troll. Your KJ's off it now.
That's what I was saying earlier.
How does it make you feel?
It makes me feel pretty good, actually. I'm not gonna lie. This is where I'm watching. I got my eyes peeled, man. They're taped up with 7 layers of duct tape at this point. I want to see what this KJ can do. And a save round, I mean, it's a lot more opportunistic. I'm expecting some good business.
I mean, Troll may be actually like more of a chamber player, you know, just kind of on and off.
100% agree with you. Very much so. It could be that type of agent and just excels with the up. And there's nothing wrong with that. End of the day, Chief, the game's about killing people.
Yeah.
Like, let's just be frank here. And if it's with an op or a vandal or a phantom, I could honestly care less as long as we're making the magic happen. Troll hunting towards mid. But meanwhile, Ahira lines up a double piece. Nice number 2 combo with the side of fries there. Wipes out 2 members with that Hunter's Fury, and we're looking a little bit worse for wear considering that Akuma's on a big save.
Yeah, and even the problem is you got to sit there and look at the attacking side, because once you break out that operator, that's one less player you have on site. I'm okay with it being the Sentinel because they're already towards the back anyways. They're setting up for post plants. They're making sure the spike goes down. If anything falls south, you let the rest of your team set up for that first. But already looking to go ahead. Ryumpa trying to find some pressure on the site, especially towards A, knowing how close those arches are, and with Troll being right on the end and right behind him. That's a lot to ask for, knowing that this guy doesn't have too much. But he picked up a Phantom in the meantime, didn't really take note of that, and was able to manage one there. But old Daz with a quick exchange. So it all comes down to popping a 1v3. Every single one of these players from Nightblood able to win these, or at least get these 1v3s, and look pretty darn good in them as well.
Yeah, you're right. As individuals, they shine. As a team, they're even brighter. They're a galaxy among many. Spike in hand, 5 seconds. Poppy is going to have low-key PTSD after this round. He's got no time, has to plant that spike. This time, not a 1v1. The 2v1 makes it just that much more difficult to maneuver on through. They're going to pass that baton off one more time now. Announcers made it clear here, Chief. We're setting ourselves up for the good old-fashioned Ascent half of 7-5. And yeah, this spells trouble in Ascent Town for me, as we're walking in with more or less a complete buy disparity NBGs in the dumpsters when it comes to their finances.
Yeah, my problem is if it ends up 7-5, that's only 10 rounds off from each side for the scoreline we've seen from Nightblood Gaming every single time. It's just like, these numbers are just giving me PTSD at this point. But, you know, it is what it is. Knowing how late in the night it's getting. But, I mean, all things said and done, you got to sit there and see that we can also possibly get an 8-4. Knowing that Nightblood, they not only sit there and have themselves some stuff to work with, but Coop off that first pick, able to pick up now a Phantom. Knowing that the last round, sure, didn't go in their direction, but it doesn't matter. You don't need the best rifle in the world. You just need the utility to back it up, the aggression to follow off that. Ryumpa can do exactly that. Off a Rolling Thunder, able to manage another one. It's a 5v3. Even regardless of the weaponry, you can win rounds like these with nothing but classics.
Yeah, and with the lockdown now taken away, Ahira sneaks into the sneakiest of corners and is almost alive as Poppy's like, no, nice try, man. It's not happening on my agenda. So with that, it's a 5 versus 1. Degrees follows it up. 1, Blaze Storm. Oh, give me some of that vibe. Give me the goodness. Right click, fault line, up close and personal. Degrees is going to have to be careful. Swung on, flash, full Ray Charles. A share for good luck here. This is like one of those CSGO Nancy moments. For those who know what I'm talking about, as Ryumpa sends off that Hunter's Fury, and that's going to be the 8th round to the side of MVG.
Well, look, Coop was just counting knives there, saying,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, now pick 'em, boys.
Yeah. And then they full swing. They had numbers to blow, Chief.
Yeah.
It's not too concerning. So we wrap up the half, and this is something fresh. 8 to 4.5 is not what we've seen tonight, at least if my memory.
We've seen a lot. We've seen 2 8-4s, 1 9-3,
Really?
2 7-5s, I believe.
Boy. But was it on Ascent, though, is the question?
No.
No. So on Ascent, 8 to 4 is the first time, right?
Yeah.
I think so. For those that are in chat that have been
Even
watching.
then, it was still very close. Every game.
They were.
They were all like.
Listen.
Well, not all the games are very close. That
No.
one we can put back in the safe,
No.
but
Don't you dare. That's a statement. But this is the thing. Chat, go ahead and fact check us. We're good with it. Now as we proceed onwards into the second half of this matchup, see what we got in the tank here. And initial bit of aggression. Talk about initial bit of aggression. Holy cow, it is very much B-main centric here as there is a 4-man party looking to aggress out main. They back away, knowing very well that there's a bunch of footsteps on the opposing end, having popped that flash, kind of sends them fleeing like a bunch of rabbits there. As Poppy comes around in the end, capitalizing. That's what I love with that flash. That's how you use it.
Yeah.
Pop flash, instantaneous peak. No time to turn back and forth. Really good job.
You know, to go ahead and work off of that as well. I mean, a full rotate coming out from Akuma, knowing that that probably wasn't the best move, and they sit there and say, okay, well, players are probably rotating towards the side. We move over to A, and we see what we can do off of this. And honestly, it comes down to Troll making the read here. He will grab a lot of damage off that Nano Swarm, and the turret's still backing him up, making sure to just finish off that work. That spike, you get the calls, you get the teammates up towards heaven now. This is a very difficult situation for Akuma, knowing that even then more kills are coming out, and it's now flawless on top of that. So the force to come out behind it, that's going to be a 10-4 half for Nightblood Gaming. But Akuma, they have a chance to stop it, but, I mean, knowing historically, they're probably going to set up for round 5 and make sure they can stop 11.
I want to go ahead and say, Griff, if you end up watching this back after at some point, these couple of set maps that you guys have played in this event here accounts for a whack lot of practice. I think the value that NBG has picked off from their record tonight and the matches they played speaks volumes to how they've contributed to the early 9 rounds they've gotten here. They're not leaving any room to play. For Akuma to make it this far too, you have to respect them. They fought heavily in this bracket.
Yeah.
They had a lot of close matches, and you know now back in this 9-4. They're up against some of the classiest of the classy, and they're doing a reasonable job, but NBG's has got their 1s and 2s dialed in just a hair more. So posted up now on the round here, minute 20 still. Very, very, very slow default for the side of Akuma, as they're just poking around here, looking for a pick, and that's all they can really do. They got one sheriff to back it up, and the rest is a bunch of classics. At this point, I'd love if they can recover a gun or two, but to make it through this giant herd of weaponry, albeit it's not the sharpest for the side of NBG, it's still going to be troublesome to manage.
Yeah, and the biggest thing I'm looking at right now is the fact that Nightblood Gaming, you kind of talked about it. You sat there and mentioned the practice and the amount of time put into this. And honestly, Nightblood, that's what I mentioned earlier, at least in the first match, is I wanted to see what they were made of. I haven't seen these players in a while. I've followed their roster. I know they've been to a couple lands here recently. They've really been trying to develop themselves as players and as a team. And that's what I've always enjoyed about Nightblood, is that they sit there and try to keep their players as much as possible. They try to keep their people together to make sure they can build that synergy over time before really making a decision whether their player doesn't work or not. They give everybody a chance. They give them 100 chances is what it comes down to. And knowing that finally it's seeming to invest off right here, at least tonight, knowing there's a lot of money in the line. They've reached grand finals. They're in a 9-4 lead, and they're about to make that 10-4 as the closure of that kill right there with Troll and Demo is going to give them a 6-round gap to close for Akuma. It's looking sticky for them, but it's definitely not impossible because we've seen worse.
Yeah, and this is, again, I'm going to echo one comment before I talk about this entire matchup and some of the key points. The opposing end of the spectrum is that Akuma has also been superbly notable, Chief. You can't dismiss the fact that not only do they show up at the GLG Pit of Valors week in, week out, they practice as a team too. They are notable enough to be in the finals. They have fought their way through, and I have an utmost respect for both these teams. But NBG so far has been really playing this set map to, to a textbook team. They're getting fantastic openers and making the best of it. They're relying on Ryupa's ability, and just when you can see Hira picking out of Long A, thinks that all is good in the hood, but Poppy has already gone ahead and found comfort in wine. Pop flash here for Taz, but you got to be careful. The aftershock, paranoia, and it's like literally mouse traps is what it feels like. You think you're safe, you get aftershock, you go to the left, you're paranoid, you try walking forward, you're dead. It's like, well, what do you do at that point, Chief? You might as well just be lassoed to a wall and said, okay, here, you get your breakfast, lunch, and dinner in this corner. And that's what it's been. It's now a 4v3 equation, and Demo here towards main actually has got a good amount of damage off onto Troll. That includes the pick as well. Equalizes with plenty of time on the clock to move that spike around.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get themselves a really good look already, and making it a 3v3 is just making it very more interesting than it would be annoying or really one-sided affair. So making it now a 3v2, we can see already Nightblood, they're struggling, and they find the exchange there. They make themselves relevant every single time. Poppy on that lurk is such a problem. I've seen this guy go ahead and change up his playstyle on so many different occasions depending on which agents are good in that controlling role, but he always sticks around a controlling role. I mean, he'll play a Viper, a very aggressive one. He'll play a lurking Omen. Whatever it needs, he can fulfill those shoes, and it's really, really fun to watch. But still, what would be even more fun to watch would be some kind of a crazy play to occur right here, but it's still just a 2v2. The spike is counting down. Nightblood have to make a move, and there it is. Poppy to close off one. No one exactly what the last one is going to be Koof, but he can't close things out. That's Demo with the double kill. 3 for the round, and also a 5th on the board here for Akuma. So sure they won the round, but they can't keep on doing these clutch situations. They can't get these guns stripped out of them.
No, and you saw that situation that kind of panned out. Liquefied was in a very interesting moment, right? Had opportunity, and was kind of pinched between a rock and a hard place. In the end, made the decision to move. For NBG's side, though, they kind of put themselves in a tricky position as a whole. Despite that, they pulled it together. I'm fine with the rounds, but like you said, when it's come down to these clutch positions, they're going to have to pick these fights as a team. They cannot one mano pick Akuma because they will dismantle you. And it shows. 5 rounds here, gap, still plenty of opportunity to breathe in this matchup. There's, look at it now. With Taz with the 1 and the 2. We're missing the action, but it's happening in a different area code. And with the market collapse coming on through now, it's pretty much a textbook B-take at this point.
Yeah, and I really don't know if Nightblood's going to go for too much here. I mean, you got Ryumpa in the back, but he immediately gets killed there. McNutty is stuck in a 1v5 situation. I don't blame him to just say, I don't feel like it. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I don't feel like it. This is a very, very, I'm not going to say impossible situation, but extremely improbable. The fact that you have to get an ace within a matter of, I'd say, 20 seconds right now is very unlikely. So honestly, he's going to be looking for some exit frags, doing what he can, and taking that last second to the dart, probably expecting a player to push up in the meantime, and because he can close out one of them right there. But Degree's coming on the flank, going right back through spawn through the middle of the map, and can go ahead and find some work of that. So 4 players still standing. That is a huge round for Akuma. That is one of the rounds to say that I am now convinced they can bring this game back, because every single time it comes down to a 4-round deficit. You sit there, you win a round, you get yourself the free win off the budget buy from the other team, then you sit there and rinse and repeat, and it just comes down to whether they can really recover off that, and eventually they'll find some kind of crazy clutch or something. But right now, Nightblood, they are on that round where things are looking bad, especially considering the money they got. An Ares, a couple sheriffs, and even then, they're just going classics, not even trying to buy. They're looking to save.
We're getting to that point in the matchup where money management is beyond critical. Every little sheriff buy, everybody utility buy, the save for next mentality, whatever you want to say, it's going to surmount to a bit of a problem if they don't play it correctly. They're going to start pigeonholing themselves into moments where they're close to buying and kind of have to half buy with a half armor or like a Spectre or an Ares or something that's not necessarily what you want as your #1 pick. So let's see how they go ahead and sift through this mess here initially. They got an Ares, they have a shorty, a couple sheriffs to back it up here. Getting aggressive though, you can see they're gonna look kind of capitalize, and they do just that there. That is big. Do they recover the gun off that? Potentially. Shrouded step gets it, and that's the Vandal recovered there. Poppy's gonna say, you know what guys, get me towards some picks. I'm yearning for it. Swings off of it, but Liquefied and Co are just waiting. They got, I don't want to say they got greedy there. It wasn't the wrong decision.
I mean, that's all you can do.
You got
the guns you got.
You got 1 Vandal. You're not going to 1v5 on a retake. So at that point, try and get some more. Get thirsty. Look for the headshots. Look for the connection of that mouse 1 to the dome, but it falls short. So again, commendable effort, but not the greatest results.
Yeah, and even then you get the rest of the team there just trying to make sure to have a follow-up. And Troll, I mean, every single time they have multiple players push up. Troll has that Vandal right now that was dropped by Poppy. I mean, it's just going ahead, daisy chaining along. Everybody's getting their fair chance to have a little bit of a pick with it. And honestly, it's working out for them to some extent. They got one of the kills, and they haven't found a kill with that Vandal just yet. But McNutty maybe could find some success. Problem is anybody reading that? He can't find the kill initially on a demo, so that's going to spell a very, very quick end for him as we now move ourselves on to another round, heading to the favor of Akuma. I tell you, man, we sit there, these games, they just, every single time on ascent, they just ride out.
Yeah, this is the rhyme and rhythm, like you said, my friend. We're basically spitting lyrics of OT. It's just 2 letters. If y'all can come up with a banger of a tune and drop it on Spotify, the only lyric you're allowed to use is the word OT and overtime. Let me know when that hits. I'll be sure to listen to that one. But yeah, proceeding now, round number 18. This is looking superbly good for the side of Akuma. 4 ultimates to back up their initial momentum of 3 consecutive rounds, and now with the default setup towards that BNA, look for an opening pick. They've got some comfort now in the form of smokes towards mid and short, and this in itself is different, right? From an attacker perspective, they are denying pick opportunity early on, and that is smart because it allows them to then explore the map and go to places mostly undetected, right? Are they pushed up aggressive mid? Are they sitting in the smoke? Are they waiting behind on short? What are they doing? And as a defensive squad, you're playing further back. You don't want to go walking and face check anything because you're going to eat dust if you try and do so. So I like it. I like this usage of utility, and the beauty is it's your omen. It's all good. Smokes come and go, and that's not a big deal. And with the ultimates to back it up, they're going to get their footing on this A side by the looks of it. Get a pick if possible, but Again, they can sell a fake and go back to B if they wanted to, considering they got 3 people towards mid and tiles area.
And it was me, like, I like the fact that they're working around the smokes they're already given. They know they don't want to overinvest for utility. They know they want to keep around what they got. We saw Poppy pop out that initial smoke. Then we saw the follow-up from Liquefied. So, okay, well, if he's going to go ahead and cut off on the sidelines, let's sit there and just cover off more and grab literal free control in the middle of the map and see what to work off of that. Problem is they're not making the most of it. They're backing right back around, going through B main, saying, look, let's just hit a little bit later this time. But they do the same thing what we've been keep on doing. The fragment grenade comes out, doesn't really find too much of a tag. There's Poppy coming out for you, and Ryuba able to go ahead and manage one with an Ares as well. This guy, he knows how to not spend money, but still find kills somehow, I swear.
Yeah, and it's here Degrees now with that blade storm active. Oh my god, full blind. That is a fantastic flashpoint now blocking him. Boombot pops him. Degrees gets it, and oh my goodness me. Pick, flying, drop it, sending. That's Koof to get it. So with that situation, man, double ones coming out for the side of NBG. They stick that defuse and take it all the way to the finish line. Rough though, because that was a massive blade storm investment, and the rest of the team now is going to have to dig into whatever savings they got there. Taz suffering, has enough for a Guardian in full armor at best. So I believe that was even bought for him. I'm not sure if he was able to buy everything. And the armor and the utility is what he purchased. So yeah, man, this is getting down to the wire. Just a mere 2 rounds for NBG to take it all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, and you see the NBG, they're kind of desperate for that. They want to make sure it happens. The fact that they're buying these Guardians, the fact that they're managing half armor, is just to really find some kind of a play here. It asked for a lot, and Koof was asking for a lot right there, trying to pray that somebody would go ahead and set up these picks, that find these kills, really make sure that it's an easy round for themselves, but that's just not the case. I mean, you see that there's a lot of damage done, but even then, still, already after their full ultimate, 2 pieces of utility, both damage-based, get popped out, nothing to come out from it, but it doesn't even matter. Because of that alone, Nightblood, they hold extremely strong towards A main and find a flawless run of their hands to go into match point.
Yeah, Akuma kind of maybe low-key felt kind of stuck. They're like, we're fully exposed at top mid. There's 7 of us here. We've already been spotted by Koof. What are we going to do? Fall back now? Well, how do we know we don't have B main control on the other side? They're going to cut us off mid control from top mid, from tiles. Who knows at that point what they've gotten? So their plan was foiled. They committed for the full send into that A long, and they ate dirt, man. So now off to match point here. This is the opportunity for NBG to take home this series in that first prize.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want. I mean, already the Rolling Thunder, the aggression to come through, they want to make sure to find something. But even then, that's not the Rolling Thunder coming out from Nightblood. That is the Rolling Thunder from Akuma, and it is literally just choked them up. The Rolling Thunder, the aggression on the spawn, the buys that didn't come out, everything just not looking good for him. It spelled an instantaneous end to the run here. We expected overtime. We expected this to go the distance, but honestly, after a performance, or not an entire performance, it was still not a horrendous map, but I mean, a couple split seconds decisions and all the team backing it up and saying, you know what, that's a good idea, spelling their instantaneous end. It's stuff like that that just adds up and says, you know, you do that maybe 3 more times, you got to consider not only the round that you mess up and a loss off of that, but then also the next round behind it that you would have not had a buy on. Literally 2 free rounds off that alone. And if you think 3 of those mistakes equate to 9 rounds, which is well than enough of what the differential was.
Yeah, and we talked about a couple moments there where I think the money was problematic. Like the finances as a whole, they were kind of dug into some unfortunate positions, and where in my head, had I not pressed attack, you'd be like, they should be able to buy.
Yep.
They weren't able to buy. Moments like that tell you that choices were made, not necessarily bad ones. That's not my point. Please don't take it that way. It's just tough when you're up against bigger weapons, and not necessarily the weapons of your choice per se. So on that note, guys, that summarizes the finals, and I want to go ahead and correct my point. 200 to first, 150 to second, and 50 to final. So a big congratulations to NBG. They take home that beautiful 200 bone skis, 150 going off to the side of Akuma. An amazing showing. We also have a fantastic giveaway for the MVP of this matchup, which we're going to announce off screen here on Twitter as well. They're going to get $20 along with an MSI GM41 gaming mouse. So MSI, as always, coming in clutch. If you guys haven't entered that giveaway for that weekly headset as well, please do so. We're going to announce the winner of that giveaway on Twitter as well once we close up here for the evening. One more time, Mick, I have to go ahead and thank our beautiful sponsors, of course. Librex, Greenlight, CG, Flower City, HyperX, RIT, and Cavs Legion here. They were able to support the launch of this lounge itself and tonight's matchup. Mostly Librex here delivering the goods on the prize money especially. So yeah, Mick, We did it.
We did it, dude.
We did it. And what is it now? 12:16 Eastern. Mick from way down where? 2 flights to get over here?
Somewhere. Usually I tell people the directions down to where I usually live is just go down to hell, take a left, and you'll find it. You can't miss it. But
it's something, for the team here. I want to go ahead and say really quickly. Majority of the production team that have joined us, tournament admins, the whole crew, crossed from the Canadian border side, including myself. Big ups to Peter, Dante, Noah, our observer Will on the back end, Ryan, local here to Rochester, doing the observing for us as well. A massive, massive shout out to Ben, of course, for bringing us this lounge, bringing us the opportunity to be here together on desk after a hot minute. We hustled, we brought the lounge to be. We had an amazing showing from locals and everyone else that came to support us, played some games here with us, memed, had a fantastic time, and we are not going to forget this. We had an amazing Yu-Gi-Oh tournament that was hosted. We did an in-house Smash event, which if you guys were here, I have not seen that many Smash players get together in one place and actually have the coolest, most amazing time. Seeing everyone gather together, huddled around the monitors, just having an absolute blast is something that I'm not going to forget. And more than anything, I was just taking a peep at chat. I am looking forward to seeing some of our viewers join us next time. So for those that stuck it through the 6 maps tonight, 7 hours of being live, we love you guys lots and thank you so, so much. And a big thank you again to our sponsors. Check out the socials, guys. So many more events to come, and hop on that InstaLock membership as well if you want to get into the next bracket. Mick, closing thoughts and comments. I spilled my heart and soul out here.
I mean, I can't really compare to that, honestly. You sat there and said everything.
I'm sorry, man.
I couldn't
stop.
Got anything else? Sorry. What? No, but honestly, though, it's been an incredible experience. On it, just repeated thank yous. Wouldn't even be possible for all this going on, all the people behind the scenes.
Yes.
So, with that being said, even then, including you, the viewers, who obviously, everything's coming to a wrap here. We obviously want to see you here next week and the week afterwards and everything, so on and so forth. But at least for tonight, we're going to bring things to a close because apparently I just found out I have a flight. I got to be up at like 4:30 in the morning for a departure time at 6. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to find myself the nearest pillow and pass out from 7 hours of casting. Strive will probably be on a short little hop and a skip right back to where he came from on the other side. But with all that being said and done, thank you all for tuning in. We will catch you here next week.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we've partnered with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.